well, roughly you should be first. Yeah, you have to keep it. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see. Let's say again. So we had such a just at least let's say for example we can great stuff so if the big public is the Jews can't go ahead and assist you can't do that. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot then I am allowed to do that. Lashley from the people but the roads is usually academic let's say inspires silver to me they very effective so let's say again he asks me to uproot it I am allowed to do that even though we get food for working with Killa right and I want his existence because it provides so much to the whole I do talk about myself so he says so if you forget this is that means that you are allowed to go ahead and with financial fund is forbidden payment when that benefit ultimately again is of destruction even though by definition you want the continued existence of the regulated item because you want to be the one who destroys you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed so there's a Satua, the second one from the taxes Satua Hama is a big is a big number or a kind of client trades in general not only is there a provision to a friend, not only is there a provision to go ahead and facilitate but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, here. But let's say it's not as good as I'm going to lie in put up a fence the keeper says also why and putting up a fence the definition is part of the system actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be possible inside the area. And that is the fact that it's covered with sleep. I hope that you get how to expect Sot Halam Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Ili al Zarea, and the Polish planting. The Kayim in Oh, I know, but now you're allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the plants. Hamalomar low Kilayim. That's what I say, so it's interesting. Here, if you want to make a play on words. I love a play on words. So again, if I was actually kind of slicing it, I was like, low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables existence of Kilayim. Even if it's not directly about the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's what it is. Ilu, the Gemara says, Ilu. When you look at the Shar, ultimately, interestingly, you're not doing very Kiva. Very important Kiva, the provisional, so you can say it sustains the plant. So I got somebody told me, maybe, to upgrade the like that. Not necessarily low. It doesn't have to be the idea of rather puffy. This Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon. On my video, open the Yamisha. That is not true. According to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon is the defense. Rabbanon, but so actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Except that what's the point of the plant is growth. So with what offense is concerned, it's in the case of that, it's certainly able to get people from uprooting some sort of which the Gemara says, often that's the very interesting question. So here, the Ka'avim is interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting this thing for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. What's the problem? Do the Amar, reading Lahem Nastina plus ultimately the means of the opinion that Allah and myself are not allowed to be favored for us. Like he actually had to do it. So all my focus on those things. And this is compliment him and gives me a smile. And he says, what you want to say, you can't be free. You can't just leave her happy for free. Even if the free favors,
What's up, sluts? Stay 100. That's rich. It's incredible. Never thought of making this when I was shit at this big. It's a 10.
But to do something to the level of time, that's absolutely that's an objective benefit. I have to do as with Rabbi Kiva now. I thought of Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva, the kind of line book, yeah? It's not shocking. Even when Rabbi Kiva was a
Well, that's for sure. The king Chaim versus the Chaim. 18th of these, 17th,
certainty is unlimited, is absolutely unlimited, and you can get paid for that from God. Which the Gemara says, the seed loan that is broken always to
Tabii
Torah.
ki de yani konuşup Resolution likely resources that is considering the counting today is 3 days of the May the merciful God receive the holy temple to daily and daily.
So this is very the difference is let's go full circle. How do you start this whole starting journey? After he wants to destroy, wants to drink his barrels of guinenness, he asks me, he wants to hire me. Jew is going to make maybe $50 a barrel. Right? So I like to do it now. So remember, on one hand, it's no, because therefore that's one, it's existence of this benefit when it goes up. It's just goes up. But not instead, do it and cover a lot.
Conditioning 35 26 235 enough son of Seth.
Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, I get it. I want to break that up. I want to break it. I don't want you guys to go through the own soul. I want to. Yes, and committed to go ahead and do these activities and get proceeds. The destruction of full destruction, thorough destruction of prohibition ultimately is wrong. The good thing, so that's what it says, you get paid and Hubble Allah. Incredible. Almost said it was a really simple idea. Hard justice. And that is important. As members of society, just show ourselves to be in great society. We should go take the project. Yes, good.
The Babylonian exile, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Roths. Throughout Torah study, anonymous $180 in honor of Yehoshua timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 2,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple Era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple Era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study and our faith in GD and his promise of redemption for our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to? Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve, the forefathers, living in Egypt, traveling through the desert, judges and early prophets, kings and the first holy temple, exile in Babylon, building of the second holy temple, Greek cultural domination, kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shuswalhaim, Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty, the Talmudic era, the Mishnah, the Talmudic era, the Gemara, the Rabbi, the Janine, the early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres, later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions, the great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation, early Acharonim and East European massacres, Acharonim and early Hasidim, later Acharonim and the changing society, the Holocaust, the modern state of Israel, traveling through the desert, secular year Jewish year event in history, minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea, minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets, minus Minus 1312, 2449. Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312, 2449. The tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312, 2449. The spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274, 2487. Akron and Miriam died. Minus 1273, 2488. Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423, 3339. Gideon ben was killed. Minus 421, 3340. Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Minus 410, 3352. Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamdash. Minus 372, 3389. Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372, 3389. Daniel was thrown into a lion's den. Minus 371, 3390. Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373, 3391. Building of second by Hamdash commenced. Minus 366, 3395. Ahasuerus made his great banquet. Minus 362, 3399. Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357, 3404. Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355, 3406. Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353, 3408. Building of the second by Hamdash resumed. Minus 349, 3412. The second by Hamdash was completed. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273, 3488. Simon the Sonic died. Minus 246, 3515. 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek. Septuagint. Minus 143,621. Revolt of Antioch the Shishma. Ruined client kings and rulers. Rhodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36, 3,725. Herod the rule, killing all the Shishma. Minus 33, 3,728. Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19, 3,742. Herod began rebuilding the second by Hamdash. Minus 11, 3,750. Renovation of the second by Hamdash was completed. 3,761. Archelaus, son of Herod, ruled. 3,768. Hillel died. 10,370. Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 21,371. Rabbi, grandson of Herod, 28,388. The Sanhedrin moved from the second by Hamdash. 44,308. Agrippa II, son of Rabbi, 53,810. Rabbi Gamaliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66,326. Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69,329. The second by Hamdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834. Karim and advance on high time. 86, 3,846. The Sanhedrin moved from place to place. Under Archelaus II. 133, 3,893. Mater fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134, 3,891. Judaism was banned, and Bar-Kiva was imprisoned. 189, 3,949. Our Judah dynasty began the mission around this time. The Talmudic era, Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219, 3,979. Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247, 4,007. Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254, 4,014. Bar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 290, 4,050. Arpnon was the leading Talmudic authority. 298, 4,058. Bar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 300, 4,060. Archizah was Talmud 69. Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321, 4,081. Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325, 4,085. Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338, 4,098. Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359, 4,119. Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392, 4,152. Ardashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427, 4,187. Ardashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475, 4,235. The Talmud was complete when Rabbi II died. Rabbi Sutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Geneva. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589, 4,349. The Talmudic Academy of Medina was reconstituted. 609, 4,369. The Talmudic Academy of Surah was reconstituted. 614,374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614,374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629,389 the Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636,396 Artaxerxes was the last king of the Irish. 637,397 the Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645,405 one of the Tekona Agent was enacted at this time. 755,515 RKJO left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759,519 Yehuda became Jael of Surah. 759,519 Ahab was written at this time. 788,548 another of the Tekona Agent was enacted at this time. 858,618 wrote the sinner, became Jael of Surah. 928,688 Rabbi was appointed Jael of Surah. 955,715 captives were ransomed at around this time. 968,728 Shara became Jael of Medina. 997,757 Orhan became the last Jael of Medina. 1,038,798 Orhan died, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 Rabbi and Jerusalem had all died. 1,088,848 Rabbi in Spain. 1,096,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103,863 Arab died. 1,105,865 Rashi died, and the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135,895 Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144,904 the first recorded blood libel took place. 1,147,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147,907 Rabbi Nutan was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148,908 the Rambam's Ardex families left Pergamum. 1,165,925 the Rambam was in the land of Israel. 1,171,931 Rabbi Nutan died. 1,175,935 the Rashbam died. 1,184,944 the young son of Eri was killed. 1,187,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189,949 Yaakov Leeds was killed in London. 1,194,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194,954 Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198,959 the Ariabic died. 1,244,965 Rambam died. 1,236,996 rampaging monks massacred Jews in France. 1,242,5,002 massacring of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244,5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252,5,012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267,5,027 the Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,275,030 the Ramban died. 1,286,5,046 the Maharam near Rothenburg was in prison. 1,295,050 the Parks advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 the era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293,5,053 the Maharam near Rothenburg died in prison. 1,298,5,058 the Rhine-Fleisch massacres began. 1,298,5,058 the elder Mordecai and Hanapi the young were killed. 1,305,5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305,5,065 the Rosh and his son, the T.U.R. in Spain. 1,365,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310,5,070 the Rashba died. 1,325,080 Jews were massacred by the Rose Crusaders. 1,327,5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336, 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armlet bands. 1,338, 5,098 for Malbec wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349, 5,109 Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367, 5,127 Rand, Reibisch, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391, 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred, many were forced to convert. 1,391, 5,151 Reibisch and Raschnacks left Spain. 1,394, 5,155 final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413, 5,173 Arius and Alba was enforced faith with Christians. 1,421, 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Desert. 1,475, 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481, 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488, 5,248 Obadiah Bernadette settled in Jerusalem. 1,491, 5,251 Columbus consulting Earl Rabbi over his travels. 1,492, 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chanmark and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493, 5,253 are done in Sodom Archipelago in Naples, Spain. 1,496, 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516, 5,276 the Yaakov was printed. 1,516, 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Israel. 1,525, 5,285 were not those of Yossel man saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553, 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563, 5,323 the Shul Chanmark was completed by Hernando's of Europe. 1,570, 5,330 the Shul Chanmark was published with supplements of 1. 1,572, 5,332 the Arizal died in Spain. 1,573, 5,333 the Long came to Rome. 1,573, 5,334 the Marshall died. 1,575, 5,335 Ardanius of Euro died in Sudan. 1,599, 5,359 Mahirl returned to propaganda. 1,614, 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616, 5,377 the Tosafot Yom commentary was concluded. 1,621, 5,382 the Shul arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629, 5,389 Ardan Yom and Heller was imprisoned in Iran. 1,640, 5,400 Ardan Yom serves the Bab died. 1,646, 5,406 the Shach and Tas on Shul Chanmark printed. 1,648, 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Niki's forces. Earlier Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654, 5,414 the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655, 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656, 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656, 5,416 Barracks Joseph was excommunicated. 1,673, 5,433 the Manuel Abraham on Shul Chanmark was completed. 1,676, 5,437 Shaptites died as Muslim. 1,689, 5,449 Vajshul on the Shul Chanmark was printed. 1,698, 5,458 Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702, 5,463 the Nina Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712, 5,472 the Sintay Chachmi was arrested. 1,724, 5,484 Ardan Yaakov Kilan, Mayam Louisi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727, 5,487 Wish Ali Melendai. 1,734, 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Midomak bands. Agaridim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741, 5,501 Ibrahim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747, 5,507 Moshaim Lazatov, Rumble, died in Echo, Acre. 1,750, 5,510 Arjanavani Beskuts became Rabbi in Hamburg. 1754, 5515 Aryashko Lendo, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became Rabbi in Prague. 1757, 5518 Renkis instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759, 5519 Renkis supported blood libel charges in public. 1765, 5520 Baal Shem Tov died. 1764, 5524 the Council of Berlin, known as the Maya Arborizo, was discontinued. 1768, 5528 despite resistance, the Heimax massacred thousands. 1772, 5532 the Maggid of Missouri died. 1782, 5542 Martin Adler and Chethem Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786, 5546 are Elimelech of Listens died. 1791, 5551 Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793, 5553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1797, 5558 the village of died. 1798, 5559 Baal Ahmad was released from first imprisonment. 1799, 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806, 5566 the Jewish Armand Yosef David Echelon died. 1806, 5566 the Chethem Sofer became Rabbi in Presby. 1809, 5570 are Levi in Sodom Egypt died. 1810, 5571 are Nachman of Breslov died. 1814, 5574 are Keymaker became Rabbi in Mosul. 1814, 5575 Kushitzer Maggid in Union Peshiska died. 1815, 5575 Joseph Lulin and Armandel of Rimanov died. 1819, 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827, 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840, 5600 were non-Israel of Muslim was released from imprisonment. Later Yeredim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1843, 5603 the Comanches in Ecuador was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846, 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore revisited Russia to help local Jews. 1848, 5609 are Israel Salander left. 1851, 5611 are Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became Rabbi in Frankfurt and May. 1859, 5619 are Menachem Mendel of Kotz died. 1864, 5624 the Malvin was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 1866, 5626 Yudashe Harrow, Tiberet Shlomo, and Zemach died. 1873, 5633 the Chappet's line was published. 1874, 5634 the Minchet died. 1878, 5638 the agricultural settlement was established. 1881, 5641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886, 5646 are Shlomo Gans Rai, author of Keats Shmujan died. 1892, 5652 were Heim, Brisker, became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905, 5665 the Svedivin died. 1905, 5665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911, 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914, 5674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5684 the Nabhanuni study cycle commenced. 1927, 5687 the sixth Babak Jeret was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5699 Jews were attacked in prison in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1939, 5699 Germany started World War II and mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5701 200,000 Jews were killed in Babi Yar and Bonner. 1942, 5702 400,000 Jews in Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5703 remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5,703 Jewish uprisings and Tripoli, Suhan, and Palestine. 1943, 5,703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945, 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered, and World War II ended. 1945, 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947, 5,707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947, 5,708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947, 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948, 5,708 the State of Israel was established. 1948, 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949, 5,709 War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950, 5,710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950, 5,710 almost all Jews of Yemen immigrated to Israel. 1951, 5,711 the Lubavitcher represents the men under leadership. 1956, 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967, 5,727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Temple and campaign. 1967, 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973, 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur. 1974, 5,734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982, 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987, 5,746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993, 5,753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994, 5,754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008, 5,767 deadly terrorist attack in the Chabad house in Dubai, India, killed 6. 2020, 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco. Adapted from the Codex Judaica, chronological index of Jewish history covering 5,764 years of biblical, Talmudic, and post-Talmudic history by Rabbi Maniskander. Copyright, all rights reserved. If you enjoyed this article, I encourage you to distribute it further. Provided that you comply with Chabad.org's copyright policy.
For instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, these positions as really tenable, such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And therefore, there have always been numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will ultimately enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism or philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright folks, well, welcome And a lot of the
sort of traveling,
nice shit in
let's call it a circus.
some of the
Five
right
ring
holes
circus.
of the again, holes the rings natural.
Let's get back into this, and let's start by just again, let's we try to do every time this is starting out a little bit, so we're on the same page. And that page, of course, if you're on the left, is a picture from Sefer Rodeo Hamala, one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever, using two different kamayot. They're amulets for various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, those are two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. I don't know. Right, Michael at Obama.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. That's correct. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, we did sort of a big romp through Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. And I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Kittifinon tombs there, and written on silver, and you can see in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets from it. So you would think that Jews don't do magic. Well, they must not do Torah too. So it's a non-story. So they have this very complicated, very tortured history of magic. Where on the one hand, it's very clear that the Bible, the people who read the Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magical practices for lots of reasons. Lots of reasons, obviously, included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then it means that God becomes God for nothing, right? God becomes like a thing that you can believe, you can like make it rain, you can make yourself fall with the orbit, or fall with the orbit, and these are magic. It means that God really can elaborate with their own magic. And at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic is persistent all through the centuries, and all the way back to Kittifinon, and all the way down now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down there now, my bottom point really obtains here in the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches, and other folks identified as Kohenets, who also are very interested in things like astrology and magical practices. And so we see that the magical Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages, and unsurprisingly, it's a your local magical tradition. So we see that Judaism, Jewish magic ultimately is a lot like the magic of the area they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with the incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period in the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic was often borrowed from the local culture, but also influenced those cultures as well. And especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why here's the magical squares. What's the magic? European, non-Jewish rules of magic. There's some Hebrew there, right? It wasn't because they liked Jews. They were really happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful thing they were sent to. But they did it. Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly adequate to use them. And as we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody gets something, right? And cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to have the future, love magic, because once you go to sleep alone. But again, we should be careful. I love magic. Consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have German words, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word, the word experimenta, which were magical spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin, and the technical word for magical operation, and the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or get home. And so when modern science says some new science came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, now even language, magic, science, really all vague sometimes. So goes to amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of either to receive positive energy, perhaps from the stone, pulse bad energy, things like demons, Shaden. So we see amulets. Astrological magic was also very popular. Sefer Radio Kamala, the book down the street, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing wolves. We have the creation of living beings. Talk a lot about that tonight as we get into Sefer Yetzirah. The goal is probably the Jewish monster par excellence. And I suppose from there, of course, that business from angel summoning and the whole thing. So Jewish magic really began. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who are telling you that magic is Jewish, but not necessarily Jewish magic, well, they got some early knowledge. That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing, that's not a thing. You can say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly involved. So I don't know what else to tell you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data tells me that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in your ear and go, la, 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 Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong, because it's very clear that Jews did. So, now again, whether your community accepts it, whether the envelope is over there, and whether they are famous or Purple Park or Grand Heights, etc., I don't know. Again, nothing on the street. He's up till 9 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff. Might be up to some attention, right? And he wouldn't be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, the fact that there magicians, sorcerers, or even Jewish communities all over the world in history, any community that doesn't have rules is probably the weirdo community. That's probably the one that doesn't have one. Right? The much more likely outcome. So Jewish magic has been here, it will be here, it's not going to go away. And by the way, this is true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. So for better or worse. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this essentially Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we have to introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as kind of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy, those kind of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world. They certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little bit here, right? Because we often think of these things existing in us, right? Science as mysticism, mysticism as philosophy, and philosophy and science can't really get along. And so they're all fighting, and this is what we do. This is our right? It's not fair. Therefore, there's a lot of different world numbers. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, take your muscles or whatever, different animal, whatever that is, big or whatever. And so we have to understand that in the late classical world, relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very complicated and very mixed together. Right? So drawing a line between one of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. It's always had a weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. On the other hand, well, the outside world's got good. They got great science, they got like TV, they got Xbox, all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that Jews want to admit is cool, and at the same time, we don't want to even the bad A word. You know the bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the so there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that line. So the relationship between ancient, like classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out for us. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or wrong, that's a big word. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained, at least in some of the why the did what they did. Mayans, Greek math, right? When you see it, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done a geometry class, right? But when you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical when you see proof, mathematical proof of something. You're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets. Then Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras and heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge, which you might imagine the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the really big pioneers of what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is that Jews have always had this sort of touch-pull relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy we have named for now, Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah. But tonight, what we're going to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks called their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks called their school that. Right? Everyone is on their Greek philosophy. But there are two things that are really important about now called Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? And then we put off other things. It's one of these four pillars of Greek philosophy sounds smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that many string theorists probably believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main thing, right? The structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Neo-Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? So they really thought that fundamentally things were basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You could unite your consciousness, you could unite your being, you could unite your nous with the divine. As you can imagine, those two ideas are being part and parcel of a great deal of mysticism in the ancient world, and of course in the modern world as well. By the way, what the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was discovered in the 8th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out in Rome. And it's basically completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident. And so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys are like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually in Rome. Very small amount. You go from there. So next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small people. So let's combine that, right? Let's look at this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, the way that God makes the world in Jewish lore and Jewish mythology and Israelite mythology is that God speaks the world into being. that the existence is a speech act, right? God says, in the Word, let there be light, and by being there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites, non-Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that is holy language. And the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds. Right? We think random sounds, dog, right, or whatever. Right? We think of sounds as being random. But God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordered. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember from the first talk, that part of the ancient Israelite mind worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, whoever studied some grammar, and torture is grammar, you know that they did torture about grammar is orderly. And that's what's hard about it. It's not learning the patterns, whether it's exceptions patterns or why there are exceptions patterns. It's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, total chaos, and then God spoke and ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite linguistics of ontology or metaphysical metaphysics. There are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think it's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates his speech. And so, on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. You've already seen that with the Rabbi used in his magic practices. But, ultimately, again, it's treated like all other things, but it's if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. You have magical powers, you're also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God, right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language, and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, if insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech. You are imitating being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it till you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? And how the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing sort of mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abulafia, founder of the prophetic Kabbalah, who will be for a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness. By changing one's consciousness, I mean, elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet out of manuscript of Abraham Abelard, who's not written this text. Maybe they have a couple of the first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Alice Paul, how common is that? And we have the rabbis and everyone. Well, here's where I want to disrupt that. Because in the Babylonian Talmud, we have the rabbis doing the exact same thing that you said they didn't do, right? You want to draw a line, and you're not saying the line can't be drawn. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud and two different stories which are probably mirroring each other, being told by two different rabbis in tractates Sanhedrin, where we have Rabbi and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? So, tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions is. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, we should. I think in modern Hebrew, actually, we can stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Such was formed by Rabbi Zena and Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah, which I'll says in just a minute, by means of which they created a third path. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws, like Hilchot Shabbat, is how to practice Shabbat. It's the laws of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation. How you make something. Well, what do? They studied it, on Erev Shabbos, on Shabbat Eve, they created a third calf and they named it Shabbat. They made a calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said that if the righteous desired, they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation of Sepharia, but the actual translation on the Aramaic says they could create a world. Just like God, they created a world. Now, that is positive. That if you were righteous, you would create a world. Right? But you have equity, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera said to him, right, he looked at him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And therefore he said, you're a creature of the magicians, actually in Hebrew, or Aramaic, rather, it says, you're one of the company, right? Like you're one of those guys, right? It's Hebrew and Aramaic. It said, go back to the list. Right? And Rabbi Zera said, I'll just been studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created the third row path, and they did it. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central work of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important books of rabbinical Judaism than the Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be fully breaking down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust and then send them to you, you're going to be like, well, if it ain't magic, it'll do until magic gets here. Dang. Like, again, if making people ain't magic, I don't know. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that he's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which would have been with invisibility in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of stone. Further a bit, there are 55 days. We have the idea that Solomon was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Solomon, I have the story now because it was Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that and about all the times I went in Paragraph 55 base, that Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the time of Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here in Tractate Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you create if you're righteous. If you are righteous. Not that righteous, thank God. Now, what's this text? Right, what's this text? Sefer Yetzirah is, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'm going to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed, right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in, right? In the Christianity community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly gotten what I would consider to be part of the Jewish canon, along with the Bible and with the Babylonian Talmud and the Second Book, and so on, etc. What is it? What is the Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. It's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say Olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles. But being Olam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, the Sefer Yetzirah describes very, very brief words, right? There are only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions in the Sefer Yetzirah that have come down to us. There's a debate about how they came down to us. What we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to nonetheless that the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made sons. Right? Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore God is proof for the traditional community at least, that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, why is this book written down? The short answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1000 was the common era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century. 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out where this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I have his name, and his book in the recommended readings at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss. It was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century, but it doesn't matter for the purpose of this class. We're not going to get into the weeds of that when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published here on the left-hand side of the screen. See the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua, I think 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies went myself for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about this Sefer Yetzirah is it is the first time we hear the word suffer. Now, this is a word that, for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word that you probably haven't heard before, right? Sefer is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are two things that are important about this word. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it is, right? The root of the word, the short of the word is S-F-R, which in typical language means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you would think of words, like a noun, right? Typically the noun a mispar. The mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's the word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go to every word. They invent a new word that we've never seen before. And that new word they invent is sefer. Now, what they do is they take the word sphera and they add a note to it from an so we know it's a. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term belima, the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entirety of Hebrew. It's a complex legiminal, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. Well, we know that beli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up of sefer, which kind of means number, and without one. And so literally we can translate it as number without one. Now, if we put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author is trying to do here, just what they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Belima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time they appear in Jewish literature and history of Jewish Christmas? Well, the one thing we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks who are familiar with Kabbalah, right, we've seen the tree of life, right? The gods, and if God goes, get there to right? 10 things, we'll get to that later, right? And that's the tree of life. Those are the spheros. Well, in the Sefer Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not divine emanations. Okay, they're divine. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. Go and guess. When I say guess, I really mean guess. Go and guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? Neo-Pythagoreanism is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is that one of their sacred symbols is this thing called the tetragons. You're seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetragons, right, is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right? So these 2 plus 1 give rise to 3, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. Add all of them together, right, we get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, I know that sounds really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean right? There are 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetragons, right? The tetragons is a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sephirot Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear. It says 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. We think, I think, that what these Sephirot mean are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world's created by 2 things, 3 things. God, right, using the 10 spheros and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together, create everything else. So you have, imagine, right, what do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers together, and you get a universe. One can imagine tensor for the 10 countable names, base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So it's a yes or no. They are not emanations of God. They are numerical structures which, when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of language and math. Right? I think that's what's going on. Now, if you go to someone else, they'll give you another story. So you know story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon read other neo-Pythagorean literature, they make the exact same argument, right? So I think that's what's going on. Now, we can conceptualize in terms of several successive stages the universe went through, right? So if you tell us right now, we have the Big Bang, period of inflation, right? We have all we have now, and eventually we'll have the black hole period, and right there are successive stages of the universe. Say we get from all those drives, successive stages of the universe happening. Now we can't get into the weeds and all that tonight. We don't have enough time to get into all of that. Spend an entire 8 weeks just considering the time. What's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the alive is governed by what they separate from what calls or limits, right? Limits are extremities. Again, that, by the way, limit extremities is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. It gets it on these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally three dimensions, right? Three dimensions. Well, I say three dimensions, right? There should be like 6 dimensions. But so they are, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or 2 dimensions of yeah, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below. Those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and in those they split off into other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 dimensions underneath. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time. And again, I think that some of the background physics, like how generation, right? They're already imagining reality as a dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are abstractly dimensions that they call limits or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the parts of the mouth. So when you make a men sound, even though yes, I do want labels, right? When you make a dalet sound, dentals. I get that. I want to sound, right? I want to sound, right? I want to levels, right? That are articulated in a different way. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face and the mouth. And then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. Because the writer said we have magic, so reality. So it really has 3 layers. There's the olam, right? The whole thing. Megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of this, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand that. So what you get in the section is a very very advanced system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and then also describe various parts of the cosmos. So your liver, your heart, with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God's the only being, and when God said, I am, right? Folks know this, right? Lord, I am. I am is a side scenes I like, right? So I get this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Torah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality came.
Because if you let
There have been several different periods of time, and I just want to talk a little bit about the periods of time that work themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Torah, right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world. The first time we see the Sefer Torah emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries of the 10th century, right? The 10th to the 12th century. The leading Jewish minds at the time spent time writing commentaries on Sefer Torah. And they did it to try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Sadia Gaon, just to give an example, right? Sadia Gaon writes commentary on this. If the Sadia Gaon, the leading authority in all of the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write a commentary on this, my God, that's seriously. You bet your ass you're going to take it seriously, right? And it's not just it's the no, it's all kinds of. So we have these scientific commentaries of the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into this magical period, specifically in Europe, in the Saskatchewan in the 13th century. Right, and then eventually it synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century. And eventually it's going into modernity. We'll get into a little bit of this other more recent stuff too. Now, of course, the Sefer Torah is most heavily associated with the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I've spent a lot of time talking about the golem. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical means. Techniques found in the Sefer Torah. The earliest descriptions of the production of a golem were found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Torah written by Eliezer a German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters and vowels over again in a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial human. The word golem I describe unformed fetus. It's actually sort of a word for fetus. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, the Bible, when he kills someone, there's a death penalty. But in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her a miscarry. He's not subject to death penalty. Because the thing inside her is a golem and not a person. Right? So the rabbis are very clear about what's a person and what's not. For them, unborn people, unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's a death penalty based on that matters. Which is something kind of weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. They're all so anyway, the golem, right, is how this idea of God, right? If God can make things, then I can make things. I can use speech to make things too. And the golem is the central legend for this. Now, you talk about the golem of Prague, just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night. The golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, Jewish German writer, who described the whole idea to the Bible of Prague. The Bible of Prague never made the golem. There was no legend inspired in the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly if you go to Prague, because they'll throw you out the window. Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money in tourism from the whole golden thing. But the model of Prague, everyone never should go on. If you read the model of Prague's actual writing, it's very things like that. 10 and 2. rival kind of legalism, actually. So,
I saw it on the
it's always about the law.
and then you have
Although
the
the goal of it being very important, what's also interesting about the goal of the movie, I'll just mention here briefly, is that the goal of the movie as we have it is actually a prequel. The original goal of the movie and the sequel was both lost. They're lost movies, sadly, so if you ever see the goal of the movie we have is a prequel to the movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost. But two of these movies that, a lot of, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was made on criminal things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really combustible film. And, even a spark could burn the whole thing down. So a lot of these movies were lost. So if you ever see the movie, it's you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that has been lost now. But the invention of an artificial humanoid man converted life blessing about subjects around. It's not dozens of commentaries on the silver bullet and the citrics. Sapiens are probably the single most common book after the Bible. I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries. I don't say that. On Sapiens and the standard issue has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Sapiens are in the traditional Jewish world is a highly common book. And has survived to this day. I think let's say it is the canonical book of Jewish scripture. As they get into Europe, in the Ashkenaz, we're tonight, but I think it's okay. I'll trade it tomorrow. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of Ashkenaz. We've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like Mongol invasions and some kind of crowd balance, at least in some level, in terms of they get a little stricter in the Islamic world. And so the intellectual sectors begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe. Ashkenaz being one of them. People have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of the Khazars and the Knights of Jerusalem, and that all the European Jews are not really Jews. There's a little bit bizarre and Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time. Where the Romans established trade places Jews went, like lots of people went, the Greeks went, right? People forget that, Massalia, Marseille, the very south coast of France, was a Greek colony, right? Set there to trade. So trade in movement of things all over the world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? Not political line, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany. It's a great place of Karl Marx and many more. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes on, right, is that beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront, of learning other kinds of things, not just trade. In Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium, we have a very weird esoteric theology development called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle is the idea that God in the world can't be directly connected.
I lent $1,000.
Well, it's simple philosophy.
He goes
If
off,
God is
self-design,
infinite
goes off,
and the
self-design.
world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what we do
Case number
is
2,
something that's
same
like
thing,
the Lord, something that's quasi-finite, and something that's quasi-defined, quasi-infinite. And we introduced with the idea of that God flows out of God's self. It's about the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub. right? The cherub's a kind of angel of the Lord there. And this unique cherub that God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right, so you're going to have the inside of the sun. Right? The inside of the sun is full of energy and intensity. We never see it. When we see the sun, we see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. The outer glory, right, of God, the outer tableau flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzavah, is an emanation flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this priest, right? This is very strange. Rabbi there in Germany, and we still do research about this. It seems like they've been introducing the idea of neoplatonism, and we'll talk about neoplatonism next time. Now, what is happening is that we're confused with this idea of Hatzavah, emanation. The Sefer Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be one thing, right? Maybe it's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite, utter transcendent God, and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah says there are 10. 10 Sefer Elah, right? So maybe the latter has 10 elements. Maybe the latter has 10 elements. And that idea of the latter having 10 elements is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text of history, the Sefer Yetzirah. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with. The Sefer Yetzirah. This is the version here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, diving more and better, right? To right? Like jazz, right? You like jazz, right? One of the things that good jazz should write, you have one track when it started with, right? And then I think of it, right? The drums. And then someone else is going to pick up. Right? And then they're gonna riff whatever variation of things. Right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So, what we get in the Sefer here is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash, very popular in the Middle Ages, right? This Jewish Midrash, is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar. Now, the Yehuda Bakana didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Also, really important about this is it's very clear that whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on this on the Bible, never speaks of words. Now, did they make it all up? They must have been more tradition. Was there a community of people doing this? This is the one where they survive. Right? What we do know is this text introduces core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah. These midrashim inside of the 200 of these inside of the Sefer here, they are not united in any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the story goes right that the writer must have written them all down, and then the story is written in the air, and how they landed. That's how they got it together. Everything seems random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and they kind of tear off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about the Sefer Bahir. First thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah and the Union Church. The Sefer Bahir says there are creations of God, right? There is, again, they focus on old milk. Right, or like it's like a good old wedding where someone's pouring champagne over one glass, and one glass is up like two glasses, two glasses up, four glasses, right? The champagne flows down the glasses. Well, imagine like pouring champagne, the bottle everybody pours, right? That's what the Sefer It's God pouring God's self out, but because God comes in deep in the wilderness, right? That's what the information is on. So Sefer Bahir does two really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 Sephirah, the Sefer Yetzirah, with the idea of divination that says, yes, God in distinct dimensions, and it discusses it a lot. Now, Kabbalah, as you probably know, if there is nothing else that makes Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 divisions that relate to each other. There are various aspects of God. God's mercy, God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core part of Kabbalah. We're getting to that stuff next time. Right? So that's one thing, very important thing the Sefer Bahir does. It combines those two ideas with one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what the Sefer Bahir does is it introduces the idea that God is infinite form. The Shekhinah. Right? Now, the idea of the Shekhinah goes all the way back to the Talmud. Right? Never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekhinah is feminine grammar-wise. But in the Bahir, the Shekhinah is described as a lady. Almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period. She doesn't describe the matronica, right? It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval colloquial. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekhinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, you've sung Lechadodi, it's all about Moses Mama, the Shabbat bride, the Shabbat bride, who is God's feminine form. This idea appears for the first time in the Sefer Bahir. Right? Again, the language here is full of early language. We think these things speak by this time. The early Middle Ages, although there are people who actually says it in Pharaohs and says it maybe from Babylon. It's really hard to tell. Frankly, I don't know back those sorts of social scholars. That's kind of defer to their What's also important about the descriptions of the Shekhinah in the Sefer Bahir is that she's always described in these really weird terms as an exile, as she came from a land of war, as she's a princess from a faraway land. Scholars, at least of the early generation, and I think some scholars now to be made, detect that in Gnostic literature, and about Gnostic literature, Q&A afterwards, there's an idea in Gnostic literature, the Gnostic religion system, back in the age of classical where that there's the incarnation of Sophia, wisdom, and she makes a mistake, and she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world and our physical world, right? But she's the incarnation of light and brilliance and wisdom, right? And she's always described as being from another world, right? And some people think, right, especially if you're in your church scholarship, people now think that the Sefer Bahir may continue a tradition or drag in the Middle Ages some Gnostic ideas. We talk about those later. Folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of quasi-Gnostic character to the Shekhinah as she appears in the Sefer Bahir. Most people think they'll say what the Sefer Bahir describes the night is one. The Sefer Bahir describes divine power as a kind of retreat. where it's kind of full. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the separate world array is called the Eitz Chaim, the tree of life. And that tree language, right, where God's kind of divine tree, also appears in Sefer Bahir, and describes God's having roots and limbs. Leaves and things are kind of a fullness to God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, something important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper is that for the Sefer Bahir, evil seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil is thought of as a privation, right? Augustine, let's give an example. In Christian tradition, right, Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of light. It's a lack of God's grace. The same way that heat is a thing, cold isn't. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is just a term we use for the absence of light. Cold is just a term we use for the absence of heat. Evil is just a term we use for the absence of God. Well, ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It had its own existence. And there are sections in the Sefer Bahir that say, yeah, evil existed on its own. It was out there all along. God kind of tamed it, but not all. And we'll see when we get into Kabbalah next time, is that evil is a massive, overwhelmingly interesting thing for Kabbalah language. Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century were doing a lot of Hebrew. And they're going to be very interested in where Hebrew comes from. And the image that the traditional Kabbalists will use is the very image you see here on the left. That evil is the spark from within as God created the world. Right? Just as when you create a knife, you have to pound steel. As you pound the steel, it throws off draws. When God made the world, threw off draws. And that draws, for the early Kabbalists, is evil. And it's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering at the end will be an image we'll see later we get into Kabbalah. Well, folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the narrative of Pentecost. We are now into the world of what I call the Kabbalah. Now, what I want to do is reinforce as I wrap this up is that Kabbalah was not born, as you can see, it's a development. We have the Sefer from the Sefer Yetzirah, we have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle, we have it synthesized by the Sefer Bahir, recent and later text, further synthesized ideas from the Sefer Bahir. Kabbalah is a development. It's a development. So it's really important to understand that when people talk about the Kabbalah, they're never quite right. What we should talk about is Kabbalistic development, and then the schools of Kabbalah. Right? Now, we'll see we'll get into this later on as we get into Kabbalah. We'll finally ask the bonus of some additional reading. One of the folks love to do, folks like to get into this stuff, and I know that we have we can try to be really, really technically sophisticated if you want to read the this stuff out. There's a lot of sweet stuff that we can speak about because these texts are all really stuff. I mentioned earlier, right, Zahid Weiss, I think that's for me one of the best arguments for the early history of the Kabbalah. So if you really want to get into the weeds of how Kabbalah, Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer Yetzirah developed, I think Zahid Weiss is a really great argument, in my opinion. The Peter Hammond text is the standard edition now, of the Kabbalah. I love that one because it costs like $8. So maybe you get it from the original library, but it is a standard analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. The thing you have is a standard one. You get a it's okay. He analyzes the Sefer Yetzirah from a Lurianic Kabbalistic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts the text in a way that I find to be confusing, especially people who've never encountered the text before. In the standard religious version of the Sefer Yetzirah, the best religious version, if you want to read a religious version with a bunch of commentaries, is the Sefer Yetzirah. That's published by
all over University of Texas, all over enthusiastic.
You'll need to learn. You'll need to be able to read the concept of
Happen. And you need to negate this decommission. Like,
if
you
we're
watch
here,
decommission. So you want to engage with the
just
decommission of
really very important.
it.
And
Whether they're getting the Shabbos or the other, any no only but again, it's
the months of contemplation next week.
and
Also, our nice articles here. Again,
every covering the
specific authority and interpretation of the text that
Shalom,
I'm not opposed to Kabbalah's doing Kabbalah. Kabbalah is just
or the other is they of they shouldn't know.
oh, this is what it means.
He worships it and calls it that.
So again, I don't know.
My
Kabbalah's
God,
doing Kabbalah, but it's not good.
what does it mean? What does it mean?
But it's easily accessible, so widely.
The worships of the president.
Folks, next week we turn to the early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some developments in some of France and Spain. We're going to be looking at how the earliest strata of Kabbalah developed. And then after that, we turn to the most monumental text of all of the Jewish mystics with history. That's the sixth part, right? The book of
And a
Revelation.
lot of
My child was named, so
your nice shit and how it looks, but ultimately again,
I take it very seriously, and so we'll get to the same. So far,
after the
time after next time, the philosophical mystical developments in the earliest stages of Kabbalah in Europe. Early stages of Kabbalah. So, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the dark that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, much is excessive frame and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, the occult, magic, philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore arcane history, philosophy,
Racial teaching methods. We have two options, right? And both worship Paul, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, and Uncle 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Uncle 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zelapa, or his idol. Oh, the safest teaching is going to be different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Paul. What's the novice over here? And often we worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, number one, you have to negate his idolatry. Good. Number two, you have to negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is you have to negate his friend. Idolatry even if he worships. Next one again, no lie about it. Right, so
difficult aspects and starting to study Jewish mysticism is getting a handle on just how old ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed, that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed widely through the ages and are still developing. And therefore, now there have always been numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, according to its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidus in the 18th century. Of course, the series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a starting point for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism in Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into other texts which are admittedly as civilized as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to the congregation today for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after October 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on tokens, esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, we're about at the time after, I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time so we can all be on the same page. Same thing, just all mysterious books and nobody understands it. And so, that's it. This is a summary, then we'll jump into it after we're going to open up things a little bit more questions just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask the questions like how to make gold on my side, I have no idea. There are 3 books in Aramaic that literally tell you how to do it. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go on before I might call Proto-Kabbalah. And every time I hear the word proto anything, it just sounds like the pretentious academic speak. What I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to keep you informed. They're going to give some really important terminology to Proto-Kabbalah. But they're kind of bridge texts from the period before the rise of the Kabbalah into in earnest tonight. And as I said, that underwrite or undergird or allow for serve as a foundation. What's going to become the as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it, or something, whatever. Thinking of Britney Spears, God bless her, as a Kabbalah tattoo. I don't know. Maybe Lori helps her. She needs help. Not she doesn't need help, but that's just kind of people that are going to try to speak to her. At any rate, Ziri is probably one of the most famous books, and it's a very tiny little book, and like I think I said last time, and it's only only a couple thousand words long, and it's a book of just a $2 word movie, something like how the world came into being. We're still writing content books, right? If you've ever read the Great History of Time, or studied books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sefer Yetzirah is an ability to describe that using 2 different categories. The first category is the separated nothingness, right? The separated belly. At the top of my last time, we're not really sure what these are. We do know there's Gnostic illumination. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such, never even looks at actual illumination. It's going to come up later in the course tonight, for sure. Also, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in the Sefer Yetzirah is a story about how the world came into being with God using the 10 separate terms, this mathematical terms, some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters of the Hebrew using those together, God created creation. God is going to and it's a really good image to be very beautiful. God is it's a working class God mind. It's building these with numbers and letters, and I always appreciate
young is like
working class God, healing the world out of being a surprising the regular God. This is not the aristocrat God speaking from so I appreciate that from a lot. So what happens in these images of undergirding structure of Cyprian Torah is that word and being have a continuity.
About the shields. The West Indian is oil is like the season. There's one is like this oil. It's simply that you get enough from this oil, you get enough from this water. See, it's true, but why you get for yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from this water. The shark, old brother, ultimately, and for every other thing, he's like an apple. Shitting over Yado Yes. But relay water relay Shimon says this morning is like that. I said obviously again water also again for consumption for sure. So that's because of we'll pick up the next session. Actually let's finish. It's gonna be awesome. Let's finish this. It's gonna be awesome. What do you say? Let's tell you. The shark part of the
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you? Hey man, how you doing? It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you. I've been doing step 2. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate they needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest pure CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used. They're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum gummies. If you think you're losing it. These can help you relax. And, of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you've got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to infinitecbd.com to see which of their products fits your needs. That's infinitecbd.com. And if you use the promo code KILLTONY, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's infinitecbd.com. The promo code KILLTONY for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Betterbox Studios. Get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a hinge me of dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY. Get some Caveman Coffee, save some money using the promo code KILLTONY. And delicious Vito's Pizza here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I've been completely addicted to the baked CD as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Those little breadsticks you brought that one time were like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there. But it's like, for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing like, god damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you would love the normal bread.
You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. It's like cream of mushrooms.
I get the big ziti potatoes, and I added the damn like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know, like riding an e-bike or anything. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here, and we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. This young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store was so old that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time, because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular, did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career in an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown up, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you. So this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. We've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram, Escalade. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, so I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah.
Pretty fast.
Kind of, somewhat, to some extent.
Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did.
I brought it.
So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. You seem pretty nervous about
I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard.
There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. Oh, that's bait. That was bait. I get my voices, Batman voices.
If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show?
Absolutely, you become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come on the little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, and they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight, because I present you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band, Jeremiah Watkins, drummer, Dalton is Chroma Chris, and the jet ski, Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, this is scary music. Oh my god. Jetsky, get out there, show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Well, you're going to Channel 9's horror-themed show.
Wow!
And Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Hi, Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little goldie
When you
goblin?
live in the shadows,
Alright. Who's this little goldie goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
You are? What's your name?
A skeleton.
Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa.
I can't these folks.
And then who's this young cowboy back here? Good evening, skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on the 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Thank you for dropping in. Cooley? Your name is Cooley? These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these songs. And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady?
My name's Jeremiah.
And then the regional owner is the Texas Channel 9. Oh my goodness.
You're gonna put the floor in the
Well, you just stole my opening joke. Back to you in the studio, Tony. She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Or. Oh, that's great. Well, Jump Byra, hopefully you have a little bit more of your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve. Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before. He's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley.
Let's say again, he asks me to believe if I am allowed
Here's
to
Kyler
get
Bentley.
food for working with July.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live that's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I've been in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the unidentified one. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility, like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther. Oh yeah, Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true? I'm not sure. I've never seen him in it, so I don't know there. No, I mean, you live in a senior facility? Yeah, that's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years, and that was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. Maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. For just a couple years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living a facility? Is it like what I'm talking about? Is like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about? No, it's like a regular apartment complex, but you gotta be senior or disabled to live there. Okay, is it mostly senior? Yeah, I've got like a lot of surveys that give cookies. Heck yeah, did you get hit on? Because I heard it like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit. That's like the number one thing I hate from your son. It's lots of blowjobs there. Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. It's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Anything bingo? Do you play bingo? Favorite bingo number is me 9. Wow. Yeah. It probably describes me. It's not really fun. That's true. 9 too. Favorite bingo number is 35 because I know about hipsters have bingo. Go to the bingo. Red Man's favorite bingo number is I8. Tommy's favorite one is come in his mouth. That's not how bingo works, Brian. That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. That is my favorite bingo number. Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors? I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit, and I get a bunch of other one-liners and people in the comment. Cheer the old people. How's the COVID hit the assisted living? It's like, they're running a place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown. Yeah, it's wild. Masks required, and even if there's nobody around, wear your mask. Yeah, exactly. People were freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late? No, crazy enough. That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh? No, it's really far east. Oh, it is? How far? I mean, not far east, like China far east. Montclair? Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here. I'm looking at Joel Byron. Joel Byron is our senior East LA correspondent.
responded.
David England says, be quiet.
Wow, real Joelberg champ. Look at that. Good job, Joelberg. Whoa, like
Ever steal any like jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question. No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set though. Red band or dominoes.
A cheesy bread? That's expensive.
$10,000 on a cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week in my life.
Wait, why would that be? I don't get it.
It's my impression of Red Band. Hello? That sucked.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked you this before.
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because only straight guys ask for that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent. But that's not because things don't work. It's just I haven't yet.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joelvira is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at this very often. Can you do that?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slip that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Tyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting at my access right outside.
I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze this evening. Allie, you've seen Kyler around the circuit, right? Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down. I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations, me and you accepted confidence for orgasm.
Wow. I didn't want to bring it up. There you go. Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by John's
Is that Channel 9? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right, let's see what we got here. What we got? Let's see. William Ford David in this room. Is that correct? At the same time? Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here.
God, it's unbelievable.
It's just amateurs. Absolutely. Sub-retarded. Like to call that retarded.
When Allie was a regular, we didn't have to deal with
At all. Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go. They cost me so much. Wait. Allie. It's in your head. In your head. Zombie. Okay. All right.
Said, do it.
Go grab Tony Gigley. I called Tony Gigley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. There he is, Tony Gigley. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Gigley. It is Tony,
Nevertheless, they
Ginley.
agreed to go
Here
ahead
he
and do
is.
this.
Tony Ginley, everybody.
Since
There he
the
goes.
destruction of
There he is, Tony Ginley.
Zero construction prohibition ultimately is a good thing.
So here's what the
And
most popular 2020 children's new names are. G-Lane,
it's a
Maxwell, too soon.
part of what's
There's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see.
and that is important.
I'm out of breath. So, I was hanging out with my little cousin today. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" He's like, "No, I'm only 6." I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" He said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry, I fucking hate Curry. Curry sucks talking to." And just then a guy came up from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very fucking tornado physique. Take it easy, bro." Plus, I think it's
Something that is
wow.
There is something that has to be worked.
There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Ginley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And
Okay. It's your first time on Tony?
I'm signed up, but I've not been on post.
Okay.
They look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
You've been exercising a lot. You've been out on your e-bike. No.
I don't know.
No, it's not that. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just went for a hike today.
When you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. You're like, "Oh my god, you look great." You do something. It's like, "Oh, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier." That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you
All
spend
at
it?
once, I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple things. I got them for they just buy shoes.
Jesus. Wow. I think somebody like looting on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Besides,
You're making a grave mistake right now. 6 feet away, motherfucker.
my goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike home conditions gear. So they're called ACGs, which is actually my initials.
ASG? ACG?
Home conditions.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable campers that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking? Does a specializes in trash piles and landfills.
I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, where did you get?
Right in the middle.
Oh
By the capital.
my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What do they use?
I work at one factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. He's a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
I can see. You carry the honest looks, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
Excuse me, I noticed that my hair is never been yet.
And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison warden.
Oh, Muscular prison partner right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit Fund. Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah. Do you remember any stories like was there any like that she was gonna stab us? Oh yeah, well not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would like cut themselves open just to like be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with your finger. So they could just go to the hospital.
You call that foreplay, Joe Byron? Oh. They made her like. They made her all kinds of crafts. Oh my goodness. Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch. And they also masturbated. What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton? I laughed. Oh my goodness, what's something crazy that we'd find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet. Crazy. I'm crazy. I make beats. You do? You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us. Absolutely one of the most dangerous things. He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on. It's very exciting. Turns out he's a big fan of the show. That's right. Oh, shit. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. After nice prison guard, let me search. That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You're on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony, and very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store? Oh, it sucks. It does? What do you dislike about it? Just the grease. Just grease. It's a lot of grease. Grease. Oh my goodness. I heard they have s'mores there. Let's have it. Here we go.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more?
Yeah, you have your own.
Air fryers. They have air fryers anywhere in my house.
You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous. Are you guys go to hell when you die? Oh no, I'm sorry. So these are just characters that you guys play.
Your regional TV horror host, Tony.
That was very scary. How'd you do that? Okay, Tony is very back to the kitchen. You go Tony Gidley, everybody. What's your social media? Tony Gidley 28. It's in your hair. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago. But one thing is here, you know this guy, very controversial thinker. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give to you the big red machine, the Red Dead revolver. The Red Dead with his red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out. William Montgomery.
or while I go at
You know, I wrote the set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform Showtime revealed a bunch of plaques.
So because I wanted, therefore patience causes the person to ask.
Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Skulls. I miss the old weather channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got world's strangest weather and shit as programming. Hey, check out YouTube. Hey, Red Man, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, do you blame me clear? That's a testosterone joke, Red Man. Is pretty much a bitch. Are you gonna really look at me that way, Red Man? Wow.
William, closing on a joke calling Red Man a bitch. That is not an angle very much used of Red Man.
When I saw Red Man, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his. I would never let you at my house. I was in his hole in his bed. I saw authority. Oriental.
The racist term from the 90s, you fuck. Wow.
Well, you really don't know what I call it. But you said I can call my girlfriend Oriental. You said I can what?
Red Man was walking over there. David, are you on camera?
Bitch! You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna get his ass. We were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now, they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubblegum.
Corona is William and Red Man.
Bubblicious. Hey, Red Man, I did send you the new Jennifer. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlikely. Red Man is about to murder me.
That's not how
However,
Yeah, where do you think we are in the Orient? Creating a new Bennington Death Squad. Yeah, where is the Death Squad? The Orient?
William, let's talk about yourself.
What's that? I didn't see anything. Let's say that, William. That sounds very disorienting. William, thank you. I appreciate that.
William, you had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin.
what's the case here?
I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson. Sales are making Jumanji. I've been running a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji today.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
Right.
You know, this board game. I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Oh, Red Man is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
where did you see this?
He did his man at my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. Outlet in my house. My girlfriend is like, yeah, that story.
This is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
You weren't in his house, correct? Were you
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look like? What did it look like?
Sort of like a scroll grabbing
We're bringing a rise in the case.
What did it look like? Who messed my joke up? Who said that? It doesn't matter. What did
getting at, Lucky?
William?
No.
What did you say that it
Shiny
looked
was
like?
yeah.
It looked like when Red Man stuck his penis through
Rabbis
the
were
shower
by the
hole in his girlfriend was bending
No,
over.
literally,
It looked like a
literally,
squirrel
that's
to peanuts.
should be called.
A squirrel
Look, I love the
holding
nice stuff. I love
a
the nice
squirrel
stuff.
holding to peanuts, and I didn't know
What
it.
noise does a squirrel make?
As long as the get is not yet.
I heard a bunch of that.
You're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow?
He's actually
How about a horse? Oh, that's what a horse does?
What else can we hear?
Okay, a skunk. Right. How about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going to the match.
Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make? This is really gone downhill fast. Alright,
I don't think it is.
one last one.
Really, give my best.
Impression of the dog.
I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose.
What do you think about William's style? You know, I love William.
How long were you regular? I feel like
How long were you doing it?
I've now been doing it a year and 7 months.
She's longer than you. I remember, it's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard you supported Queen.
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song, and I just get into it. And I can't help but think, where's Red Man's Chinese girl? I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Okay, where's your girlfriend that beats you up,
Bitch.
Yeah, why don't you show me another cruise every week from you getting you little
Are you fucking with me right now? Did you read on the news? She's in the hospital. Why? Because she hit herself and called the cops and said that you did it. She got in a fight with the hips.
Really?
I'm kidding. That was I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. Say Dateline.
Alright, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito? Mosquito. A bug. It flies over. Sucks the blood. Could you do an impression of me? Let's do one of Allie. It's very interesting. It's an interesting take.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Man?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now. Did you realize I am a dice shooting gambler? Is there any sort of what's that word again? We're up in space. Is there any gravity?
That's a great right, Red Man impression. But the ice thing was going to tell you exactly that.
Give me another one.
No, that's it. Okay, here he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. He's William Montgomery. That was kind of like
My mouth tastes like Clorox.
yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver.
I mean, Trump said it would work.
No, that's not what he said at all. So he said there should be some kind of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. And he was right about sunshine killing it, but they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Allie McCoxey. Thank you, Mr. President. Don't you produce these podcasts? Oh my goodness, you stop it.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket. Now we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Here it's going to be Pedro Mijo. Everybody, here he is.
successful. That's not
There's
really
Pedro
successful.
Meatball.
Successful.
introduction.
And when
So, you know what I find
they
very
need to
unfair?
relax the standards to
I
make it
find very
successful,
unfair when you're
they
fighting a
do it.
girl.
They
And
do
her
it.
friends find it
When
very odd
success
that
is
she is
accomplished
fighting
through
you, so
relaxing
she
the
gets into it.
standards, that's how we do it.
I also think that it's also unfair that she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in, fucks him, and just
That's this world
So,
doesn't work. This world
there's
is out.
that.
Plus the people.
There was a time I had a girl that I was really
I'll be
into,
listening to
and I gave
Get
her
close up. Not sure about
despair. And so
Hey, you're a coach.
also known as Mamalo. Now, by the way,
Hey,
I
you're a
like to
coach.
say hi to her.
Go ahead and abolish the gate. Remember, has the ability to gate yourself, thereby lifting it from its status of good objects.
So there was a
So your question was
there you go. All I have to say there is a Pedro.
now she points out to the top of the path. Your question, they will get close.
Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long you been on comedy?
Month
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic? How old are you? 25 this year.
Which makes me 6 this year.
When? When's your birthday? September. September what?
22. Virgo.
What's your September 8th? Oh my goodness.
Actually, I'm raging on TV.
Also 9/11 is that joke crash. 9/11.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
Why did the chicken cross?
Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like we might be 17 soon. You are you just young ages. Any of your classmates?
So because of that,
Who's your favorite science teacher?
he is so motivated by that, but he has the clock to go ahead.
Okay. Grandpa is still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps the bleach poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work? Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Because I just feel like there's so many things to do with the day when we need to be sleeping.
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory. It's a cookie factory. A cookie factory? Yes. Grandman's new favorite comedian of the year. Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Meat and cheese, a different story.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the Jenny crazy hair stuff.
Yeah.
Tastes nice.
The cookies that you make taste nasty.
Taste nice.
What are you good at? Do you make shitty cookies? Write shitty jokes? What's like a talent that you have? What did you serve? What did you do? You serve them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really? Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in? The Army. I feel like you're lost. How many push-ups can you do? Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, very aggressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Here he goes. He's hogging it up on the swing back to his seat. Pedro, what's your love life like? Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend. I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
Why don't you acknowledge your girlfriend?
She's not.
Where is she?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
She's
What? Think she's what?
That's just it. I'm more than sure she's pretty sure I take the chance.
What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with her family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith she's with her.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like,
Oh, okay. So she's with her family. Jesus Christ.
you're married. She's no longer with us. She's with me.
You have a really interesting energy. Like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous and you're trying. Like I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you, and it seems like you're really charming and sweet. And you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend. Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
Having flashbacks. Actually, there was a shooting and I was there and they thought it was me, but no, that was
Oh my goodness, wow. Why did they think it was you?
it was white.
You're not white.
Everybody looks at me and they're like, hey, that's the white boy.
No, they don't.
You obviously don't know where I live where I live.
Nobody knows that your name is Pedro and you look like a Pedro. Oh, look at that. He brings
That's the lightest dance I've ever seen.
What's his ring to? Joe Meyer, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you have called him?
This guy's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there.
He's only the podcast a million man.
Yeah, we were featured on Fused on Wild. Did you see that? Oh, what? We were featured in the club of, did you guys see that? Yeah, Those Digits was on a viral, a massive Mexican, it's basically like World Star, but for Latinos. Even on the episode where I asked him, what's your first pickup line when you meet a girl, and he goes, what's up? And it just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's very really. How long you been with this girl? Is she Latino as well? Is she? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be compelling.
I don't know if we talk about this. This is more interesting than.
Is your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights? What was that joke? I was confused.
So I thought that joke funny because I was trying to make a longer joke and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to the joke. So at the end, there was a good punchline and.
Pedro, I like your style, dude. Just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something in there, there's something deep in there, but I'm always good at, one good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent of what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential. There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. Fuck you. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo. Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad at the military. He's a bad boyfriend with a lot of potential as a comedian. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen. Roast God, joke writing guru, one of my favorite human beings, ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. Here he is. The great David Lucas.
Yeah. The WNBA is back.
He is accepting of
All
himself
these hoes are
and the rest
crying about their pay. Everybody knows the WNBA says, I think they should be paid by the hour. If they get over 20 points, they don't get a bonus. They're not getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to pay thousands of dollars to sit courtside and see a game full of layups.
All of them exposed
Until you hoes are throwing alley-oops and breaking backboards. Sorry.
He's not female.
Oh, shit.
Incredible.
Tony has to talk to him like he's a kid.
David Lucas. WNBA is perhaps the most unwatchable sport ever. Oh yeah. You don't watch.
I don't mind it. I think baseball is way worse to watch.
Have you ever watched the WNBA?
Oh, W after this.
No. Talking about the WNBA. I mean, it's just unbelievable. By the way, it works. The way I talk to William works. I gave him the old shaky finger immediately. It works immediately. I get direct results. I've known William for a while now. I've communicated with him many different ways. I used to communicate like an adult, like a human, like someone that respects somebody. And now I'm stuck communicating the way that works. A lot of hand signals, a lot of this, a lot of that. Very good. Good job, William.
Communicating by reaching.
They told me to have him tell you that she aborted our baby.
Oh, is this true? Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm surprised David.
You ain't told nobody?
That's why my nickname is Back Alley. Oh, I like that Back Alley.
We were trying to have a mixed baby that comes that it'll be like the greatest comedian ever.
Oh my goodness gracious.
She got scared 7 weeks in.
Wow, she must have lived on down get her pregnant. I don't like to be exposed.
Yeah, that's why she went out of town. She was sad.
We would have the ugliest baby.
I'm handsome. Well, you're handsome.
That's so cool that the last comedian let you use his military sleeping bag as a t-shirt tonight.
Did you wear that shirt last week?
Or a couple weeks ago.
It was actually a couple months ago.
Yeah.
He's from the hood.
Tony's dressed like a gay marathon runner.
That's what I am. I've come out as both a marathon runner and gay in this past week.
Sprint to the dick.
That's right. I swear to the dick, and when I hear the gunshot, I go, oh my god, no!
What do you think of a Tom? When Tony here got Johnny called police.
That's right. I do. Even if I'm the one shooting, I'll call the police on myself. Excuse me, there's a gay man with a gun. Sir, is it you? Anyway, David, you talked about WNBA. Like, Allie, what are your thoughts on the WNBA? You're very pro-women. You are considered by many to be a feminist. You're very much, some people say, the next Amy Schumer. I know, I'm kidding, but that's interesting. Yeah, I don't watch no, right, no, yeah. And I also think that they don't deserve equal pay because they're not getting the same amount of views. You are exactly right. It's not because of like a men-women thing. I think if more people appreciated WNBA, then I'd be all for it, but people aren't into it from what I'm aware of. You are absolutely right. The ratings make it so that it is an absolute laughable joke. The only reason that they don't get rid of it, in fact, because it is truly unwatchable. The
only reason that companies lose money just to have the image of being involved with women, but no one else watching.
Yeah. I think it's good though, at least it's there, whether they're losing money or not. Maybe there's some young lesbians out there not sure who to look up to. Ellen's out of the picture for them. Now they have these.
Look up to Tony still.
Oh, Joel Meyer, how dare you? Hold on, keep Angel playing for a second. So I like this segment that we're into right now. Because now I'm going to switch over. I'm going to go to Skeleton on this one. Skeleton, what do you, another lovely lady of Tony fame. What do you think about the WNBA? You're very pro-women usually. Let's see what happens here.
If they want to play ball, let them play ball. I think they should do it in skirts, though, right?
Tell us about it. Skeleton. Yes, that's how they do it. They hit it with a trumpet. Yes.
Our ultimate joke was you don't even see women that stand up for women. So you type of see Beyonce and Oprah and you're
Hell no. Absolutely not. There's nobody who
at least one.
Yeah.
That's
wow.
Crazy.
Why did you do that? Jesus.
You thought it was a positive experience with your daughter.
Wow.
Shut your bisexual Mozart looking ass up.
Shut your head off.
You look like Beethoven's love.
What's that animal?
Will you roast me?
Shit, Allie's asking for a stinger.
Allie look like the type of bitch that committed suicide after she gave up.
That joke.
You look like you could just
The only thing she squirts is blood, which is there was that.
Okay, alright, over there, Vincent Shadow. She's really saying everything that comes to his head right now. Do you have anything else for this? Anything else for the Alley Rose?
Joe Bird looks like the homosexual Lisa.
Oh, you know what?
Fuck out of here. Stand up when you please.
Oh, William has a fan base. Okay, Vincent Shadow, thank you. William, did you have your hand up for a second? You did? Yes. Okay.
Give him another way. He's not speaking to my wife.
This motherfucker. I am mad.
Alright, get your ass
These are the hosts of
get your confederate flag.
These are the hosts of Brothers in Cursive.
Generally, it's generally.
Hey, Ellie, I loved you in Spider-Man 2.
Jesus, William is out of control.
Hell yeah, bro.
Spit in my mouth.
Tony, you should spank him on stage and be like shouting at him.
You know what, William?
You don't like it too much.
Strange spits wild right now. What's going on over there? You been looking bleach pads? Okay, there goes David Lucas, everybody. There he is, David Lucas. We love you, David. Great stuff. We're flying through them tonight. We're getting through them. We are flying.
I love the wrestling.
There they are. They are wrestling right now. Whoa, they're having a physical fight. Wow. The only thing David is slamming is a grand slam, and then he's... Guys, we are out of bucketfuls on this short bucket night, which means only one thing, everybody. We have one more killer, everybody. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, some people call him the warlock of Keltoni. Some people have said the goat of the moat. Some people have said the best of the dress. The chairman of the board,
Even if he's still a woman, as long as publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately he's guilt, but he's just going ahead with that.
Michael, this week, alright, so I love cologne, especially if you live in one of those cities that has shit in the water. How about Jeffrey Epstein for a cologne? Smells like teen spirit. Remember from the 70s, they had that cologne like Rabbi, and then when they invented it, they were like, micronized. I want more about hey, if the scientists formulate maybe we're doing a corona vaccine.
If you need a corona vaccine, Calvin Klein would
Have that bitch in 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
I wish my like a Macy's. Look at my face and freaks me. I look like Sammy Spacey. You smell me from spaceship.
Wow, most cologne.
Most
Most cologne.
I wear the most
I thought I smelled something. That's you.
hard one all the time. I go report. No need clothes when you got cologne on.
Wow. My goodness, this is very impressive. How many songs about cologne do you have? You like that setup? Oh my goodness. I can actually spray you with cologne.
It's just maybe. You know how guys who get fucked by horses, they gotta spray their butt with that horse corn? Hell, you end up seeing
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Allie and I both know about taking a horse cup once.
Brian, I'm sorry, I didn't have to honest.
I know, it's unbelievable. He had a drink tonight. That's all it takes for him to start throwing ice and spraying people with cold. He's wasted. I don't drink as much anymore.
I spend my money on corn, can't afford
Oh, you ranked food with good on that one. That's incredible.
Yes.
That's very impressive. Parliament sick. That means it's straight to the head. Right, just had a heart attack. Wow. My goodness, that is just absolutely incredible. Skeleton, what do you think about most cologne?
That's my golly.
Go ahead, Skeleton. What do you think about this? Okay, what do you think about most cologne, Skeleton? I can't smell, so I don't really get it. That's right. Skeleton lost her sense of smell.
Yeah.
Why not have lungs?
I thought the industry since
Here, you have to be asking
Most cologne, you're in the rap game. You probably have sex with many women a night. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question here. Have you ever by any chance had any STDs? Oh my goodness gracious. What have you had? That's a
What I said last week was I go into the I go look at it.
That was months ago, by the way. We talked about this. It was last week. But yeah.
I found out this. The only reason I love this show is to get around this thing.
That's not true. It's very able to like this.
I've been in my son, so
Oh, that is that one left a little stink in the
This is the instruction manual.
freestyle rap. You can do anything. Do you have any raps about homemade? I hope they hear it. Are you thinking of it right now? Oh yeah. Questions back. No, I'm just kidding.
Get the money and throw a rock into the
This is one of the smartest and dumbest segments in the history of Kill Tony, without a doubt. It's absolutely most cologne of really character. This is does the album come with any like scratchy samples or anything like that? Like a magazine where you open it up and smell I cannot describe in any words how much I love you.
Let's say again, he asks me to agree with I am allowed for working with killers, right? And I want
Jesus, most cologne. My goodness, now I see what types of smells you're covering up over there exactly. Hold on one second. What is your face tattoo say? I see some face tattoos. Chicago's second city royalty, right?
even though he's like that. Commission wants to increase output prohibited labor because you want to be the one who destroys the city. Get paid for it, it's not being served. So,
William,
so
no,
this is
you're
so
not
who
allowed
are
to
the second
you're
largest
not allowed to
country.
interrupt my
No, you can't come over here.
No. No, no,
Sleepy dreamer.
no, please,
Well,
no.
it gets awkward if you come near me.
There you go.
You see my online presence on my website.
Have a question.
William came over now. I will fucking kill him.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. Ali Nikovsky with a question. You sent me a DM a while ago that confused me, and I just wanted to get some clarity on that. Did he ask you for one of your wings? No. He said you might end up in a Rambo.
I remember it all.
Yeah, you said that you don't like my ex, David. I don't believe I have an ex.
Yeah, I got mixed up when I meet you up. But there's this David. You know Dan Fingerdick, right? You were homeboy, so she doesn't really do like your shows you used to.
Yeah.
David, I thought he used to be you, and he's the bitch. I'm gonna fucking kill
Wow.
him.
Why do you hate this guy so much?
I am fucking alone, disabled and everything.
I never do this.
Yeah, we know.
Go ahead.
Well, I came home from shopping, and it was one of my first nights. I was so excited.
Well,
I'm
some
back.
of it is
He
recognized.
was
Also,
like,
it says, do not plan to life
like,
in the field.
I just found
So,
out
I know
this
the solution is
hey,
right. Nick,
if certain
tiny,
bitches
no one knows what I'm knowing,
Those
but
are the guys that Ali
the actual goal is also evil thing of science. I'm gonna lie, it won't kill him. So what's that? So it's interesting, yeah, a little bit of a play on
Michael,
words.
Claire, I absolutely love you. I love Los Colonna, I love all of your characters. The Dice Man.
You can't teach anything. That's what you feel
living
like.
my seat out there, man. Whoever thought I'd be jealous of myself?
I love you so much, Michael Lair. You did it again this week. Most Cologne, an instant classic in Kiltony history. Wait. Hold up on that music because speaking of Ali falling head over heels, no, let's not do it. You don't want to do a skateboard trick. Let's have Michael Lair do the skateboard trick instead. No, that was tonight's episode. You can hit the music. Ali Makovsky's on social media on all platforms. Michael Lair is Michael Lair Comedy. Check him out. Watch all of his stuff. He's an absolute genius. He's the best. We love Michael Lair so much. MichaelLairComedy.com. He's got a bunch of amazing merch. Anything else, Michael? Okay, there you go. Absolutely. Let's see that drawing from Ryan J. Ebel tonight. There it is. Whoa, there you go. Whoa, it's drawing. My goodness. Frightening. Channel 9. Beautiful drawing. Everything's available at RyanJAebel.com. The great Ali Makovsky was here. Legend. The record holder for the longest tenured regular in Kiltony history. So much great stuff going on. You are at Ali's, not Ali Mac, on everything social media wise. Is that correct? Yeah, I deleted my Twitter, but I'm on Instagram at not Ali Mac and I have a podcast called Resting Bench. Twitter sucks. Yeah, Twitter sucks. You'll be off it. Am I still on Facebook? I'll come back at some point. Only garbage people follow me. Just end up a garbage fest. Speaking of promoting too much, it's Jeremiah Watkins, everybody! The host of Jeremiah Wonders. There's his Venmo for those of you that feel like giving away free money.
Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins will be headlining in North Carolina this weekend. Come see me in Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's okay. No need for the spotlight. Keep going, Jeremiah. Keep going, Jeremiah.
Minnesota at the end of the month. That is in Jeremiah Williams with Donald Trump.
There you go, Jet Ski Johnson, everybody. Very professional, everyone. Very good. Keep it moving, Jet Ski. Social media is Jet Ski Johnson. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Grandma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Grandma, what do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, it was to die for, totally. Awesome. Joel Jimenez was Joe Meyer the whole time. I just figured that out right now. Mostly sorry on everything. Mostly sorry podcast on everything. And if you think I'm a hot bitch, send me money on Venmo. Joel Jimenez, money. I absolutely bless you. That's right, and Venmo for Jetski Johnson is at Jetski Johnson. For those of you that actually read signs on that stuff, I got love to. That's a Venmo Jetski Johnson, all one word, JETSKIJOHNSON. She picks her spots on the show, hits grand slams, really picks her moments. Venmo Jetski Johnson, that's the first time we've plugged that in the history of the show. You can also follow Chroma Chris on Venmo as well. Oh, wow, Chroma Chris. There you go. Give it away. Jomer, you got me. Jomer, what's your Venmo? Joel Jimenez. Wow, that's why not give money to some people that don't always beg for it, you know? I'm also a Venmo. Go ahead, Allie, what's your Venmo? Allie Wachowski.
Michael Laird, what's yours? Because you probably have a lot of bills and stuff.
I just have a picture.
What's your Venmo? No, it's Comedy 69. You got that? That's your Venmo? Is that what you thought you were going to give money to some stranger? Oh, is that right? Okay, there's no way you're Comedy 69 on Venmo.
Well, just double check with him on Twitter before you send anything.
If you don't know the answer, you can just say, I don't know. I will. Yeah. Yeah. I will. No. I will. I will.
Instead, do it.
He is actually Comedy 69 on Venmo.
Wow. You know what? I'm sorry, Michael Laird. You know what? I'm going to give some money to you.
Yes.
I'm going to give some money to you also.
No, I had this real thing. I'm the one that
Michael Laird makes and sells incredible merch, so he really doesn't need to send money. You might as well just go buy some awesome Michael Laird stuff. People comment on that. Alright, we love everybody. Everybody's great. Shout out to Charlie from Vito's Pizza, Gina from Speedy, Ryan J.E. Belt. Amazing show. Thanks again to our sponsors. And
Thank you for coming to the Comedy Store, guys. We love you.
yeah, it's incredible. It's all happening here at the Comedy Store. Check out the live shows on the patio, streaming live. If you're in town, grab some Vito's Pizza on your way. Have a great night, everyone.
Society, you should both take the culture. Yes, you know, it's not revolution, it's we have noise in the noise is your place to stand in justice. I think that's some lifestyle choices. Live and that's we have we are living in a society. And another hand, also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the place this world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be. Because if you let people express and people can become more, sometimes they was more ultimately they're going to become more victorious. So the refuge is
Coming live from the Rock Famous
yes,
Comedy Store
Tony
Beaver
Iris.
for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
About
Hey, what's up, everybody? Bright Green Band, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony, live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy store. Like a mushroom. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist is here, the great Ryan J. Ebel, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbel.com. Every episode, every poster.
He draws all on mushrooms.
Yeah. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbel.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Before we begin tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force. Let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background. It is so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. That's ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony to learn more. You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into bed. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about with a real doctor who can prescribe real medication. It's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
And with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff. Be part of their business. Sign up. Tell them about it.
If you have something I'm working on right now, that every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DeskOne.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I know that they're a sponsor of ZipRecruiter, you can go there and see all one long list of
There you go. If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors, go on over to DeathSquad.tv. Man, traffic. The traffic's going to hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is
I mean, sometimes like you're like trying to buy something, might as well get a coupon code, save some money.
save some money, save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out the list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range of Kill Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform on the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do. Snake Fest and all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500, with Josh Adam Myers. And some more guests for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me. A brother in arms. On your Spotify show, The 500, where you go over the 500 greatest albums of all time, according to Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
Listen to a Pink Floyd album.
Every album that's on that list that you're like, let's not even talk about this album. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. I fucking love it. I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh,
And everybody was like, you're like, I'm only gonna know one song. It's the only one I really like. You put it on. You're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
that version, her version of Nothing Compares to You does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I pictured her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking, I can cry every time listening to that.
Doing this on my favorite song. Prince wrote it. People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like pulling water flowers, and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks this is a song about like love, and it's written about a woman, but it's written about love.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's at least the fact that my friends brought up. I do the research, but like I have a reviewer that just gets everything about it.
And it's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah, I mean, the song is biologically correct. Wow, anatomically correct. And it's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets. Going down the list to the number one. Yeah, like you start off with what Milli Vanilli or something. I wish Milli Vanilli was on this. That fucking slam. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music. And he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, how do you not know that album or that band? And I'm like, well, I know the band. I just don't know the album. I know certain songs. And so I just got bored one day. Like, we're all listening to the same music. And if you just go in there with, like, all right, I don't care. If this is the style of music that I like I'm just going to open listen to it. And if it, like, if you give it the time, like, that album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, what's wrong? Like, I hate it. And now, like, that's the greatest album.
We have a band on this show, and I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be impressed with this. Alright, with no further ado, every single episode the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stropher, Jordan, as Jensen, Jason Johnson, Roman Chris. Oh shit. Oh shit. I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. Oh Yes. They are back. My favorite comedy sitcom of all time. What I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know until I said it.
No, I thought this was rock.
This is it. This is the real deal. That's me, Arthur, right there.
So good.
Blanche.
Blanche?
My favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name. Scary Blanche.
But he's not doing anything.
Sophia Citrulli, I do have an idea. Everybody on that show and I watch it all the time.
No, it's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight? Oh, I'm good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
As always.
Well, how you been, mother?
I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I look like what E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again. That's exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
So you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
That's meddling that way. That's Wes Craven presents Blanche. The whore crew.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am with you. Wow.
That was pretty lazy ass Clanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit. There it is. Oh, that was me my dick on.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us a new one.
Oh, no, Rabbi. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose is here. How are you, Rose?
Good. They told me I'd go and kill Tony, but I'll be honest, they never killed anything.
Oh, not even when you were in St. Olaf?
Oh, that reminds me of a story in St. Olaf. They wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew. I just couldn't do it. I ended up killing a rabbit. It was so cute, this rabbit. I named him Benny. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always had enough.
It's a true story.
Canned audience left or right there for sure on that one. I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this room. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kick-started with a bang, shall we? Oh, we got the one person. It's not number two. But fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him. You love him. It's the big red machine, Willie, and the lights out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay. Everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they feature anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bad. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down, and she said 311. That's all I've got. There you go. Took you a few seconds. Do a party. Everyone you do. You would see the biggest gift would be from me. And the car that dance would say, thank you for being a friend. What a performance to get this show started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through 50 seconds of thunder and lightning. Me here was probably your best setup. That really probably was your best setup. Josh, I feel like that's 311 joke. Big 311 joke. Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke. What do you mean, though? I've heard of a band in the history of bands. White people should not do reggae. I'm telling you, you're wrong about this, Josh. You're friends with them. Well, I'm a bass player. It's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. I was a fan of them before I was friends with them. 1816 a.m. Would you wake up to me? What song is that? That's not that song. That's not that song. That's not real. It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this. Have you ever seen them live? No. See, that's how I have seen them live. No, but I just see them live. I'm doing reggae. First of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is great. He should profile like it's Latino. The white guy doesn't do the reggae. That's not a 311 song. Speaking of, we're talking about a fucking 311 song. Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music. Jesus. What are you doing? Why are you dressed up like that? William, you gotta chill out. I looked over there. Why are you all dressed up like that? William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seem really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that? I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one wouldn't use his peripherals. There it is. There's the Golden Girl soundtrack. Golden Girl, you bitch. You can never make me come original, Josh. When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan. And I would go to a 311 concert and miss with you. Yeah. If we have fun. I'm willing to. Okay, I'm connecting right now, man. Ow, it's the first show. How's this happening? I'm sorry. I'm confused. Ow. This is like your 700th time on this fucking show. I'm confused right now. Ow. Because I've been sick as shit. We heard that months ago. I'm sick as shit right now. We just heard that. You just said that. I'm really sick right now. Yeah, what are your symptoms? Coughing, sneezing, eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups. Stephen Deary, did you check his temperature? What did he come in at? 97. Another symptom. You didn't, David. Another symptom looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. Who's that directed at? Who's that directed at? You, my nephew. Who's that directed at? Come on, is my penis showing? Yes. William. Whoa! Is my thing showing? Yes. Why is your underwear all squiggly? Why is it all kinky like that? What the fuck, man? Y'all see my pubes right now? Oh, your foot covers that big guy. What is going on? What do you mean? I've been working out, Josh. What have you been working out? Your boxers? It's the only thing that's big on you. Working out my boxers? Yeah. Only thing that's big on me. Yeah. I don't get them. This is so weird. I don't get it. Dressed like bottom. Like, what does that mean? What's bottom? You know, your underwear is all disheveled. Your cargo. You look like the garbage man in Bonnaroo. Garbage man in Bonnaroo. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez. Oh, it is. Is that your name? Yeah, all right. Garbage man in Bonnaroo. Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you as. That's your name, and that's what I'll bring you up as. Will you please? Arturo Rodriguez. Arturo Rodriguez. Arturio Rodrigo.
Arturia.
Arturio.
has the ability to gate desires.
Yeah.
What's happened?
William, let's talk about your personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? You've been wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado pups.
Prado pups?
Yeah, it's a, what is that thing called? It's a hot dog on a stick wrapped around a
Corn dog.
Yeah, it's a corn dog.
A corn dog.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado pups recently. Literally, I have.
So those like tiny corn dogs?
No, they're foot. It's a feet long. It's a foot long.
How many feet?
It's 2 feet long. Prado pup.
Christ, dude.
I've been eating it. Maybe that's why my belly looks like.
Oh my god. That's not a corn dog, that's a corn horse. Isn't that right? Sometimes I like to pretend like we still have some of that show.
Yeah, that would have gotten us. That would have been way worse. It would have been like, ah! That would have gone good. Why is your underwear like that? Can we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah.
What do you mean the
Can we get to the bottoms of that?
What do you mean the design? No, it's like out in. She's had his zipper's been broken on his shirt. My zipper's been broken out. And he wears his shorts. Makes sense. I get it. Yeah, pants like that. Super comfy. Kind of like 6 years. David, what are you doing? Moving around?
They don't ask questions, okay, bro. You're gonna stop this shit like the You know that, right?
I just hate David Deering.
Oh my god.
That's why I brought it up. He's a real bitch.
Oh,
Gloves on your hands.
Whoa, William. William, relax.
It's like he's about to go in my butthole.
Faggot. William, is there any truth to you throwing parties lately in the FBI threatening to cut off your water and power?
Yeah, I was with Jake Paul 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. What'd you guys do?
We were having sex with guys.
Yeah.
David Deary was there.
What's your favorite part?
With his rubber gloves on, inserting my penis into a guy's butthole. This guy's
That's what David guided the penises into the butthole.
He helped guide my penis into this guy named Dillard's butthole.
Dillard?
Yeah, a guy Dillard. I think he's from South Carolina.
Dillard?
Yes, Dillard. Yeah, like the department store. Wow. Mervin's there. Yeah, Mervin's was there as well. Y'all are really good at this one.
Was Ross there?
Ross was
How about
here.
JC Penney?
JC Penney's cool.
Was Cole there?
Mr. Cole was in Circuit City. Circuit City?
Oh,
That's
man.
what do you mean Circuit City? How's that someone's name? Has anybody ever told you you look like a Kraft macaroni and cheese?
Wow, that's an interesting reference.
I love Kraft macaroni and cheese. How did you think of that one?
Well, that guy over there, that Dorothy knows all the poor people's food.
How'd you think that was true? I'm a cold bench. At Jeremiah Dash Podcast.
Oh, Jesus. Alright. A lot of cereal lately. That seems to be the new big thing.
A lot of cereal.
So what's going on over there? Did somebody tell you that you eating cereal at a low camera angle is a great thing?
Let's just say a lot of likes.
You ate a breakfast burrito and an hour later you had a
I like breakfast. I'm not going to bed to it. I love it. Rich just do it. Keep especially. Keep doing it. I think it's hilarious. I'm your biggest fan. Keep eating cereal. Keep doing it.
Well, what the fuck do you do? You're eating 2 foot long corn dogs.
I mean 2 foot long hot dogs, corn dogs.
Corn dogs.
What do you mean? Corn dogs.
It's pronounced dogs.
Dudes. What do you mean? Corn dogs. I've been eating corn dogs.
It's much better that way.
I've been eating corn dogs. What is your diet for real? Are you for real? Like, underdog guy? Uncut. Watermelon.
Second the door here.
What did you say? The corn dogs while you're driving a electric car, which is a those Hyundai Elantras trying to set you up on track. Hey, what's up, y'all?
You're going 50 miles an hour in this thing. I mean, what? Is that what? Y'all are really messing me up. Man, why are you looking at me that way? I would just like to say that when you Hey, David, would you help me guide my penis into his bottom? All right, William. I love today's set. Like we actually said it. We're not kidding. That might be one of your best sets ever. Coronavirus joke, the masked singer joke, all topical, all well written. Very, very smart. Very, very. When am I gonna get on Comedy Central? When are you gonna get me and Josh Adams viral on your show? What's going on? I sent you letters. Huh? Won't even show up. 2 weeks in a row. You weren't even in the room. You weren't even months ago. The real hit would be the 500. If you can get famous before he hits number one, you can probably. You have 7.5 years, dude. Is that about how long? No. May 31st, 2020. Wow. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, so it's going to take us to the end of the world is. I'm just saying the episode 500 of Kill Tony is going to be, I believe, in April 2021. You don't think I'll still be here? Nope. Okay, there he goes, the great, the powerful William Montgomery. If you throw a party and invited everyone you knew, that's right. You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the podcast would say, thank you for being There you go. Might be the best TV theme song of all time. No doubt about it. Yeah, that's top 30. It's on my Spotify playlist. People love it when it comes in out of nowhere. You'd be surprised. Wow, yeah, play some of the songs from the 60s. All right, I pulled this guy's name out when we thought that our first comedian would be here. This is very, very exciting. This young man has been coming on and off the show for years. We have a lot to catch up with him on. Fan favorite, cast favorite, ladies and gentlemen. It is the return, the long-awaited return of Dan Nolan, everybody. Friendship never ends. I just got 5 years sober at the start of quarantine. That sucked. I wanted to go out and get hooked up to celebrate. I'm not actually completely sober. I did drop acid a couple weeks ago on my birthday, which I don't think counts. Some people think that counts. I don't. But I feel like I was up to finally 5 years sober, unless you are fucking late. I'll go into this. Actually, the guy who founded AA, he got kicked out because he told everybody that they should take acid. That's like really good for sobriety. They kicked him out. And then, like when he was on his deathbed, his last dying wish was for a bottle of whiskey, and they refused to give it to him. And he just had to die sober like a fucking dork. I'd be so mad if someone did that to me. I'd be like, are you trying to ruin my deathbed? Like, what are you doing? I'm going to do a bunch of heroin on my deathbed for sure. Like, if you don't like it, don't come to my fucking deathbed. You're not invited, you fucking loser. The crushes when there's that's the brilliant. Friendship never ends. They want to be Dan Nolan, the return, and I'm telling you, I know incredible stuff. So great material, all personal to you. Congratulations on 5 years of sobriety. Thank you. I love it. It's all about you. It's all true stuff. Fucking incredible and educational at the same time. I love that info about did you really do acid? Yeah, I'm a good day. I was in Key West. That's awesome. Did you immediately go, wow, I miss this drug? So I've done it a bunch. I've probably done it like 10 times. Does it help you with staying sober from other things? Yeah, it does a lot for ego. Like, I think I have ego problems, and it really just makes you step back out of reality and self-objectively. And I was just like, reading something like that. Oh, I'm not shit. Like, the universe is fucking gigantic, and I'm just like nothing but a part of it, so it's cool. Right.
Absolutely.
He's on acid. Everything's great, man.
It's like I'm fucking golden. I feel like a very, very tricky version.
Clanahan was dead, and now she's in my mind. Dan,
This is actually you, a plan kid. Go ahead, what are you gonna ask Dan?
that's a golden shower.
Rabbi Meir, he accepted himself in front of the release by Moshe Rabbeinu. He accepted for himself Shem's Torah. Haven, he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvos except for one of them. He's not being very kosher. The price goes on. Yachad did that still. Yain.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And with the shoes on, it's important for some reason. It's just,
Grooming, man. Your what?
My eggs are this wild look.
You don't have much lips?
It's like let's clap that.
So Dan, tell us more about your weekly. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Last time we talked to you, I believe you said that you were going to go out on the road and just do this wild tour in a car, right?
Yeah, I do. You and I both did together in New York. Escape. It was great. We did 4 months drove around the country. Still.
Do you have like a legit job also? Like if you're making money?
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm making even more money. It's crazy.
Tell us about it.
As like an assistant administrator.
You can get discounts on these scooters.
I get free scooter rides still.
Wait a second, where do you work?
I used to work at a scooter. You're a scooter collector? Rabbi is a scooter podcast.
Yeah. He's into the e-bikes. He's known for his cycling. A lot of people have been calling him Brendan Slob.
That's what they call him.
They call Brendan. So where are you working now? What are you doing now?
It's the same job as an administrator at a different company. It's like project management software for engineers.
Wow. Really good.
I learned to code by myself. I still don't have a college degree. I just learned it, and I make a lot of money. So it's 4 minutes. The company's remote. And so now I can do that thing again where I just drive around. Before the shutdown, I was like, all right, I got life by the fucking balls right now. And then literally that week. So before you started taking LSD, were you with your ego just like, look at all these poor people suffering during the corona? I am wealthy. Yeah, no, I had a bad trip because I was in Florida and I was coming up and I was like, oh, look at all these pieces of shit. Look at the beach. And I was like, why am I judging these people? I just started feeling like a fucking asshole.
That's how I feel. Yeah, I'm not an acid guy, not yet.
Do you want some? I have 7 tabs of acid.
Yeah, I can say I'll talk to you after the show, right? Or I can take one right now.
I think you should. Great.
How long does it take for it to kick in?
About an hour. Have you ever taken the Nantasser before?
Do it. You a fan of the Golden Girls?
I watched episodes and I have had the same reaction that you have where you're saying this show is fucking great.
It's unbelievable.
It's like Cheers too, like just old shit. Shows.
Yeah, those shows used to know how to write around their characters. So, what's your love life like now, Dan?
That's why I've been with her for 2 years. We've been together. I just moved back here.
Jesus, when we met you 5+ years ago, you were the opposite of what you are now. You had like nothing together.
I literally still had scars on my arm, track marks. The first time I did this show, I was homeless. The first time I did, I remember everything that I owned was in the belly room. I had 2 suitcases full of everything that I owned because I did a job for the media every day. I had just moved in.
motel I was living with some girl, and I had nowhere to put my stuff, so I just left it upstairs.
Wow, I love this. Look at that. Now you have money. You're healthy. You have a good suntan. You're taking care of yourself. You have a great relationship. You're happy. And you're writing jokes about all this. You're turning it all into a positive thing. And that's also funny.
Yeah, it's good. I wish I could do. I'm not doing a lot of material about drugs anymore. Like I'm writing new stuff. It's just about actual life of a person. But I just
Drugs used to be your life, and now it's not.
But I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. So don't drop the fentanyl here. Shut up is worse. I always have a good fentanyl joke in your back pocket. Literally every time I hear the word fentanyl, it's just funny. Oh my god. Everybody should try fentanyl.
That is only those do not represent the opinions of Kiltony and the comedy scene.
I thought that was Josh used to be when I saw the guy in comedy jam, I was high on oxycontin. Wow. Yeah, dude, I used to go to downtown LA and go to Fifth and Broadway, which is Pill Alley.
Let's check out the booze.
Yeah. How you could do it on purpose? It's way better. That's what I thought. I didn't think people went out of the way to do fentanyl. I thought that was just something you fix. I mean, I put a patch on me. It's like 100 milligram fentanyl patch. I mean, and it just was on me for 3 days, and it felt great. I went to a Washington Wizards game, and it was amazing.
That's what you have to do to make a Washington Wizards game.
But dude, I was like, we were losing by 20 points, but I felt so good. I was like, come on! Let's go! You're a champ! I just kept saying shit like that.
I would love it, man. Well, Dan, congratulations on absolutely everything. You're one of the most awesome fucking rags to riches stories in the history of the show. Now that we've been doing it for over 7 years, it's cool that we're really getting to see some of these incredible storylines develop with people, and you're one of the best ones that we have.
But yeah, no, it's great to be back. I just saw you were back here.
Now, look at that. That's how fucking quick it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the return of the great Dan.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey! That's the way it is. Hey, alright, let's keep it rolling along smoothly. Your next comedian, a regular on the show. He's a great writer, a great stand-up comedian, and a great roaster. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll love him. It's David Lucas. David Lucas.
If any black person votes for Biden, I think you're fucking idiot. Breakfast Club basically said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And then bring this Hispanic and black culture like this diversity. Just go ahead and say but I don't trust Crime Bill Biden because his crime bill is responsible for more black males than COVID-19. Like you guys are in order to black people, dog, you might as well pick Flavor Flav for your running mate. Because you can have a shit with your bitch. You're trying to get black folks and get some free chicken out there.
You're right. Everybody's done 50 seconds tonight. That's good. That makes sense. It makes sense. 50 seconds is the new minute. We used to have the crowd, a room full of laughter.
So you're saying you're voting for Trump? You think like in an audience, you think Tony just came. You think like a joke like that, like a full audience, you think that's going to work, or it's going to turn half the audience against you?
Whoa, Red Man.
I don't think I can.
Red Man getting
because it's like, bro, both sides, you can say neither political side is for black people, but I like my racism intent. Trump is really having an intent.
Or my best friend David.
Come on, Red Man knows what he's talking about. He watches CNN for 3 minutes a day. He has a very educated opinion on politics.
Gonna start calling him a little bit.
He likes about the Republicans is the
All I'm saying is that that's kind of like, you know, like an abortion joke.
or like a poop joke or a bubble joke.
No, I mean, like, that's going to get people angry against you. But
How can a person communicate and come on TV and say, you're not black?
I mean, I never know to say that. He did. It's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it was global news.
I think the key to doing, especially in Los Angeles, and doing like a Biden joke, is just you gotta balance it out with a Trump joke. You know what I mean? If you support, like, it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
Look,
We'll start with that, and then you go to the Biden shit.
that's it. You know, that's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. If you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but you know, in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, it's not on the coast.
I'm really not voting anyway in California. We have the electoral laws.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats, Republicans, liberals, or conservative. It's about race and him pandering to race. Exactly. Which is absolutely true. And it's something
Don't you think Trump panders to white people, though?
absolutely, yeah.
Fuck it. So feel the truth bombs. Welcome to Hot Politicians, my mom. That reminds me, I saw him pander on the zoo the other day.
But I mean,
Wow. We really
I didn't really want to come over here and talk about politics, but it's like if you look at his executive orders, they help the most.
And that's what my point was, like, in doing politics and stand-up, it's almost kind of like, why bother? You're just going to fuck this.
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work pieces and write jokes about different things.
And things that are happening, I'm
Not be a one-tone comedian.
topical. Jokes.
Absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone has taken a picture with just to prove
Nigga, I've been going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
Nigga, I have stayed at the Trump Towers before. It's nice.
It is the best golf course I've ever seen. You're just saying random things now.
Did he say the Trump Tower is a hotel, right?
Yeah.
But I said, so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel. Yeah. Have you stayed at Mandalay Bay?
Many times.
Really? Yeah. Because it's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay, where?
Now it's not. Where do I get these problems? So I was born in a circus. I'm a little bit.
If people don't know circus, you're broke ass on Twitter. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about your episode with Bud Mass saying that it was blackface?
Oh my god.
It was mud, it wasn't blackface.
I'm just glad we all learned something today, despite our differences, and we're still best friends.
What did we learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Man just canceled brothers in person.
Maybe because of you.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I've really lost track of all of this. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What's the new? Oh. Come on. That's not
The sequel to Us. Yes. It's a third one to Sex Toy song.
Somebody dressed like he said, dildo insurance.
Oh, come on. Why, do you need to buy some dildo insurance? Because we have a really good rate right now.
$5 deductible.
Hey, we will let ridiculous. The dildo business. There's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. There's fucking dildo insurance, there's booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of the skateboard. I'm going to starring
Starring who?
Gaston. It's like Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know where Twitter. I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on.
Seems like that accent's kicking in.
It really is. It really is. I'm glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking in fast.
I'm going to take the dog whenever you were able to see
I
that.
like it crazy. I like it like that.
These battles are Marvel, what is the hell? Is the Jew allowed
No, it's not God. I'm just saying. It's true. I respect your advanced opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m.
Yes, we
That's what I meant to. He understands how laws work and everything, right?
The law of gravity.
It's a beautiful thing.
See you again for Rabbi.
I'm just kidding. You're not wrong. You actually thought that he just Is that true?
Oh, no, that's fine.
This incredible electric car with a real light in it.
It has an alarm.
Jerk off. You ever jerk off to a photo that records it?
Yeah, it takes video.
Whoa! What is it? Anything good happening out there? Can you see?
It's just because it's part of yours.
I don't know.
David, so much fun. I love the performance side. I love when people do things out of their comfort zone, things that are different. And we've only got to get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. Everything's good. And
I don't want it to be.
yeah, great stuff. Respected and would shock people and be very compelling.
Yes,
So
yes.
we love you, great David Lucas. There you go. Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this young man. He's made a couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy veterans here at the Comedy Store, a future paid regular of the Comedy Store, current door guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage and off. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
It says, Yishmar no, take the job,
Mitch
take the
Burrow,
job.
everybody. Come on, give my hand, guys. There's a few people behind me.
I recently found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. The people who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and still complain about it. Right? Like the other day, I was with this guy and he was like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night and the whole time she just laid there. She just laid there and sucked. And I was like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? Just try doing it alone sometimes. I don't really think you appreciate the situation. Right? Plus, me personally, I don't like it when they walk around a lot. Makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. I have a southern accent. I get upset when people pick on accents. The other day, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accents. And I was like, no, watch, that ain't gonna happen. So I turned around and let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad, I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Mitch Burrow.
you. And
let's say again, he
nothing
asks me to
at all, but I think you are going to do my best
for working with Shabbat, right? And I want his assistance.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tony?
How's it going, buddy?
Guys,
It's going good.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm right there with you, bright and early on the golf course, hitting the links.
Yeah, they have the best game.
That is true. I tend to bring that out in people. Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch won.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a beautiful game, early morning, beautiful trip to the top of the mountains, a beautiful Pasadena, California. And this fucking guy has a natural stroke like you could not believe. Insert gay joke here. Well, that one too, I guess so. Absolutely, thank you for beating me to the punch there, Mitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We have an arm follower. We got a golf. We had a spiked arm.
Which is a John David.
Yeah. It was fucking awesome. Nothing better than a fucking Whipper lemonade iced tea at probably about 10:45 a.m.
Yeah, can I real quick? I just want to off timing. Josh is here. So very funny happened to be there.
This guy's a big fan of the 500 podcast because he thinks it's about his weight.
Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And then she wanted to do it for fucking pumped. I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick sucked by Josh Adam Myers." And she just said, "Who's that?" And I was like, "Yeah, never mind."
Thinking of Josh.
I never came harder.
Why I pop in your head like an erection? And somebody every comic was saying,
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has a when she gets a dude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you. But
also, Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch. And thought it was fentanyl.
Stole it from my mom. I know it was real. He has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, and you just have a sour patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch.
Don't forget about all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How hard was it
for you to change the band name to Lady A?
Lady
Antebella she's a southern, she's a country band. Antebella represents slavery, and then she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A instead of just, completely different.
And then it turns out there was a black female artist who's been Lady A for a long time, and she sued Lady Antebella sued Lady A. Yeah, they sued her. She was like, we care about the sued a black woman from the past for changing after they changed their name to Ernie.
Yeah. To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
David talk a lot because I feel like you two are just
Yeah, we started working out together. So
you're just like fucking Trump thing, right? I can see that voice for Trump. We're just gonna took credit for your win today. Yeah, that's what's funny. That's Ben's running joke with us. It's the only thing running. I love it when you're talking about all those jokes. Are you a Trump supporter? Good question. No. Josh. Oh, you're not?
No, I don't like the way this is. I heard you say that you're Republican. See, that's the problem. You can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I don't like fucking idiots. Yeah. And you can cheat. Okay, I'm not looking for a slug claim. I'm appreciating it. But like, it's just keep going.
So, ignore the band.
It shouldn't be a team sport, right? Like when that dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers, all the Republicans should have been like, hey, you know what? We'll take the L on this one. Democrats can have one come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids. But they said, we're gonna, this is still our guy. that's what I quit.
Exactly. So now you're going to vote for Biden in this upcoming election.
No, I think I voted for Gary Johnson last time. I'm just going to keep voting for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
Runs every 4 years.
He wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man. I like that cheesy business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat and blue jeans is like the mullet of attire, so I dig it.
Very interesting. Did you ever, who else have you voted for in the past?
I only voted
Jimmy Dean.
that my grandmother was asking me what kind of sausage I wanted. I was like, Jimmy Dean.
Is it right?
I really only voted once. The rest of the time I was like, oh, it's okay, everything's cool. And then Trump started running those. Like, I wanted to go.
Did you vote twice?
I just wanted to go third party.
Right.
I only voted the you don't need to vote for just bigger.
Unless you have, right, I was thinking about your absentee ballot back in
No, I never did that. Even when I was at Oregon, I never voted because I just figured everybody else could figure it out. I shouldn't. People like me shouldn't be voting anyway.
Right.
You look at the ballot and you don't know half the names on the list.
Usually when you're voting, it's for New Mountain.
That's not fair. Here's what South Park did a thing about it with a fat guy and a Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew used to be energy drinks. And it was the extreme people. Motorcycles, fucking skydiving, fucking it was do the extreme, baby. And then South Park was like, look at that fat bald guy with a computer. And that became the joke thing. It ain't right.
That's a distinct white trash. That's all I think of when I
Yeah, who do you think rides motorcycles and go skydiving? I just said all those
I'm
things.
just saying, I don't think of fat, like, nerdy guys at a computer when I think of Mountain Dew. I think it's white trash.
Well, then, yeah, I love it. I just don't want to be associated to it.
What else has been going on, Mitch? What's going on in
Just had a birthday.
Oh, shit. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You get to eat cake and have an excuse.
You bought me a cake.
That's right.
And I was looking at the comments on here, and someone said on the Kill Tony videos.
You're on an episode that you were on.
Don't do that. Oh no, you know what it was? I did post this. No, they like me. It's great. I can't wait to read about it. People who haven't done accent. I still have an ego, so I gotta feed it.
You still have an ego after reading the comments?
Yeah, I have an ego. Dude. Okay. Listen to everything that these fuckers and you were saying, and then you think a comment on YouTube is gonna bother me. They're nicer than what you guys do. Sweet, thank you. Yeah, I have to go read the comments immediately after this just to feel, because you're like, well, Mitch, I really ain't that bad.
So you read the comments and then what happened?
And so it was on the Holtzman episode that I did on Dead Air. That's what, yeah, so I did Dead Air. And someone said, I wonder if Tony still has a dark soul from when I did the DMT. And I told him, I was like, Tony, actually, his soul's very bright and shiny after I got that.
You responded to a comment on YouTube?
Yeah, I let him know. I ain't gonna let him talk about you like that, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And then now they follow me. I got a new fan.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta interact with these people.
Do you?
Yes, you got to.
I think you need to interact with these people.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that they
I love it.
very needy.
Did you get anything good for your birthday? A cupcake?
I got some flip-flops and some board shorts.
Wow.
When I go surfing.
Damn, you surf?
No, I did it. I tried it once. I had to use a paddleboard. That's... Actually, you shouldn't have said that out loud.
Please, we need video of that.
It's called sinking. Eventually, everyone does that. Sorry, which one's the whore?
That's this one right here.
That's the terrifying
What
whore.
would you do to her, given the jig?
Whatever the law allows. I I saw her doing that thing with her tongue. I like tongue stuff.
Whoa. Blanche, meet Branch.
I thought your set was really good.
Oh, what?
Were you the oldest one? Yeah. You know, she was actually the youngest of the actors. I got a lot of Golden Girls trivia.
Really? What else? What else?
That's actually, I didn't think you were going to follow up with
Quentin Tarantino, I believe, once played a pizza man or something like that. Elvis impersonator. That's I always get the pizza man Elvis impersonator.
favorite show of all time. I only saw
It was like a 3-second cameo.
I only saw one episode, and that was the one where the whore, she rear-ended a guy. That was her move. She'd see a guy with a Lexus or a Cadillac, bump into him, and then like exchange information and become slutty, and then like start dating. That's what she did. He got out wearing a neck brace, and it was like, I'm gonna sue you even though you're a whore. And that was what the whole episode was about.
That's true. I think we talked about this on a Ice House episode. I've always wondered why Quentin has never shown up in the show, and that nature everything in there.
I was dressed as Dorothy from the comics. I do a show at the comic store. Are you wearing the flip-flops? He's in the feet, so the one that would help that, yeah.
I always thought growing up as a young that Dorothy was a mattress. I thought so too.
Really?
Is that my
DR thing?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, because I never met a woman that it's just tall and hurt. If you're gonna have a voice that deep, you should be Arthur.
Oh my goodness. There he goes. Mitch Burrow, everybody. Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow. On everything. Dan Nolan Comedy. Beautiful. You know what? Let's go to the bucket one more time before.
But I think it's better that way.
Yeah. All right. Pull another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He's been on this show before as well. From the great state of Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the one and the only. I do believe he's here. Here comes, with no further ado, a guy that goes by the name of Nate Welch. Nate Welch. Here comes Nate. Here's Nate right here. Here he is, live in the flesh. There's Nate.
A lot of people think I ain't got no culture just because I look like this. Like shit. Like Star Wars. That's part of the well, if I ain't gonna start like that way, then bitches type don't believe me looking at this. And back to the answer, juvenile is a classic that portrays in the test of time. In case one took over for the 99s and the 2000s, and like it really bad to get them to take it for the 99s and the 2000s. Just imagine like a bunch of tortured tornadoes. He's up in the mountains for 12 years. It's the biggest clubs in the world. It's the biggest clubs out here. And it's a universal fact. As long as they got ass, they'll back it up with juvenile tells them to.
There you go.
And then you have the cash. After you do that,
Oh, guess you love me.
Fuck yeah, Nate Welch coming in with some unexpected back that pass up material.
she
Like a
says,
not good
you
predictive.
actually,
In fact, if given
you
1,000
actually,
guesses, I wouldn't have guessed that you would have gone with a juvenile
you actually see this guy. You told this guy was not this guy was
A lot of cash money references in there.
really far from all
Not
this
really
stuff.
considered topical, but
Remember,
educational.
It's like I got 10 minutes on the terror squad.
if he convert,
That was like a big gang warfare when I was coming up through high school. The No Limit Soldiers versus Cash Money
that's one by
Records.
your little one, never
Alliance of the Great Master P, Mystical, Self the Shocker,
Sea
Sea Murder with Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg signed with No Limit for a bit there. And then, of course, Cash Money Records, Juvenile. Bill Wayne, a tiny little boy at the time. He was actually little back then. And Great Birdman was also part of Penny Fresh. Penny Fresh. BNX. BNX was a No Limit Soldier. She was on the tank, as we call it. I was actually a No Limit Soldier in my imagination. I had taken a stance. I had taken a true alliance with it. That's what I would listen to in my headphones while cutting weight for wrestling. Running around with trash bags on. Or as some of you would call it, being right there. I'm kidding. You don't run around. So let's talk about a day you're a fan of Cash Money.
Oh my god.
That's why.
Sometimes it's just so much.
Come on,
you're from New
the
Orleans.
song trying to show you can
I have like a older friends that don't even eat in the high boys. They were so sick for a while. Any of these people.
I
You don't know any of them? You'd be like 35.
So
Yeah, it's like hippie.
went and sang to
I stopped listening to it.
Get a bit to the thick stuff if she said.
Yeah, you missed it.
And I'm still fine, 'cause I'm still fine.
Sing this. I went ahead
Did you start stand-up in New Orleans? Yeah, I did a few months. So they do have comedy there. I was told that they don't have like it was
They only
Okay.
it's nothing when I got here. It's nothing.
Well, what's the comedy club there?
They don't really.
However, yeah, you missed it.
The closest thing they have, but it's not far.
Let's see, I can sing
Doesn't
this.
even have a name, because it's just a noise.
Just because it's just, I got 20 minutes of other shit. I got 45 minutes on gumbo.
What do you miss about New Orleans?
Dude, I miss so much people. I miss my friends. I miss my family. I miss the culture.
You friends with a guy named Jim Bob?
I went to the gym in New Orleans.
Whoa! Knowing a move is half the battle, really.
Of course. Wow.
Goodness, what you were in the lower ninth?
No, Garrus is like he's very timid too. And we got everything was stored. We had that two-story house. It was like 18 feet. So it was like just like 7 floors. Yeah, my mom was downstairs.
Did you get like all your good
I
personal stuff?
evacuated. My family evacuated. It was games. Like, it was almost like a time. It's like what you're doing so much, it's just comes from routine. And you don't really think about it.
So all your stuff got ruined?
Yeah, I left when I was
We had a special surprise for you. We went through the house. We got your baseball card collection. Bring it on out. Here's the Hurricane Katrina with the pinned up
I had print as a close on the PlayStation 2 after the
I
trial.
wanted to continue the
And
existence
just
of
come out.
Say that again.
I had print as a close on the PlayStation 2.
GUINNESS.
Oh, wow. When that William Montgomery one is very
Facility to
Again, it was,
existence
I don't want to say it make it sound like a sob story.
Why should it be us?
It felt like the best thing that happened.
Here,
Not right away, but
anybody you know died in Katrina.
your shoe out here for the supposed to be very interesting.
not a grandma.
You have two brothers. Two brothers.
Grandma could swim.
One of them
The choice between my PlayStation and grandma.
You're both.
Did they rebuild your
town?
town?
They rebuilt it, but not like it is.
Okay.
Because like out there in boarding schools and it's all from your school, and after Katrina, they all got destroyed, so then you build one school. And everywhere.
Now they have an excuse for why no one there can read.
In the street is like
Exactly. That's not really an excuse. It's just more like, you know,
let's say, primitive. So
they don't,
they're
they don't like fishing.
Great water from around your neighborhood.
Yeah, they're the same places.
A lot of guys that you know talk like that one coach from there.
My stepdad.
Oh wow, really? Is that true? You talk to him often? Really? You beat him up twice. You won good fights. You dominated him?
Yeah, I'm not towards the team now.
Oh my god, well those must have been pretty successful.
Yeah, they weren't in there. They weren't full. You know what I'm saying? They was hanging on by the
Those Louisiana dentists don't necessarily keep it
Happy Thanksgiving.
wow. Thanksgiving? What happened? He wouldn't test the tape.
Nah,
Can you please pass the two for now?
I just, he had put his hands on my mom, and I found that out. And I told him if I ever catch him, what this is. And I'm calling him to Saints.
Oh my god. What type of hands did he put on your mom? Your mom said, in your mom. How did you do that?
No, like, that's it. My stepdad was assuming there's no hair. Like, no hair. That's my mom. I'm defending each other. Defending each other. You know what I'm saying?
You'll hit your mom.
I know some big bitches that can get $20.
Well, what's the biggest tournament you and your mom have ever gotten to? You're gonna go to church this Sunday night.
What the fuck do you think we're doing? You better come to church with me on Sunday. That's where you gotta go, is church on Sunday, if you know what was good for you. And Katrina really rolled over. You better go grab that crocodile in the dump now. We're going to church on Sunday, whether you like it or not. We do two things in this house. Gators and kangaroos. These are the things that I like.
Wait, Rose, what is this?
Oh, lady, I think the last one's kicking in.
So what did he do? He punched your mom?
Oh, yeah, apparently he hit
what?
at a bar.
Oh.
And I'm about to swim out. So he did a horrible job that night. I wasn't there.
Wow.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like I was on my brain. What if you weren't at the bar?
It was a different bar. No one would leave your mom at the bar that you were at. You take her to the bar next door.
That was fun.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take my 15-minute shrimp po' boy break. Yes,
You ever put your cigarette on a po' boy and do it at the same time? Louisiana, fun fact is they have patches where you go to the po' boy.
I need a po' boy pit. Just put a po' boy on a jumbo patch and take a hot bath and brush his head. A po' boy in the neck.
Wait, I've never heard you laugh like that in the history of the show. What do you like about all that interaction?
Yeah, he's also over here.
What? So much Louisiana references. Do you like Louisiana hot sauce? What else do you miss?
Like I said, I miss the culture, I miss my friends.
You ever go to the Tabasco factory?
His favorite singer, Yeah. But pretty much just
existence.
That's it. They have good hearts down there.
yeah.
Grusha
They knew
Sierkama,
we had to
helping
arrive,
arrive.
just down there.
Bringing arrive.
Down there, it is what it is.
Of the inheritance.
You
Yeah,
know,
no.
that's a little bit different down there. Hey, now, let's down there and they say,
Chinese is a year.
from the big easy.
Welcome to Louisiana. Oh, good night, mate. This is what Louisiana for. We got the grapes and kangaroos.
Have you ever been to Bourbon Street before?
One of the nicest reps this case.
Oh, go ahead, Joel.
Super inside.
I always love it when you start a reference with this is
But
super
I love
inside.
for
But go
myself.
ahead.
I love for myself. As long as
When you were ever like when a guy had a girl and he grabbed her in a party, you ever said you better muffle let her go? Let her go, muffle louder. Okay, well, fuck it. There's one.
Alright, it is that
Well,
one.
it's kind of fucking awesome. I love it here.
Good thing.
Muffle louder's the shit I enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, my girl. I thought it was great.
Definitely travel down the road and back again.
It is.
Nate Welch, so much fun, such a great time, so entertaining. Thank you so much. There goes Nate Welch. There he goes. Pay my rent, cause all of my money's spent. But except it is that time of the night, ladies and gentlemen, where we bring up our regular Nick Schmick. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, a force of absolute nature. Every single episode, including the Send-In Video quarantine episodes, this guy always takes things to another level. Fresh off of having boiling water poured on him in a Rambo monologue battle. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great Michael Lair. Everybody, here he is.
Being disabled, you sitting on your balls a lot. All men do sometimes. But being disabled, you do all the time. When the man sits on his balls, you can put him in the face. But when you're disabled, the word quick is don't in your vocabulary. So you stay silent on the fuck. Like some game of bullshit. If you have a footing, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Sitting on your balls is like giving birth. I have caught my penis in I burned it with cigarettes, not because I'm disabled, that's what the man paid me for. Landlord cash up, caught me 69.
Oh shit, there he goes. You hear that fucking yeah, shit is over. Fuck yeah. You ever sat on your balls before? Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, yes, I have. But luckily, thanks to the great people over at Sheath Underwear, my balls stay closely tucked into my body. But back when I was a kid, like in high school and shit, I used to wear boxers like William Montgomery, like like a guy that doesn't give a fuck or understand fuck gravity, where it's like a real fucking stagats over there, like a real fucking gagoons. Like a real fucking disgrazia. Fuck over. Sometimes I yell about William in it. Welcome to the show, Michael Lair. Unbelievable set. I fucking love you. I love that you're rocking the new Hinchcliffe Hulkamania montage on this show. Yeah, that's fucking so sweet, dude. my favorite part was when you said the word vocabulary.
Yeah, it's like a collection of words if you have cocks in them.
I like you, man. I liked your, as far as I've ever seen you, I liked your, like, aggression. You were really intense.
Oh, yeah, I ain't so much.
They should call you slow broken.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Michael Eric could come you after that introduction. No. No, come on, that's a compliment. Okay, he meant it in a good way.
I'm sorry, Tony, I don't know.
No, it's good. It's like a, you know, like Michael Larry, you have an earring for the first time tonight. Is that a real earring? Is your ear pierced, or is that just your wheelchair hanging out your head?
Pierced. I got a piercing 7th grade at the Clean Center. I put him in the gun. Because I'm more Hollywood and shit. And I'm fucking good. I'm really
You have a hat that is representing downtown Los Angeles, a place rarely traveled by almost everybody that lives in the city.
except if you're gonna wheelchair, we all hang out down there.
Now, why do wheelchair people congregate in downtown Los Angeles? Is there like a magnet down there that just pulls you guys towards it?
Yeah, it's a magnet to a crack pipe.
Whoa, I'm the idiot?
Yeah, I smoke crack and I'm moving.
Do you smoke crack sometimes?
No, but I am
What drugs are you looking forward to trying?
I do shit, motherfucker. Hey, no, I went to the doctor this week. I go to see their son now. Every doctor who comes in the room, they ask me, do you have a cold? I'm like, I'm not leaving with you.
Hold on, a commode?
Yeah, like a tushy.
Oh, like a bidet. Yeah, tushy, like a spring water in your ass. Yeah, but a commode is a toilet. A bidet is the thing that sprays water.
I want to say, Jesse.
The good news is I saved you before you got to the punchline. I cut you off, so now we can reset it. They asked you if you have a commode.
And the fact that if this is true, that doctor's probably like, wow, you think you have a toilet in his house?
And why is he so defensive when we ask him?
You guys don't even have a secret just filled with shit. Yeah, it's full of shit, this guy.
I go and look, I'm like a live beast. I don't have a flash plan for shit.
How do you know?
Because I'm really being more than 6. And these motherfuckers are doing it. Are you
What's David Lucas?
gotta be kidding me. And in the movie, they're the motherfuckers. And everyone today.
You have to understand why people don't have movie theaters. They don't go to the top in the backup right now.
I'm sorry.
So they have to get it in where they can. Sometimes they come to the main room and just get it out of their systems. That's quite the commode. I need a segue.
Hey, my son, and I can take that down, like to get a compliment.
Therefore, you get to it.
No, I thought you said you couldn't get a compliment. Right. Or a condiment.
I can't get myself.
So, went ahead and found that that was
Can't get a compliment out of yourself.
so let's say, I'm working in the shop, working in the office. I see everybody sitting there on chairs. If I lift it up, that's fine. The work is required by you to essentially so what do I do? I show up on sales, so try to pick it up. Or the other way, pick what doesn't come back. I can pull over and
Is the camera on, Michael, or is it still set for someone that's standing up? Okay, just making sure. That would really suck with this whole time. It was just old Charlie Chaplin back there.
It almost feels like I
Oh, come on, Michael. You don't have bad luck. Bad luck does not exist for someone that buys the brand new Hinchcliffe Multimedia t-shirt. You need Hinchcliffe.com. Click on the merch bar on the side and buy yourself one. It is really, really comfortable, and it's absolutely incredible. There's other things you can do with it. You can use it as a pillowcase if you want. You can have a little mini tent if you have any small children. You can just put tent poles around it. You can do anything. You can use it for anything. You can change oil if you don't like meat. You could dip it in chocolate syrup. Wow, look at that. That's what you use it for. Why? It doesn't have a cat on it or something? Does it have a cat here? We don't want your name on it.
Ryan, why are you so fucking
I think Michael might be right about this. Yeah, well, I have a promise. Why aren't you wearing the shit I have? For the small price of $30, he will give you a death squad. All right, this is Michael, another amazing performance. We fucking love you. Incredible stuff. You're a fucking legend. MichaelAirComedy.com. So much great merch, so many great videos, so many fun little Easter eggs hidden on his website. Make sure you check it out. Follow him on everything. Here comes tonight's drawing from the great Ryan J. Bell. Look at that thing. Look at that. Just incredible. Some flags there. Michael Air holding flags, and it's like a racing theme. Is that right? Is that what I'm seeing? I can't really see. I'm looking through the thing. We don't have a screen on the camera right now. That's what? Oh, everybody's fighting. Oh, I like that. That's fun. Very fitting. The great Josh Adam Myers was here, everybody. Spotify, the 500 with Josh Adam Myers. So many fun episodes. You just recorded one with Harlan Williams live at the Comedy Store.
Yeah, we're doing a couple more here. We've got Tom Murillo coming up, and we have Billy Gibbons doing a CC Top record.
Oh my God,
Yeah, it's gonna be
that's
dope.
fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope.
Awesome stuff. I love it. And hopefully we'll be back to doing the comedy jam again soon. Maybe up there.
God, I can't. Dude, it's the Hall of Fame of the goddamn comedy jam. No one has elicited response.
Well, let's tell you, this quarantine has me all pent up with energy. I have some special plans for this next one, so we'll talk about it when we cross that bridge. But I'm not gonna have a voice. Spoiler alert: I'm not gonna have a voice by the end of this. Speaking of goddamn comedy jam, another one of the great members of it and elite forces with almost every great Los Angeles comedy show. It's the great Jeremiah Jeremiah Watkins. That was Dorothy the whole time, believe it or not. I know a lot of you are thinking, wow, is that the real B. Arthur? No, that's Jeremiah Watkins. He's got a brand new rap music video out with Eric Griffin. That's available on social media.
Also headlining in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the end of the month. Come see me there at Acme. And Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. And look out for new episodes of Jeremiah Wonders on my YouTube, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. That's Jeremiah stand-up on social
There
media.
you go. Where can people get their reimbursement for the tickets that they're going to buy for the live show that's going to inevitably be canceled?
They've actually been doing shows there every single week, so
Oh, you're going to do it? You already have your airplane tickets? Fingers crossed for you, my friend. Going to Minneapolis, the birthplace of Prince.
yeah, Adam Green just did it, and he said the show was good.
Oh, awesome. I love it. What are they doing, like 50% capacity?
I think so, 35% or 50%, so maybe it'll be the first time I sell out and beat you to it. Hello.
Saba. Oh, sell out. Yeah. Well, that's good. At least it's not 2% like the milk that you were.
Whole milk, honey.
Oh, shit. Speaking of whole milk, the great Rose was here. That was Jesse Johnson, everybody. She's at Jetski Johnson on everything social media. What else, Jetski?
Follow me on social media.
Heck yeah, follow her. Go look at Squeak. That's right. I always want to say squeegee. It's not squeegee, but it's squeak. Hey, Blanche. Oh, that's not Blanche. Hold on, that's Chroma Chris. Wait a second. The whole time it was me. What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, it was golden, Tony. Oh, my dude. I always know what you're going to say. It's so crazy. I love it. Chroma Chris is at Chroma Chris on all social media. Correct. And Venmo. Oh, is that Chroma Chris on Venmo? Good to know. That's a new thing. And then, believe it or not, that wasn't Sophia, that wasn't E.T. dressed like a woman. That was Joel Jimenez the whole time, everyone.
Yeah.
What's going on, Joel?
I'm at Mostly Sorry on Instagram. That's it. I put everything there.
There it is. He also has a podcast called Mostly Sorry, which you should definitely subscribe to and check out sometime. TonyHinchcliffe.com has a bunch of fun stuff happening, including my Roast University happening. Business is booming over there. A lot of fun episodes of that. And, a bunch of new merch, a ton of new merch at TonyHinchcliffe.com. So, there you go. That's it. Michael Layer's doing it, so why shouldn't you?
Check out Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. Mitch was on it a few weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. And we also have Brothers in Cursive with William and David and Nicole. If you guys like e-bikes as much as Tony is, check it out on DeathSquad.tv.
There you go, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you.
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn. Maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history, your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Caltoni, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/Caltoni, that's expressvpn.com/Caltoni. expressvpn.com/Caltoni to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexander Rojo. Alexander never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexander to Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job, and a few weeks later, Alexander started her dream career. ZipRecruiter helped Alexander find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Caltoni. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Caltoni. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
There's also Ryan J. Ebel sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Ebel draws every episode. You can check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJAbel.com. They're all filled up with delicious Vito's Pizza, special baked ziti night tonight. Fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us pick up at Better Rock Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
Delicious caveman coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna know what those. Yeah, keeping enough of those guys. David is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments, smoothly to the lights. And we're going to have some fun tonight, so let's bring up the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Caltoni Band. Jeremiah Watkins, George Joel Menace, Jessica Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey, that's all good. Yeah. Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second. Uh-oh. Come on in. Oh, look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy, too. Wow. This one has great energy. Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. quarantine, huh? What's your name?
Mine's Spencer. We met once before. Expert Blockbuster.
Oh, you still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that in Florida? You know
You
about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. You seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 60 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Oh, Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16,
Oh, 16.
but I can play 16.
And what's this young magician's name back here? Hello, my name is Brent, and people say I'm the spitting image of Johnny Depp. Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp. Maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be Puppet, Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting the same old guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snort. I just moved here from Eastern Europe and I'm 62. I get the only job I can at movie deal.
Snort.
Snort. I'm not the Snort. Yes, in all our
Snort. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
the East part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
Doesn't seem like you've been going along with that thick accent.
Not much I work.
What do? You turn tickets? Okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snort, movie theater employees, fully in uniform. This week in California didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms.
It's 64 is probably it's on AMC. It's playing fire first. I get a new system, like the 15 month system.
Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, the murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things jumped in right from the start. We should not give it pre-selected names in there. Make some noise. Michael Blair. Here's Michael Blair.
I'm not mad at China for craving wrong in the map. China told me out this darkness. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just $45. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to America just to say, I brought it all duck. Screaming to the guys, free spirit. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Mickey Ducks baseball team. China won the world civilization by blaming the coronavirus. But man, don't they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh? Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck. Yeah, it was
just simply negate his punishment.
It's good.
And
You
also
got it.
allows everyone else to realize even if he's
Oh, there you go.
he's
Where's that
still
again?
as long as he publicly comes across
Where
as
are you
weird,
from?
ultimately again, he
Alright, so
or he
Peking
could go
duck
ahead
and the coronavirus. They made nuts, so okay, but they made coronavirus.
by actual
61
go ahead
half dozen
That's right.
half dozen days, baby. When I
and
get home.
acquire his rights. And we still remember is publicly aware
Hey, what's going on back there?
It's here's those snort decided to wipe out this mic. I'm going to bring a podcast.
Speaking of beacon,
is treated
Wow.
like an actor. All other things, with a hair first, you will choose the
Snort is the baby might be in the Easter Seals film challenge.
heroes, they must be lit,
Easter
they must
Seals.
let the rights open up your again, it's hard to go for the city.
But you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
And we will so, so we'll say, we'll see you tomorrow. Sounds exactly what that's why when you bring experience and this is the review, you should do it.
They have said that all their cast members will be witches. So I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take advantage of what they have practiced.
I'd love to see you say it.
All right. Now, Jeremiah is not here, but he's a fucking ass. Me and him are there's some desperate shit going on, because I messaged him.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's
have you ever seen his like wig holder? He keeps like all labeled in it.
He was, I mean, Jeremiah is the kindest soul, but the devil came out of him and asked for a wig.
Oh yeah, for sure. You should go on the road with him sometime.
So instead of I have a hat.
Yeah, we got time. Absolutely. So in place of a wig, it appears as though Michael's wearing just a hat. So we're gonna have to use our imaginations. What kind of wig? What would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig? Oh, a women's wig?
Sponsors for this new insurance
All
thing.
right, sweet.
I knew some
Okay.
All they needed was a lady wig.
this is representative of basically all the trade Russians this year. This says for this
Here we go.
and first sponsors for 1.5. I'm probably the first student of the crazy channel of the parents. This is all the days when
So
you
yes, in all auditions, you go.
Rosie's like in the memory of Stanley's Rosie's like
It's SNL music, but yeah, you can stop it.
Are we learning sponsors that can take growth into the yard state that we will segments will show them. Then it's the versions of what are these things of Harry
This skirt, and you get one of those little tips.
Father Ben Apple, Father
I
Paul,
am Michael Barrett, and I'll be doing it.
Mordecai Ben O'Leary. These sponsors for today.
On my t-shirt. Not in one yours.
Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Ruffle, with the house, the American Hospital, everything. So it's happening. The family's in the service meeting, we're shopping for the police.
She's a beast. She's both beauty and the beast. Here we go. Let's fix it.
6 or 7 tons of I said, Rab Nachman, so again, Rab Nachman, but being a Papi just what we see about Ani the Bax. And here, but Ani is sitting with them. University. Yosef, because I was right, he has to come in. This is a fascinating Safra Wishpa Yainessa. What is the halacha? It's an hundreds of Jews smash barrels of Yainessa. This is from over to the events. I'm going to pay $50 an hour.
Wow, that was
impressive.
impressive.
These barrels
Yeah, that was definitely like Aspen Lad style, or as I call it, ALS.
Allowed to see, to accept, to keep the wages of
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I've always wondered what Aspen Lad would sound like if she had
yesterday
various
that we
things
did
put
the
together.
concept of funds to generate from what may or may not be committed activity.
Is that the only character you're submitting to Saturday Night Live?
That are dealing with items that themselves will be also documents.
I mean, so maybe we'll see
Here,
more on
the
other
Apple is asking me to do something with the
and you
IMF.
come from your whole family,
So he's asking me to do something with the IMF. They're paying for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's up? How about me and me and people who don't speak to more us? On one hand, I want the
They were together for 70 years.
assistance of the IMF.
They were
Why
married
did I want to do
for
this?
but they Jewish.
The Arabs would agree on their own. I would use the opportunity to say, you know, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMF because I want it. Therefore, we can mix the process, but we can actually just we are being right. We don't just come in Rashi. The Swahili said, let's say you don't show for yourself. Jew actually wants the existence of these records. So when you start your actually I don't want to Ruben doesn't want to break up. And actually started doing because of this. So we say that since the Jew actually was, and it's something to think about, right? The Jew actually was, so yeah. I didn't mess up.
Yeah, you did hand me a folder
I don't
of
want it.
pictures. Should we go over some of these pictures?
So therefore, maybe that's
Is this really
closest to reality. So therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand,
That's great, great.
it is much better. This is
Oh wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a sword.
this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, like also in resistance. Again, ultimately, to
And we have these guys
describe
from
what the
Zero
is
Days.
the persons. Ultimately, again, So it says, Yishpat all of them. I'm not going to say, don't take the job, two take the job, get the money, and go our break, and it should be
Grandma's uncle, or it's a little more distant of a relative that'll
that is a good thing.
I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, was the designer of it. Yeah, nothing to do with the B&O. But the Pennsylvania Railroad
every performance, trying to kill. I mean,
Red man just dipped some of his some of his mashed potatoes there.
They came to do the half of Sonic Valid, 64 inch, that open motivated what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kill. Then I am allowed to get that shit about open, but شوف الفيديو ضعف البلوت بكل شوية أكون يا ريت عشان let's say أكون higher than this.
Almost very close to
So
Black
to me,
potatoes.
they very clever.
I experienced this for over a year. I was speechless and like over a year too. I tried
Let's say again, he asks
so
me
bad that I couldn't get for myself.
I am allowed to get even more paid for working. With and I want resistance.
You have an incurable disease. You think you might start selling stuff at like the last I don't know what I would do if I had this incurable disease. So you're planning like an auction towards the end or something like that?
You are allowed to go ahead.
Oh my God.
When that benefit ultimately even though you by definition want to continue to persist
He sold like a bike chain for like $800.
Yeah, but I still
because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it.
You should sell that magic trick that you did on last week's episode. Make sure they're going to work.
That's always their position to go ahead.
Love it.
But you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, that shit shows up over here. So let's say it's
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you went to a magician's store or online?
The keeper says, why?
It's not easy. It's not easy communicating with magicians. It was good, man. You know, peeking duck, China, coronavirus, duck, peeking duck.
Nevertheless,
Speaking of ducks, you ever play duck games? I mean, you can still play it as long as the person just says duck. No, it's good. You nailed it. I'm still picturing you wearing a women's wig for
Plus it says, do not plant Kuraim in the field. Anything you're
ever going to ask Jeremiah for, you can just ask one of us.
Do something to sustain
We actually like it when everybody does good around. I'm surprised he didn't ask you yesterday to go and do that.
Last week.
So again, Michael
Lehrer, everybody getting things started tonight. We love you, Michael, the great Michael Lehrer, everybody.
Because you can't do anything that ultimately
Fuck yeah. Spencer
can
Chen,
enable
for
the
instance,
existence of
doors.
it. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual break itself, but just something that sustains it, that's maybe considered.
Joel, come on. A lot of noises back there snoring.
Elo, you might say Elo, and you can just like
Twice.
charge.
Even though you're the only person on that microphone, it's pretty impressive that twice during one word you completed. I do like
because from a place when he wants to reach and close as fast. It's freaking me out. It's just there.
Okay, well if he does, you can unplug it and then clean it and then plug it back in.
Sounds like that is
How
going
about that?
to say what
Sounds great.
That's a bit
you want to say.
Thank you. Wow,
So,
wonderful.
no,
That's really great.
it doesn't be that.
Alright, we have some people in the bucket. Let's see what happens here tonight. I'm going to reach my hand in there and we are going to meet a stranger. Stranger things. Oh, wow. Well, from one man in a wheelchair to another. This young man was here and signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the silent Tyler Bentley. Here we go. Tyler Bentley. Me, this loves you more than you will know. Hey, hey, hey. I'm fine with it. I'm fucking you. That shit was gonna happen. That fucking was great. I do remember the last day I said to my dad before I got paralyzed. I said, are you still holding the ladder?
Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the campaign.
This is fucking awesome, man. I haven't stand up.
Yeah, I can ask you to do it, and I'm doing this for free. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's hard.
He's up on our DC, and I'm working on Instagram. Ultimately, that he does everything. So I love the rest, and you are not allowed to have favor from
I'm sick of worrying
but he
about
actually has some new so I guess that's what I mean.
catch it.
So all my focus was
Just
on me.
quit worrying about it. The problem is coronavirus, they're stingy. Yeah, hold up in quarantine.
He says, don't let us get free. You can't just leave that up.
Pass the Dutchie.
If the thing in favor is the structure of the
Tyler Bentley,
you
everybody.
still can't do
Hell
it.
yeah.
So it's the message that مش مراجعة لا the fact that you're saying it's something to do well, so you can put it in the
All right, Tyler, that was fun, dude. I knew I was gonna just it is weird. The bucket has a mind of its own. I love your holding the ladder joke. Very fun. Stand up, coronavirus, paralyzed. Is there just being regular paralyzed? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way? Like, I mean, is it every sweat? I broke my neck, so like I have paralysis. So I have yeah. And I don't usually worry about being paralyzed and take your balls away though. You're out here. Maybe your balls don't. I can't feel them. Where do you do this feeling at? How did that happen again? Snowboarding. You've been on the show before. Yeah, I like to lie about it. What do you like to say sometimes? My favorite is linguist. I love that. And that was 14 years ago, the snowboarding accident. Were you doing like some wild trick or something like that, or did you just go too fast? Damn.
That's it. We're done.
Trying to do a regular old jump, no like flips or anything. Shit, right? Okay. Well, that's fun. So, what have you been
everyone during this quarantine would have even
After he wants to destroy wants to break his shadows called GUINNESS.
what's your favorite
He
stuff
asks
that you
me,
talk
he wants that iron in June, what is it before the
last
game?
night?
$50 an hour. Great. So
What's that?
So remember, on
Place.
one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the I'm not saying anything from the top, I'm just trying to hold it up. But nothing said, do it and cover on it. So if it involves the destruction of
What is it? Now, what's that on?
Zara, for that matter, is prohibited
What is
item,
it, Ryan?
even though yes, I
Right now? Ryan's talking with his head.
do want to continue the existence of the INS. I get it.
Greyhound. I love it. This
I
time
want
he
to
said
break
Greyhound
I want
again
to break
with his
it.
head down
I
and
want
then
to
up
rise
said
up
like
from the
nothing.
I want
Trolls
to.
too.
Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do
Greyhound
the
in the movie theater.
proceeds because the destruction of people, destruction of Zara,
Have you seen Greyhound?
Greyhound, the bus.
Oh shit.
Couple
So what else other than watching movies? What do you do for food? Do you cook yourself or you Postmates? I got food.
Really such an interesting idea.
What store?
Yeah. Do you put yourself in a bowl of hot water and you're like, oh, and then you have some sauce on it?
And that is important.
Ready real quick. What the fuck did you say, Snort? Earlier? What did you say?
Now showing Tony's anger. He said, why would they cook yourself? He said, because you're
But you have food stamps, you say? What do you do? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or no? I gotta here. I'll show her. Oh, that's awesome. Like everything. Yeah, that's red band looks the exact same way. There's someone that does all those things.
here he is, the motorized bike. This way.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Ryan. How's that been on? How's your motorized bike? I saw a video you posted with you fake pedaling.
It's great.
Because if you let people do
Yeah. I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee, wee, wee.
The bike has different modes. It's like a mode that's just like having a regular bike, but then it's on like go fast.
yes, for the INS,
I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper. We called it. My brother and I had it. It was ballers. Literally, it was like a little Harley Davidson. 14 years ago.
Yeah, it's smart, man. The cool thing is, like, I didn't realize how close it was to me. So just like walk around this like that and all that.
Yeah, you live like less than a mile away from one of the most beautiful parts in all of LA for the last decade and a half. Just it took you one electric motorized bicycle for you to find it. Ryan thought Burbank stopped at the Starbucks that he passed. Well, that's it. No more California that way.
Red band is what we call a sadder.
Kyler. Any other fun facts about your life we should know about? I like to draw and picture that I brought. Ryan J. Oh, sounds awesome.
question. No one draws Ryan. This is an interesting moment in the history of the show.
I know, he's like,
Ryan Reigns was pulled in the word gray, not into a strong
Does that money you have
so
to
we
be
call him Grey Goose.
take on the
He's a
same
pretty
identity
interesting
as
looking
the
character.
Well, me professor done that the other
First person to ever draw Ryan James, paralyzed from the chest down.
I
Whoa! Look at that,
just
Ryan! Accurate. Ryan's I've seen him before. Either that or he has no respect.
I know, like, this looks great. Hey, tell me, Ryan, that was Ryan just did.
So now he says that he was missing.
Very impressive. Now, did his drawing something you've always done, or did that mostly start after the accident?
No, I've always
Learning how to hold a pencil. My hands are unfortunately paralyzed. Very fucking impressive, and it shows a lot of heart. It's a very hard thing to do to draw Ryan J. He's drawn us even over, perhaps, I don't know, 400 episodes of the show. How many do you think you've done, Ryan? Definitely over 300. Well, Kyler, awesome stuff. Very fun performance and a very fun interview. Thank you so much. Kyler Bentley, everybody. Kyler Bentley, he just did good on the show.
I'm reading the
That's interesting. Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here? Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out? You getting this? Detroit capture this. Can that light swing to where Michael is? Yes. Yes, it can. There is a gouge.
The story has not been nonetheless.
That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that, Detroit? Or no? Okay, yeah, just put his old mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony show history, this is a curtain call, an encore performance by Michael Baird. When you have a limited time to live, you get to perform as many times as you want on Kill Tony during an episode. So.
In the meantime, I talked to Jessie, and she thought it was really weird that you didn't ask her for goodness.
Do you have your wig?
Yeah, not playing with women's wig.
I'm surprised you could ask me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I have all these things. He dresses everyone. That's right, that's what I was implying. You know the joke I just made. I know that you say this, unless you have been. What the fuck are you talking about? Who's that true?
Now, however,
What does it say? You're married to Michael.
Guinness,
This is quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah
takes.
not want to share wigs with you. He's very.
He goes off, sells his idea, goes off, sells his young. I have no idea.
Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter. So
Case number 2, same thing. He went on $1,000. He said, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Vanessa. Then he comes back. Proceeds the
this is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes.
So what's the station?
Go ahead, just the part we want to know.
So this is very cool. So yeah, this
TM Jeremiah said, "Are you the wig/beer master by Rabbi the bar?" Question mark. Jeremiah said, "I usually don't let somehow because I organize for specific character,
or while I go
if you're in need of something specific, I can help." That is heartless and cold. That's basically like you can go fuck yourself, be a professional and get your own wig.
I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show. Let's go there, right now, right here.
Because I want it, therefore shape is positive.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got my money on my phone.
Listen, if you look to it, you got me. That's what it is.
Let's see it.
That's not the only site. When you go,
Doesn't he just listening to the show? It was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
Hey, pull out my hair back on the other side of this cage.
the existence of that idol for the opera itself. I want the existence of the INS because I want the money. I'm not doing it.
You just started something.
Why should
He's gonna give you a wig with smallpox on it. All right. The only thing I love more than Michael Lehrer on this show is Michael Lehrer twice on the show. There he was again, the great Michael Lehrer, giving us some more very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshots at the end, giving us some of the inside baseball behind characters. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California. I left the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were the last two shows in front of a live audience. And she's back, ladies and gentlemen. It is No. Here's the ball.
However,
I'm so happy to be at my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I had struggles for sure. I struggled between when Netflix shows in a binge or one of the 27 podcasts that I would have that's for like rub one out. And actually, that's pretty much where it turns. I wrote my own personal record many times and felt like, wow, I didn't think the pandemic was going that long. I burned myself out big time. And I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. I broke myself and I watched the comedies Colors benefit for the employees. And when I saw Billy's butthole,
What happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the answer.
I took my story to go but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz with the butthole.
Alright, there goes Blue Ball. Play some music, guys. Listen to She saw Bobby Lee's peeping duck.
You know, this is a very important time on the show, and I think every single time you
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. You're very sexual goal on stage. Yeah, you're sexual. And now is that true that you masturbated? Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine? Is there really, I know you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch, or like, I don't think women, perhaps, maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about, but you use your imagination when you watch stuff.
Sometimes it's watching something, but usually a lot of crazy shit on Netflix and wherever now that is straight up horror.
Like what?
This show is called a movie called Love, but it's not the love thing. It's yes, thank you.
Oh, the snort, you know.
Yes. The opening scene is full porn, and then the whole movie is full porn.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to.
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see this movie that I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just.
So what do you do? Do you like use something in particular? So you seem like the kind of lady that would have like one of those like, big giant vibrators or something like that.
Like a mace or a pencil.
Anything.
No.
Sometimes just a tight pair of pants, but
Tight pair of pants.
That's
The noise, that's the noise of a tight pair of pants.
I'm just saying it's not one thing, it's just one thing.
Right. How long does it usually go?
I got a compliment on my watch list.
So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine? You say that like, that was like a very like over the top is you being sarcastic.
No, I've been very calm. I've been very isolated.
Yes.
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy. Like what's one of the craziest things about since I've gotten YouTube into here? Let's go.
As sexual as I may sound, I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking? How many years?
5 years.
5 years. Is there a reason? Is there something that you're achieving?
No, I just, I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and at the end they sit down and out and they're like, I don't ever know my opinion on
You don't talk to these guys.
well, I just started to, but still, I'm not getting it. I'm trying my eHarmony account. I'm trying because there's no one likes that. It's been a while. I just think
Have you heard of something called Tinder?
yes, I have. No, I don't.
You have Wi-Fi?
It's not Wi-Fi. No, I just,
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like, when's the last date you've been on? Did a guy take you to dinner at all?
well, I brought with friends. Like, we're friend zone because, you know, like, I can walk into a room like I want small sausage. It's like, I can say,
Have you ever seen the Snake Eyes?
It's a good movie. Okay. That works.
thanks.
That works very well. Yeah. Face off.
Never mind. Forrest Gump, okay?
Snort, not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I did learning English today. Do they call it American Treasure? Yes, it's called they have to say it like American Treasure. It's like, did you pay attention about yourself? American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's on the operations office.
So,
Right?
you're out of control.
That's fucking good.
from a
I
monster
know,
that's
okay,
been
right, so
portrayed
if
in
this, imagine, so when is this so?
American treasure.
So what do you
Years,
like to do? You've been isolated. How do you kill the time?
I actually have been working on all my videos to see my
so in case let's say business
my whole
partnership,
passion is
so
writing
you can
and
hear,
everything. Just
and Fazal of that is
I'm
certain
kind of trying out my timelines.
or you type in the show, if you will not
Oh, that's right. You're wearing a diaper.
well,
How could I forget
And then
that?
I said I had a fans only account, so I could like
in music, okay.
Why did she wear a diaper again? I can't remember.
That's like
it's the nervous thing. Like I have stage fright, and I think I'm having right now with no one
Jared comes from
here.
where she got from.
I'm okay with myself.
So what's it?
Well, you are, as Snorn would say, an American treasure. I didn't know that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the comedy style. Blue Ball. Blue Ball, forget about me. Blue Ball. Alright, time for a regular, everybody. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my Manila. The rumble in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only King Louis.
Let me set that. That's a good for future. The emotion was your success more than you want success. As I want our success more than you want our success. What do you want us to be?
Black Lives Matter.
What do you want us to be? How old you? Yeah. The question of success. Not the
White people
success.
saying that
Only
clothing
God
don't kill, right? It's the same thing as clothing doesn't kill.
again, just like what is to
What makes you kill nobody? Somebody spray you with a firearm or yelling Karen. And a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling
and
Karen.
when they need to relax the standards to make
I protested. Why? Protested Black Lives Matter. I didn't protest like
the
it was
successful
like I protested in the suburbs. Because I had shit to lose.
when success is accomplished to relax the standards.
When I saw a white girl so thick during the Black Lives Matter protest, I started chanting all lives matter.
Just the other
Hell yeah, David Lucas, I love it. I love it. White men in black lives matter. White women care. Edward, those are my notes for that. Hell yeah, stretch it out just like you would for the white woman. That's right, that's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman in
That's
true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually Why would my car swallow her? Oh, yeah. No, that's true. That's me. I'm a gay Arctic fox. And you are a straight, giant black man.
Does such a person have the ability
That's actually one of the things that I've been doing is supplement my
electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles and give a red man a little tune up.
No, bro, that shit. When I see Red, because I saw Red Man come to Hero like 15 miles. And then today, when I saw that shit, I was laughing so hard.
I know, trust me. Why you guys think I'm like trying to pull a fast line? It's so funny. I'm getting an Ewok. It's fucking cool. I saw that too, Brian. If it makes you feel better, I haven't joked about it, but I did screenshot it when you posted your trail of electric bicycles.
moving like you're out moving exercise. You guys just need to come over and talk about it. It's like me not having fun. It's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette. I went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Wow, Tony ran 130 miles an hour on the same freeway. Not more, man. My shit's faster. Every bike would run now. It has instant torque.
He has the pull out to go ahead. You gave it.
It's like a test. It's instant torque to get his instant torque. You ever ride an electric bicycle? No, come on, that's not a game. You make everything game.
So he worships it and he doesn't worship it. Idolatry cannot be. Therefore, the worship doesn't have the ability to be.
It has like a weird loop. Do cars go slower because you're in like they can't hit the max speed because you have weight to like a small family. Small
Actual bus rules.
I make dogs urinate. This is what it's like. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people 74 episodes in. You make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode for us back. This was that show. They'd be like, oh, that's it. An exec would be like, oh, they've run out. David said, Tony makes dogs urinate. Yeah, it's actually true. They actually go to the dog park sometimes. So like the dog, you know, the dog whispers and the dog hisses. Yeah, go up and I start tickling the dog. I did. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. Yeah. We both love climbing trees and staring at guys from above. See, I can make gay jokes about me too.
However, again, the Shabbat.
That's it. That's all I can do. That's it. Like the Tennessee Titans on that, except the only Titan on me is my butt. It's tight. So David, what else is going to happen in this week? Okay, you washed up on shorts? You went to the beach to go ride, so what did you do? Did you walk on the sand? Was it quicksand? Was it sinking like the horse in the never-ending story? Yes, that's a thing.
Then,
anyway, but you know a lot about Black Hole Suns. Really? So you went to the beach. What happened to the beach? Yeah. So there's a lot of drama. I like this night's episode. A lot of inside information. I love your Asian impression. Can I hear that one more time? Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist. I go, oh, you can teach better than Rabbi.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. If I was allowed to say whatever I want, that's what I was gonna say. No, I can't. I will say this: is that you're always fun. We always have class. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lewis. There he goes. On to the next one. We go. Right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Again,
I
I'm for
have
one,
another name out of the bucket.
because I
This
know
is
his
this
friends
young
I know.
lady's first time on the show.
And I'm for two, indicate his I know, and his
So here
friends
we
I
go.
know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of Cece. Here we go. It's time for Cece.
Oh, see, let's get worships Marcos and come to worships Paul.
Cece.
Posted on Twitter. And talk to worship and idolatry.
Hi guys. So I think information like Paul and how we've been treating like sex offenders without really the story behind it.
Number two.
I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and
His friends I know after worship is idolatry.
so it's like three kids that are actually doing it. So like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I'm gonna like kidnapped by ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you even need to, I knew they were getting this, you know. So I was trying to figure myself, like I'm just human, like. Anyway, like it was my fault they masturbate my sleep, and also it's my fault that I like fell asleep in church with my husband. So like the dream kind of wasn't like as, you know, so it's like I didn't like have to do jail time, I have to do like community service. So like kind of take brother program, like sisters things.
This is a special. These are your first
There you go. Absolutely. Cece. That was Cece's time. Hi, Cece. How are you? Oh my goodness.
Time to sit down. You can't stand up.
Following the footsteps of Michael Weir and Kyler Fensley over there. If we can get you a. Okay. So, Cece, this is your first time on the show. How long have you been in comedy?
I haven't.
This is your first time ever performing?
Pretty much, yes.
Wow, look at that. That's interesting. Is this something you've always wanted to do?
You just running fast things at least the base.
Any time.
Yeah.
You do some workout gear on.
Oh,
that's cool. You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that?
About a year.
That's a good
What level are you at?
Well, so, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've been doing it a year, right? But I feel like
That's a good first shot. Good. That's what I did. Come stay.
Have you beaten a black belt?
Really?
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
jiu-jitsu.
Like go fish? How did you beat a black belt? He just wearing a black belt.
Come stay.
I ride a
It's
motorcycle.
just a businessman outside of him.
I ride a motorcycle.
Was accepted on the site. He's 7
I don't know, can we maybe, you know, I don't know if you know this, but Sword here has been doing jiu-jitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and swing it?
Even
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Maybe they could wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do, that's what I would do.
There's a plata.
Wow, that's not even an easy thing to do. And was everybody really impressed in the gym when you did that? And you made the person tap. Goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What else do you do?
Ride motorcycle.
Okay.
I mean, mine is action.
He is accepted
Yeah.
by
How
himself.
long have you been riding motorcycles?
Rest
About a year.
Do you ever take the period that you traveled and post it online, like you exercised?
I don't
But he
know.
later
I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today.
Occasion, he has accepted himself all of the
So
most
you have to say I went on a fun electric bike. I did. I
He's
posted
asking
a
like
link to the
incredible.
motorcycles that
The
both
guy
e-bikes.
goes on. You have to get yeah, he
What's funny is if I was going, yeah, I'm not, worked out hard today. Look at where I worked out today.
Picture Reagan sitting at home in his VR set on a chair.
What's so funny is when I did that, finally singing after like no, I know that's why. He said he did jiu-jitsu. Shit, you would wait to be any of our off out to be able to honor. Go ahead.
And they get a boner, like, yeah.
Can you feel the boner sometimes? Yeah, that's wild. So, like, you use that to your advantage.
Yeah,
See, that's what happens to me when I do jiu-jitsu with other men. So then they're all like, dude, what the fuck? And then I choke them out. No gi.
Majority of the evidence are Jews.
Where is that one?
About
Yeah, the good
half
drop.
of the cases
Yeah, I have that. I go to Andrew Epstein's show.
You can leave it for a long time. You're not sure if you
Crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous one.
Guinness or up to
So that's at La Cienega near Cross Street. Pretty far. That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine? Has any of your any of it I guess he does this thing where like I saw have like a saying his most recent conspiracy theory. So he's like, I'm just here for jiu-jitsu. Flat Earth. Hey, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece? Oh, okay. Jiu-jitsu too. Shit. How about Jen? You do any jiu-jitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained after the trains, but I haven't.
Characters you like to play, Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here. Can you guys know your movies? Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that? American Treasure. Maybe Forrest Gump or something like you can
Hey
tell
folks,
them you're dying or something.
we thought we were gonna change it up here.
And you'll be a retard. Not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here? You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I have AIDS.
Okay, alright. Let this go. You guys will show up.
I'm really useless right now.
What is it?
Oh, Forrest, you're so never understand.
Well, could you try to bring it down from out? Smarty brings other guys.
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here. Run, Forrest.
You want me to run?
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter and go somewhere.
That's not what I'm trying to figure out. Doesn't give a picture of the ability to date the college. It's the last week in the college. So now you just got this. But in this respect, I get a touch of the other than that.
All right, CC, this was fun. Thank you. You sent to a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction. Forrest Gump. There you go. There's CC. 1994 Best Film in the Academy Awards. Meaning Pulp Fiction. That's why I said that. Use myself.
I do kind of think that if you beat up black belt at least maybe 3 times, you should
No,
not make
no, but it's up low.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive right. I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or in pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think she should get a black belt. All right. Round we go. Back to the bucket. Only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude. Amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. My favorite new friend of 2020, ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Burrow. Hey, Mitch Burrow.
Yeah, I know I don't look like it, but I'm fun sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, hey, you gotta get this dog out of here. And she said, you need to quit being weird. And I was like, no, you and this dog need to quit being weird. That's what needs to happen, because I don't think this is, I'm not the weird one. It's you have an audience, and I don't like it. She was like, no, you gotta start. I was like, I know this is weird. And I know it's weird because this is a category on Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is named Tammy, so I know that's not my real stepmom. Because that's what Ryan's name was. And I never wanted to fuck her because she was me. But that's not what's important. Here's the thing. There's fucking your stepsister, there's fucking your stepmom. You know it's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. Alright. Hey, can I just say something? Jenny, when you're playing Jenny, and you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie? I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even, I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
Hepatitis.
Is that true?
This is the 70s. AIDS. Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's
She was a heroin addict, and they were just trying to scare her. Dirty needles.
It didn't get over there at that point. Yeah, this is still very early in the AIDS. It was hepatitis.
Where I am from, we still haven't done AIDS.
Is that true?
Yes.
She's crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS is Frog Town. You've been to Frog Town before?
I would say it is an American treasure. Frogtown, baby.
Oh, yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh yeah, dude, I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got. Frogtown. Another one of them.
Yeah, people in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places where you want to ride.
It's like the South. You know, they shouldn't be, but they are.
Okay, look, just say, I'm God.
Do you guys have like better like in Frogtown?
Do you snort? I've been there once or twice.
Over Lord,
It's
you
a
should
good
see
one.
this. Everybody over my rights. My rights to touch with the Lord, you should see the
Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl with dog in the room? What kind of dog?
What part of that do you believe?
ultimately
But I also believe the kind of girls you have sex with, they probably only have one breath. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment. And she's like, what would you like to call that?
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, put it in the roommates. Something. It was like a little retarded dog.
I
I mean, it was blind. I don't really know if that's retarded. It was blind. What does that word? Just, you know, not right. Special. So when you see that dog, you go, oh, listen, so, you know, it's like, what kind of dog? Oh, that dog's special.
As long as something is done in the process, you
I hate it. I hate it.
ultimately again you can know or you can go ahead
Yeah, were you afraid it's going to see you?
and
Smell is great. Mitch is afraid that blind dog is going to find us fucking duty hole.
You know, you swoop Jenny up at the right time. She and I were about to start a real
we said before
big
that
podcast.
you're crucial.
Oh, she was going to go for Forrest Gump before us.
How long were you sitting on that night?
You really can eat the light just like a box of chocolates. Want to eat it up.
Everything that it has to offer.
Except for the running part. You have to hear
I ran today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first snap. He got me on the way back.
Wow. Is he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat. And it really worked. It was like,
Yeah. 11-year-old. How'd you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
another door guy, he used to be the mayor from Chad.
Yeah.
His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today.
The door guys were at the beach today.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the meteorological society's out there checking the tide, so I just run out there and I fuck it up for them.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's the guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped on me.
He has tons of them. Yeah. Just like you do.
So yeah, well, I challenged him to a race. It's just too far.
And just like your alcohol problem, he caught up with you eventually.
I have an alcohol problem. What are you talking
I love it, Mitch. That's great. You're hanging out with Feng Chao. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times. Chinese warrior. I did a weekend with him in La Jolla. As everything closed down. Got to make fun of him.
He taught me how to say I miss you in Chinese.
Oh yeah. How does that work?
Just reverse the thing. It's real.
I believe that.
Well, that's it.
Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there's a gong.
You guys are that maybe 16 candles. That does not hold up very well. I just watched this the other day and there's a work very
What up, big dog?
Nothing much to Joey.
Excellent. Same here.
What was the DI?
There you go, big man.
Like, I like that.
The final game's tomorrow, big man. The final game's tomorrow. Yes, sir. Excellent, big dog. You might have called the winner of the women's bracket. South Carolina could win. Yes, sir. You might have called it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent. What'd you say, big man? Oh, tight. Very cool. Cool. We all have a thing.
There's got to be a part on the team that I can name it.
What was the other thing? A thermostat or what?
Or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just named parts of the engine. Appetizers.
Yeah. Fix your car. You should think about using it as a defibrillator so that you don't have
No, but I'm probably gonna order it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump.
People can subscribe to our YouTube channel and see me work on G.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
Yeah, MITCHBUR.
Yeah, that's it.
And on social media, you are
Everything Mitch Burrow.
everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So follow me on there. The redneck astrologist.
Yeah, absolutely. Go on TikTok. Yeah, that's a successful thing going on the redneck astrology.
It's pretty good, yeah. Still learning.
Absolutely. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted. I'll be like, were you just sitting on something? What? Do you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but let's just.
Honestly, I had none.
What kind of jeans do you have, Frank?
Yeah, it's a 1918 Joe. It's the last model that has a 46 liter. It's the best one. As long as it's running.
Okay.
What is TJ's? I don't want it to be.
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. So he has
So therefore, maybe that's considered some proceeds from the item. So therefore, again, it's also.
Turkey. The jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
On the other hand,
I was really hoping you could make it
oh,
all
God,
down.
probably
I don't think the president.
this shop is on one hand, this is the instruction of the morning instruction of the himself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it won't also in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe all these other is a good thing. And the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating child. Oh, no. So I'm not concept. Because Yishbar the Kohen of Allah. I'm not saying, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother we should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to do that or Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see.
I was going to give you some real cheap. The first Jeep after the military was called the CJ or something. Again, YJ, people didn't like it, and then they went to the TJ. And they just keep adding letters. You ever put March? You know it's not only here. David Hutchins cackling at fat jokes. You ever put that marshmallow on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Look, I know what this is doing right now. I get it. But that shit is delicious. It is not. You ever ate s'more? I just thought I'd watch mixing that with peanut butter.
I keep absolutely.
Wait, was that during that Red Band or me? Okay. Yeah, that was great.
All right, fun times, Mitch Burrow. Here he goes, the great Mitch Burrow, everybody.
Let's say again, he asks me to help you. I am allowed to do it even when we get food for working with Chile.
We're coming to the word of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This young man, very controversial figure at the show. People either love him or hate him. He's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure. And with no further ado, I get to the big red machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is.
When that benefit also they're going to result in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one to get paid for it. So there's a certain you are second on chances so you are humble basically. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go out and but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, that shit comes out over here. So let's say someone's trying to get the line. Like, I have to line.
Make the fucking sense.
There you go, there's a minute for William Lights Out Montgomery.
Make the fucking sense.
William Montgomery.
What happened last week? Oh, the elephant noise.
Last week. Yep.
Golly, it was my best set.
Nevertheless,
you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who you have been listening to.
You didn't tell me it was the crew as well.
Yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary? I hate that fucking
Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night.
Yeah.
He didn't reciprocate.
I know you're not supposed to do things like that during this pandemic.
I love that guy. Y'all seen David Deary recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual problem.
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch.
Oh my
He's
god.
like sitting like that. David Deary, you piece of shit.
David
Sì.
Why didn't you kiss me last night? But I'm sick, okay? We get it. Everybody gets it. Y'all are in for a treat. You were me at this show tonight. Really excited to be here.
Your pizza at Domino's, Papa John's joke was great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
The new Shack pizza, it's cleans, it's an extra large, it happens to be just large. Same amount of pepperoni, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John's, asking, hey, what is this pizza hut? Or Domino's? Have y'all had the cheese bread from Domino's? That is to die for. Jeremiah, it looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude?
Even if it's not direct on the body,
What's up with your hair? Love it. It looks pretty. Right, Dan, what's up with the lid over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AV? Last week on the AV? Why isn't it on YouTube? That was my best set.
Yeah, last week's episode is now on you.
Oh, perfect.
Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule was actually able.
Hey, Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
So my sleep schedule evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep about just a touch before 1 a.m. last Monday.
And I called you. And you didn't answer.
And that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off very rarely.
What is your ringer, by the way?
It's the Solid Money Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. I thought that was a Joe Walsh. Sorry.
Anyway, why were you calling me last week at 1:57 a.m.?
I wanted to tell you this is such a nice ride after thanks, Redman. That really adds to it.
Keep going.
I just wanted to, if I could have got you on the phone, so sweet, so nice. After tonight, I've had enough just to say.
That's perfect. That's exactly why I
ultimately,
you know,
If my eyes are yellow,
do have some Michael Jordan that's topics. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me to say that when Jeremiah.
I'm doing it for free.
Thank you. Spencer, that was, you told me, you were like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters. Will you ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters? You ever sneak any food in there
I
yourself?
made out with a black chick.
Oh yeah, what movie did you see do that on? Whoa. All right.
You know,
Oh, really? He called you?
Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Redman's virtual reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It is. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Redman, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What are you talking about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it. Get off of me. You fucking with me.
It really really moves when you move your mouth. It moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost $100.
Why?
What do you mean? There's one left. I support small business. Why have you been so angry lately? Like the last couple of months, seem like you're full set. Everything is just. You're really gonna call me out on that? I told you what happened. My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby-Doo. Accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
What kind of YouTube video suggests that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and get it in your mouth?
Even when the video is more expensive, the provision of Quran, they're not
What's
just
expensive to get your mouth?
but the present GS can get to a friend with themselves. People put us in bed. This is the you're going to be keeping the green, roots tonight. The read of his sins, the reason for it is absolutely amazing. I will get paid for that in this. Which what it says, we see low.
You guys can't stop fucking up. It's about to stick to you.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
This is like the time you take it that's a good start. There's nothing more to discuss. So it wasn't very interesting.
Red Man got tired of all the bike jokes.
So therefore, when we see this, that's what's so how did you start having attention?
Okay, alright, everybody relax. William,
Big sound.
And Apple wants to destroy one of the great battles of the INS.
guys, settle down over here.
He asked him to stop. He wants to hire you a Jew to run a great
This is the best.
Alright.
$50 a barrel.
Keep going.
Remember, on one hand, it's wrong because therefore that means one, you retain the existence of the benefits of the result.
Yeah, that's a sin. That's a
And nothing said, do it.
So, you can get paid. I mean, how much your test? Am I going to get the tattoo? That test your test that you took last Wednesday. How did that go? I had strep throat.
It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better to have strep throat.
I don't have the add-ons.
How's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Where is it?
I want to find you up in the right zone. I want to nevertheless, I need to go ahead and at least
What's wrong with your belly? It's a giantism. It's a giantism. That's funny.
It does sort of look like, can you lift up your shirt one more time? David, can you get in there again? It does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into. It looks like Darth Vader flies his ship into that.
What are we doing and what are we flying into this? Also looks like the garbage dumpster where that snake creature is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and that is
So I believe that is Tatooine. Maybe.
Lots of Star Wars.
That's it.
See, not really. Not really. The Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
Sarlacc pit.
That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit. That's what I say about the should be.
Is there anything that you really want to do?
Is there anything in your milk?
What do you think's in there?
Parts of cotton.
Cotton? What is that, a black pepper? Come on,
How
bitch.
do we say it? Maybe. That's weird. Oh shit. What is that? Oh shit.
So,
You do that when you're out on the streets?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
With swimming pools?
Right.
Oh my god. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
Yeah, sometimes I'm usually swimming laps, so that's what
Okay, sometimes it's fun when, and sometimes it's good when the episode just sort of like cruises down, nice and slow, and we get to like, really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody, there he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. Fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing for Brian J. Ephel. Let's see what happened here tonight with the Beat Theater crew. Sometimes we're so blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yeah, there's the concession stand. Nice to see William with rewards. He's great. Fire breathing. That is Snort. Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool cat. Everybody, Michael Lear, the tank. Love it. What a crew. Snort and Jen down below. Spencer up top. Slinging concessions. Chroma. Deep nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to RedJEmail.com. Grab a break. He also has a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction Joker. He has going on right now.
Everything's RyanJEmail.com. Go eat Vito's Pizza. Get your coffee from cavemancoffeeco.com. Get your underwear over in Shein. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you can do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co. So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the ginger green. A bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have a Roastmaster class on my Patreon, Everything Roasting. You might want to know actual tons of content, man. You and Justin Joyce this week, just a few. Sarah Tiana, Ben Jewel, David Lucas, Donna Rollins, Jeff Ross. Fun times. We just talked about making fun of people, so that's exciting. Red Band.
Check out my virtual Red Band. And also Ryan Holtzman, Dead Air, and North Brothers in person. Which I'm doing one last week. Okay. Check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well, attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts, drawn up by the McVader. Those are mostly Roastmaster class based. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
That's Dr. Phil and Starbucks assistant manager. Shakes and Dr. Phil's last
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
Jeremiah Watkins on Mid-Month Dates. Guys, if you're in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month, we'll be doing some shows there. Last guy of the month, Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins and subscribe.
Also, been subscribed for this show. Jen is actually Jet Ski. Jesse Johnson. Quadruple J's tonight. Your Jet Ski Johnson on all platforms. What else, Jen?
That's it, at Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Roma Chris. Did I miss anything tonight, Roma? Check me out. That's right. Baby Boys on Spotify. THEBABY1BO5. And then, of course, Rachel Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was still the entire time. I know, it's shocking. But go ahead, Joel Bird, you have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
His name is here. We are American Treasure.
That's right. I absolutely love it. I mean,
missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the Comedy Store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie for being on for the scene.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony. Live.
The other 12 guys, sell off all the right street, sell off all the right street. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then I wasn't going to watch this. What's the year? She said,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Root Famous Comedy Store Maine for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it a 5 Tony.
Hello, everybody. We're here. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store. Welcome, Ryan. Good to be here. We're both wearing black glasses. It's good to be here at the world famous Comedy Store, live on the Sunset Strip. Speaking of strip, the great Ryan J. Abels is here. This guy knows how to strip down a piece of paper and turn it into an amazing piece of art. He draws every single episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. All those prints are available at RyanJabel.com. Follow him on social media. He's also been doing auctions, things like that. Incredible stuff as of late. Every tour poster, every episode of the show, every guest that's ever been on.
Joseph, here is your reminder. Cancel my subscription to Novel Crafter.
Shirts, really cool stuff over there. RyanJabel.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Things are happening here. Everyone shows out the window, on the patio. Things are happening here. The momentum is once again rebuilding at the store. Excited for a big upcoming return here and other big things happening. But you know what? Before we start tonight's episode, let's get a word. You know, you love the show, and the only way to support us is by supporting our amazing sponsors. And here's a little bit more about tonight's incredible, lovely sponsors. Things are challenging these days. Seeing a doctor shouldn't be. That's why I use PlushCare. PlushCare provides primary and urgent health care through virtual appointments. And scheduling an appointment, even for the same day, is really easy. I just pick a slot that works for me and book online. So I don't waste time on hold or sitting in crowded waiting rooms. With my PlushCare membership, I can see my doctor from the comfort of my own home, even in my PJs. I can get diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my local pharmacy if needed, all within minutes. And if I have questions before or after my visit, I can send unlimited messages to my care team at any time. Plus, PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states.
And with how difficult things are, if you're feeling anxious, depressed, or stressed about what's going on in the world, and who isn't, PlushCare doctors are here to help, and help by discussing treatment options and providing prescriptions as needed. You know, where I live, it's really hard to get a doctor. Sometimes you have to wait almost a month just for something basic. It was so nice being able to just fill out a couple questions of the PlushCare app, and it was really easy to sign up. It was really easy to schedule an appointment. I felt very confident with the doctor that I was given.
All PlushCare doctors graduate from one of the top 50 medical schools in the U.S. and are highly rated by their patients. That gives me peace of mind that I'm getting the highest quality health care.
PlushCare makes it easy for me to get the excellent care I need when I need it. They can do the same for you. Start your membership today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony to start your free 30-day trial. That's plushcare.com/Tony for a free 30-day trial. You need to see a doctor? Do it online. Make it easy. plushcare.com/Tony. Hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles, Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back live on Kill Tony. This is very, very exciting. I'm especially excited about tonight's show because we do have a guest. This young man's been on the show many times. This is truly, just like me, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Multiple specials, multiple albums. He's a freak of nature. Another comedian that I started with and I can't wait to hang out with. Here tonight on the show, once again, it's the return of the great Jamar Neighbors, everybody. Yeah! Absolutely. One of my favorites on the planet, Jamar Neighbors.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Jamar.
Thank you for having me back, Tony.
Indeed, I'm glad you're back. You and I just had fun the other day. We were performing in the window here at the Comedy Store with people all packed in the patio. We did a little fucking duo.
We got it in.
We were like Neil Brennan and Dave Chappelle at the same time. If Neil Brennan was funny.
I'm just kidding. Neil, everybody knows you're
Yes, everybody knows Neil. Everyone knows Neil Brennan, all the good stuff on that show. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're going to have so much fun.
What up, Rabbi? How you doing? You guys were awesome. Thank you, man. I like your microphone, man. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, for being Tony. It's a wonderful Tony shit, man. Right.
Indeed. We're going to have fun tonight, Jamar. I'm sure you remember. It's been a little while, but you remember there's a band on this show?
Right.
Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be before the show. We never know what songs they're going to play. We don't ever know anything about them. Let's all find out what they are tonight, because they are the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jordan Menace, Jesse Johnson, and Drama Chris. Go. Oh, this is interesting. Whoa, we know these guys. Oh my goodness. They are Rastafarians. Oh my God. This guy just took a hit of the ball out here. This is incredible. We have the rope snake guy. Very, very famous character in the show's past. How are you, rope snake guy?
Skater from the island. Catalina Island.
Catalina Island?
Yeah, man.
That's normally we're very rich. Do you have rich parents?
Yeah, man.
What do they do?
They own lakes.
Oh, wow. Hey, how'd you end up like this? They didn't give you a lot of attention as a kid?
No, I grew up in Scotia.
Wow, very interesting. What'd you have for breakfast today?
French toast crunch.
Beautiful, beautiful. And behind you, we have the former leader of the NAACP. Great Rachel Doll is out. That's right. How are you, Rachel?
No, man, my name's Kelsey with an I.
Well, you don't even have a Rastafarian accent at all.
No,
You're just...
I'm just high as fuck.
I love it. You're high, huh? How much weed did you smoke today?
How did you know, man? I know I'm
Very exciting. And then clearly next to you, there's a white man wearing a Rastafarian hat with a wig attached. Oh, I also have an accent, Bob. Oh, wow. What's your name? That's Rocco. Why? Rocco from the streets, Bob. Okay, Rocco. And then here we have another beautiful girl. This is a beautiful, beautiful. What's your name, young lady? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think it's actually CBD, but don't tell anybody. I'm trying to be cool, man.
Wow, what does CBD stand for?
Can be done.
Wow, very good.
Can be done.
I'm excited that the Rastafarians are here. We're going to... Well, Rastafarian rim shot tonight. I'm sure we're going to hear that a lot. I'm excited. Let's just jump right into it. We have a bucket filled with comedians' names. What's I'm going to fill? Let's face it, there's a very limited amount of entrance tonight. But before we go to the bucket, why don't we get things kick-started with an absolute icon here on Tiltonia, a guy that everybody knows, a guy that everybody loves, and also some people hate. But I love him, and I refuse to let the naysayers say that he shouldn't be part of the show any longer. I will always fight for what I believe in, and I fight for this man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's known other than the Big Red Machine, the Tennessee Strangler, the king of the Koalas, the great William Montgomery.
Jamar, they call me the Tennessee Strangler. First and foremost, for all the fucking haters out there, get a load of the set. This is probably going to be one of my best sets. Not sure if y'all saw this, but there was an international mixtape competition a couple days ago in Beirut.
Jay, here is your reminder. Remind me in an hour to start eating dinner.
Car industry.
Eat dinner, big dog. Eat dinner, big
I was watching American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. When the credits roll, the first 24 names are Jewish. Rapper, producer, writer, hairdresser, all came the dog. What's the difference between Antifa and the Houston Astros? Nothing. They both steal signs and come from a hellhole.
Wait, who does? Who was it? The Astros and who?
Antifa.
Antifa?
Antifa is how it's pronounced.
They both steal signs.
And come from a hellhole. Oh, yeah, they go
Everybody knows.
William.
Wait, what movie were you talking about?
You love it.
Okay. And you saw the credits, and it had Jewish director, writer, producer, hairstylist, dog handler, and
Hairdresser.
dope?
Hairdresser and dog.
You mean dope?
What do you mean, dude?
Yeah, that's the name of the
Jamar, do you pronounce it that way? Which one of those jumps were was like your favorite? The best one? What? The best one? What did I think was the best one?
Beirut one is my guess. I think you're going to go with the Beirut.
What was my favorite joke? You can tell. You can point to tell like which one?
Beirut.
Was watching American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. I was excited about that.
What did you think was going to happen when you said it?
I thought they were all going to get sick. When somebody gets AIDS, they get sick.
Actually,
Magic Johnson. What do you mean Magic Johnson? Who's Magic Johnson? People throw that name around. Who is that?
He was the
No, seriously, use Magic Johnson right there.
He's the best. He used to be a basketball player. Now
He's what? Guys, what is it, man?
actually mosquitoes.
Tell me about it. Mosquitoes, man. Those things have killed more people than anything else.
Like what?
Malaria, they carry malaria.
What else do they carry? Carry your bags if you're like traveling.
They carry your bags if you're a light traveler. I don't get that one. You want to explain that one? Shut up. You want to explain that one?
You're angry.
Yeah, I'm angry tonight.
Why are you telling me to shut up? Good vibes only.
Oh, run away.
What'd you say?
Oh, run away. Oh, run away.
Wow.
Oh, the Colorado.
Beirut is actually my favorite baseball player.
Beirut. What do you mean?
Beirut. Beirut. Do you want to take that again, you bitch?
I'm not lying.
I will fuck you up.
If you look at the video again, his hairs, there was a mosquito that landed on William. He was
I know, so it lands on it. It landed on your beard.
That's fucked up.
What do you mean it landed on my beard? Oh shit, it did.
You see your head back. Go to your head to the right. Go to the right. Wait, go back. Hold on, stop moving.
Y'all see that shit?
William, move slow.
He's right next to your iPod.
What is that?
The mosquito soul.
Something like on the light or something.
No, it's mosquito.
What do you mean something on the light? Is something wrong with my face?
Stay right there. Don't move. Now move a little bit towards Ryan. Listen to my direction. Move your head a little bit towards Ryan. No, don't look at Ryan. Move your head towards Ryan. No. Move your body. Let's try this.
My body.
Move your body towards. No, not that way. Go that way. No, watch me. Don't turn. Just there. It's right there. Don't move. Don't move. Do you see it? What the fuck is that?
Y'all see that?
David. Do you see that? No. William, what did I tell you? Don't move. Stay right there. So put your chin down.
Jamar, get my back on this. Jamar, get my back on this. What are they talking about? Mosquito soul. Mosquito soul.
David, is that in the lights?
Silhouette of a mosquito. Yo, fix your lights, you bitch.
No, you're not allowed to call staff members that name. So
Okay, well, he tricked me last night.
he didn't.
Yeah, he tricked me
Is
last
there a
night.
bug on the lights or is that on his head?
Yeah, what's going on with the lights up there?
Once your success, you will you want your success.
Oh,
I want our success.
Whose sweet little voice was that? Flying in the beams. What bitch just said that?
William, you can't just call random.
I'm on edge, Tony. I'm sick, man. You know I'm sick right now. I got 104.
You know, to see how much there. What do we go over?
I got 104. I'm an asymptomatic character, and I've been kissing
Again,
Yeah, because like
David Terry. He is a faggot.
oh my god.
and when they need to relax
Look at
the
him. Look at his fingers by his penis. That guy knows what's up. I'm gonna be kissing him tonight.
they do it.
No, don't walk
Once
that way.
success is accomplished through relaxing the step,
Well, William, what's been going on in your personal life? How's your relationship with the girl that hits you?
Last night, honestly, she's one of me. Brother, and I started calling her my older sister. Yeah, what's that
yes,
noise?
so sure.
Was that supposed to help right here? Oh, that was fun.
Kenny, Derek,
Jamar, would you agree that's funny? He
Kenny,
did that
Derek,
for lucky.
go ahead and
Jamar, what do you think about William?
Like this as a whole.
Yeah, as a
You want to look at my tag?
Hey, guys,
Sometimes it's
remember,
like
an apple has the ability
yeah. No, I agree. I think
it's
it's
exactly right.
I think 100%.
Is that it, Jamar? Is that really what you're going to say?
thereby
I told you that shit every time I see you. I say, I know, but I hear it.
from its
Yeah,
status
so I'm hearing. And we're in quarantine. What do you do like when you're skating around the East Gate, shopping malls?
love that. I love that peanut butter colored t-shirt.
Here, Kosha, ain't no
It's more of a orange. A lot of people wearing pumpkin pie this time of the year.
Pumpkin pie. Why did you call it a peanut butter cookie? It's more of a, did you really call it that?
Yeah, I did.
Again,
Piece of
it's like
shit.
Do you agree with that, Jamal? What would you call this one? Rusted orange pumpkin pie.
Orange juice left out for a week.
It's the reason that this was the reason that
Michigan
it's
water.
I don't understand.
Michigan water. Why are you all teaming up against me?
It looks like you're just lost on the floor is lava.
Why are y'all teaming up
Just such
against
a
me?
person.
It looks like a beautiful shot, Mom. Why is this happening?
You suffered serious
One day,
behavior.
they all found out that
You're all like your teeth look like
you
little
say,
bitches.
only one who worships Allah.
You're getting raised by the Lance Armstrong.
What do yours look like?
Okay, let's
Still, it's better than this. Oh, your Oriental girlfriend when she was sucking your dick. Her knees look good.
We're not going to go down this road again.
You know,
Your girlfriend looks Oriental because she's crying all the time.
Tomorrow, I've been thinking about holding the microphone this way. Do you like them?
All right, there goes William Montgomery, everybody. There you go. It's another solid week with William.
One love. Let's get together and feel.
All right, show has begun. William has begun it. It has been begun, and he is begun.
Love you, William.
Pull the name out of the bucket. Yeah, exactly. So he actually called me the other night and kept me on the phone for about 30 minutes. I'm wondering how many people call me just out of the blue. I believe it was about 11:30 at night. I don't know. Sometimes I get a call from someone like that, and I'm like, look, they're about to kill themselves. If so, I'm going to save them if the off chance that they're going to kill themselves. I don't think so, but I also think that maybe he can get bailed out of prison. Like, there's a lot of things. He's got a wild, he's a real rock star. What you see with William is what you get. 30 minutes, highs and lows in the conversation. He's making me laugh a lot. I'm infuriated at some points, explaining to him some rules of the comedy store that he's been breaking lately. Other times he's cracking me up. I mean, extreme highs and lows in this phone. I can't stand being on the phone, especially at 11:30 at night. It ended up not being a suicide call at all or a jail bailout. He was asking me if when things open up again, if he can open for me on the road. Was the bread and butter of this conversation. And then you go, oh, hell no! Which that's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, hell no! You called me one time at 11:30 at night.
Oh, yeah, what is our office?
Oh, boy, he's asking for the number.
I'll give it to you.
If you,
Whether you worship
Want to do my partner show?
got it. Might of
there you go.
might
See, that's me getting you a gig. That's gonna hold you over for the years until you open up for me. You're welcome. I pulled a name out of the bucket. This should be exciting. I believe this young man's been on the show before. Make some noise for Brandon Biegerstadt, everybody. Here we go. Brandon Biegerstadt.
What's up, everybody? So I was at the grocery store earlier today, and I was buying condoms, and I noticed that there were some sheepskin condoms. I started thinking, the guy who invented sheepskin condoms might have been a pervert. Like, what was that business meeting like? Oh, latex is not normal. People are complaining. Doesn't feel good. Does anyone have any ideas? Sheepskin condoms.
Right? Ultimately.
Hey, Bill, I gotta ask, how the you know that? So I've been reading this Black Lives Matter thing.
My shit in there.
I think mainly I've learned that white people suck. Here's just a couple reasons that why I think white people suck. White people suck because they put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish. You know how many white kids speak Klingon? That's a made-up language to speak to only other white chicks. White people suck because they get more mad when you misgender their dog than a trans person. He's a good boy. Apologize for Cooper.
Welcome to the show, Brandon Peterstaff. Thank you. Where are you originally from?
I'm from a small town.
What's the name of the small town? Newton, Iowa. How long have you lived in Los Angeles?
About 5 years.
How far east of La Brea do you live? Very far east.
I'm right in Chinatown.
Right. So that's about 15-20 minutes east of La Brea for those of you that don't know. I can tell. Because that's when someone tried to joke about learning a lot of black white
Hey, what's up, Rabbi?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Did you eat?
I'm about to eat. I just made a BLT, so yeah, I didn't do anything with my family this holiday, unfortunately, but yeah,
All right,
it's a regular day.
Word, all right.
And a great uncle to us all.
And wearing Steve Martin's jacket.
It is awesome. He is a rock star.
It's not dirty, though, nothing. He's the most spaghetti sauce.
So he keeps it clean. Thank you so much, Argus. I love it.
Just before we threw the glass.
His friends,
I love it. We're doing takes for us. It's crazy, right? I know. That's why I've just been blowing notes to get ready for money. We love you, Argus. Thank you. Follow him on social media.
That jacket's actually black. That's just a bunch of
Okay, Red Band.
This is going up. Where's that man, Peter's What'd you say about white people be doing what? White people put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish. And is that because these things and it's like I go for YouTube. No, that's great. Do you put more effort in contacting aliens than learning I am an observant of my fellow whites.
So you're just criticizing what very few white people do.
Oh, bullshit! There are plenty of whites that are obsessed with aliens.
If you're gonna burp, please, just don't turn your head in my direction and burp. It's very bizarre. There's all of that way, and really just burping. I didn't know out yet. Like you're at home.
I think it's a difference too. We're in Los Angeles, so there are white people who speak Spanish here. But if I'm from Iowa, where there's 2 dudes who speak Spanish, and not one. And I'm one of them. You should always wear a silver jacket.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's so funny you mentioned it. I thought those were going to be the next words out of my mouth. I pictured a silver jacket and you just fucking salt water. Have you thought about this?
No, but I will never forget that.
What's your sex life like?
I haven't been laid in almost a year, but this weekend I'm gonna get laid a bunch.
How do you know that?
I'm going to like a quarantine fuck shack thing. Where's this at? Well, I said Black Lives Matter 2 seconds ago. Why not? Only white people allowed. You don't want your room. I have more to learn.
Tell us about this fuck shack.
Oh, it's Airbnb, if you guys want to link to it later, it's I believe $130 a night. It's one of the better fun shacks in Victorville, which is close to Big Bear, but not in Big Bear. This Goodness is a real shit. I've actually heard this from somebody that
definition of Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising a portion of poetry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. David, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the one. He's lacking that portion. Incredible. Incredible. The Rabbi goes on.
regular sex, but now it's kind of one of those things where, like, I had to get tested yesterday to convince this girl to she, like, it's a different time.
So you had to convince a girl who's going to be at the fuck shack
to go to the fuck shack.
Well, the fuck shack is a little place where we can fuck together. And then the fuck shack, baby. It's a fuck shack, baby. Are they going to be, so you have to convince a girl to go with you to the fun shack, or other bitches at this fun shack?
Why would she make you get tested? You seem like you could have naked, like you would cure STDs if you found something.
I don't have to get tested for STDs now.
Oh, would you have to get tested? Jesus, that's so dumb. You could totally get you from before that.
I agree, but you can also cure most STDs. So you have to bring a girl to this fuck shack in order to come. That's why you're asking her.
That was the point. You didn't get tested for STDs before going to a fuck shack.
No, it's like BYOB type shit. It's pretty much like all the massage parlors that used to be fuck shacks during the quarantine, and we all got together and rented Airbnbs.
So there's going to be a gang of Asian bitches there.
It's gonna be one chick. I'm just worried.
What's the ethnicity of the girl that you're interested in having sex with?
Well, this one's gonna be white.
Have you ever been with any other type of woman?
I've been with one black chick.
Yeah, really?
Did
she rape you, or like how did that happen? Did you romance a black woman? I cannot picture this for the life of me.
She out of any girl I've ever been with is the one who like freaked out the most to find out that I have a belly button ring. Like black chicks aren't dead.
A belly button ring?
I got it pierced when I was 6.
Do you like tribal tattoo around it?
No, that'd be gay.
So, is it still pierced?
It's actually harder to take out than
You named it too. You have not seen it review? Yeah, have you seen it shit?
Watch that. Try to get me in trouble.
I haven't seen it belly button ring.
Very high on button. Oh,
This is by far the fattest I've ever been.
It's okay, we know. You can tell us. Oh, here we go.
This nigga's watching here.
Oh my god, no, please leave him come back. Oh my god, you're so hairy, and that isn't like a gem. Listening to the podcast, there's like a gem at the bottom and a gem at the top.
I'm stuck.
It is unfucking believable, this thing.
What is it? What's hanging from the end of it?
Here's the thing, girls won't fuck me if I'm a dangly, so this is just a regular belly button.
So wait, you had a dangly before?
And they can hear it like making noise. Fuck me if I have a dangly, because I'm a beautiful, so dangly when I'm going down on that girl. I'm going down on that girl.
Thank you.
That shit look like it stink.
It looks like there's a drink.
Right? And ultimately, you can get
Does that still have the price tag on it from Forever 21?
I mean, it is so bizarre. Do you do that to be funny? Like, why do you still have that? Why do you do that? Why? Is it to be funny? It's a balance to it. It's not for material. Yeah, we only do it for the laughs, right? Yeah. Does it make you feel good in any way?
I feel less homophobic in a way.
That's
what the description says. This wine is like the SF. So ultimately, again, it's motor, ultimately, again, for inception for sure. So actually positive. We pick up. Actually, let's finish. Let me ask. Let's finish this.
Let me wear that shit. How homophobic were you
Tell me
before?
what you see there. Tell me
You're from a small town in Iowa. You should be.
That's the best part. It's like, yeah, small town Iowa. This is like, fuck yeah.
Does your father know? Are you close with your father? He lives in a small town in Iowa, right?
My dad knows. He texts me.
He's a high school football coach.
My dad has given me a conversation multiple times where it's okay to be gay. He's just like, if you want to come out, man, I wouldn't even care.
Right, no. I would imagine so. What does he do?
My dad is a salesman.
What is he really?
Yeah, he's always been a salesman. He's switched jobs. Like,
What was that
selling shit.
I'd
have a nicer one, probably.
How many different belly button attachments do you have?
7 or 8.
7 or 8? Oh my god, you're like a video game here.
Is that your favorite? Like I said, the girls don't like the creepy ones. But my favorite one
What is that then? I see it.
doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen? If you actually decommission and negate that all this stuff, so you can get that. Don't show. You gotta get don't show. To which the Gemara says no. No, that makes up no. Leaking the shoes from about the shoes. No, watch it. Actually go for shots. What is it for shots? ROTHSCHILD sending. So remember, the sheriff. What's that? Just put you cannot carry from a home.
We're going to have a black one in there. So those of you just joining the show, this guy has a belly button piercing. For those of you that have been watching the whole time, it's still there. He still has it. How long have you had this for?
9 years.
9 years. I'm calling the police. I'm about to call the police.
That's a lot of
Are you gonna wear that belly button ring to the fuck shack, or are you gonna wear
Oh, she's one of the specific girls who does not like the dang.
And you moved from Iowa 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Has your father ever seen your belly button piercing?
He saw it the first day.
What did he say?
He said, do not get another piercing without telling me.
Where else could you even get pierced that would be that offensive?
Honestly, I was done. It was a one and done. I'm not gonna
So
have
the
to.
only piercing you've ever had in your life was your belly button. What made you do that?
I think it's funny. It was 9 years ago. It seemed kind of
You
funny.
didn't do that because it was funny. 9 years later, you still think it's funny.
It is funny.
It's like a little joke.
Hey, no, I'm telling you, I think it's funny.
I don't put out sex almost ever. Interviews, it comes up more often.
Let me ask you this. What else have you done like that that's funny? Like, what else have you done?
In high school, if people cheered my name, I would eat bugs.
What kind of bugs would you eat?
The most famous, like, notorious Brandon bug eating situation was in front of, like, a local football crowd. Someone had caught a giant praying mantis, and they all cheered my name. I ate the Lord's bug. But yeah, honestly, like, I know you guys probably think that would make me like the loser, but man, still talk about that shit, dude. No, I love it. Yeah. You remember hearing the yearbook? No. Yes. Well, that's fun. School shooter. What up? You're playing mattresses.
So this fuck shack, there's going to be one girl there that you really want to. How long have you been communicating with this girl that you're looking forward to having sex with this weekend?
She's my ex. So, like,
How long did you guys date for?
a year.
How long have you been broken up for?
Almost 2.
And how long have you been communicating about going to the fuck shack?
3 weeks, because we fucked.
So it's been
3 weeks.
I just asked you how long it's been since you had sex, and you said a year.
We had. It had been a year since that 3 weeks, and then I convinced the girl to go to a fuck shack.
Where did you fuck her 3 weeks ago?
At my buddy's house.
Where in your buddy's house?
He was out of town. He said I could stay there to watch his dogs.
Okay, and you brought a girl to where you're at. And you guys have sex. That's when the dogs are with you. How the dogs?
No, actually, I would have left them.
Are they coordinated? They about 2 feet long? Are they branded? Okay.
I always think
So how many people do you think are going to be at the fuck shack? So it's just 2 people. So
I'm gonna fuck him, and then like that's the plan.
are there other people that are going to be there? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That's a new thing that people have, like fuck parties and these Airbnb. I'm actually.
It's a fuck shack, baby.
I thought that was. Wait,
Get your belly button pierced at the fuck shack. All right.
I can put it right
No, leave it out forever for the rest of the night. Even in your Uber ride home, you have to turn it up.
Second, you said folks are going to say we're renting an Airbnb and we're planning a flight. Yeah, nigga, you know cool. No, I have a Bella.
It's not a fuck shack. You don't even think you have the entire place on Airbnb. There's probably I feel like you probably budgeted it out. You're like, one room available, share house, share bathroom. No dogs, cats, nothing but piercings.
The host said that she would be there for check-in on the recent report.
Well, this has been so much fun. We spent way too much time with you. In 7 years, over 2,000 people pulled out of this bucket. You are the first male with a belly button piercing. We squeezed all we could out of you. Brandon Peterson, everybody, there he goes. Holy shit. Holy shit. Incredible. My mind is blown. Josh, have you ever seen anything like that in your whole life? It's a real hairy belly button. Really? Yeah, but
Cisco probably had one too. Oh yeah, Cisco had one.
Guys that can like pour water on themselves and be attractive to women can get away with it. But Brandon Peterson doesn't.
He was literally a vacuum.
I'll tell you, this next comedian definitely does not have his belly button pierced. I can pretty much damn well guarantee that. This guy is a tough guy. He's a tough cookie. He's a roast god. He's a great joke writer, great comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas. It's David. It's David's music.
I think eating ass is for guys that need a place to live. But due to boredom, my girl convinced best been eating ass during quarantine. This shit was like licking on a kneecap. We didn't know the kneecap. We got the same type of stuff. But while I was eating her ass, can you believe that this bitch farted 4 years down the drain over a poop? That bitch had me eating like some early as I got pepper spray. That shit was crazy. Like, it's not like pepper spray, it's pepper spray. Black people stop being valuable to white people after they got with me up in the parents. After they made something like copy faster than us, like
Did you really think this girl's actually gonna like it was an ass and a fart in this 60 seconds worth of correspondent program. Whoa, 2 fart noises. Whoa.
2 farts.
The fart and the fart. You don't like eating ass? You don't like eating pussy?
Only time I ate ass was by accident because the ass is only a
That's not how it works.
That's the only time when I've been drunk and I'm eating pussy wildly in my life.
David accidentally eats anything that's an inch away from anything. Pussy sound like a little hole. It's like this thing you have to put to get in there.
Some bitches got outer ones. I'm scared of big clits.
Yeah, why are you scared of them? Wait, say that again?
Because I be having like strange feelings in my head like this bitch got a big cut off and they're
Whoa, you're that afraid of being with someone that used to have a dick. Big Clint's one of my favorite rappers.
I mean, if I fuck trans,
What's trans? You leave it in trans. You had it in trans. Don't need to add anything more.
if I fuck a trans, I want it to be known up front, not be discouraged.
Exactly, Joy. What would happen? What do you think would happen if you were with a woman and let's say she's like fuck me and you walk in and she says that she's already bent over and you fuck her and then like you're like all right I'm gonna see you and you flip her over and there's just a giant cock there's what would happen?
Yeah, I get your right.
What do you think you would do? Your first move's just a punch? Seriously, like if you came and if you found out
I came, I'm just very mad.
really? So you'd be more mad if you came than if you didn't?
Especially if the pussy was good.
What if, okay, let me ask you this. Hold on, everybody. Relax. Let me ask you this. So let's say you fuck this girl, right? Or whatever, right? And you have sex and you come on, say, her back, right? And then, but she like doesn't even roll over, right? And you're just sort of hanging and then you get excited again. Maybe she says something, right, that turns you on and you start fucking her again. Right, and then let's say you come again, right? You pull out, shoot on her back again, right? You lay down for a bit, you can't even believe it. 15 minutes later, you get hard again, you start fucking her again, you come again. Would you be more mad coming 3 times? Coming once? Coming twice? When does it become like, you know what, I fell in love with you on that 3rd time?
I don't feel like that would happen to me until, say, hypothetically.
I think it would.
You dick fixing. So the thing is, if I'm gonna fuck a girl and she was a dick, that means I don't know her because I'm gonna never use condoms. If I know a girl like 24 hours, I don't use condoms.
Wait, 24 hours is the limit?
Yeah, so I have to ask questions.
24 hours and you're like, all right, you passed the questionnaire. Condoms are out the window. Let me, hold on, I'm sorry to cut you off. What if you haven't known her for 24 hours, she hasn't made it through the questionnaire, right? And you're like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you, let's put this condom on, and she's like, all right, give me one too. Would Would you stop there, or would you just pretend like you didn't hear?
I'm gonna stop at DDT that bitch.
DDT. Oh my God, that's what's crazy about that move is that they end up
Doggy dick dug that bitch.
yeah,
I don't want it.
DTD.
DDT? Yeah. DTT is what you do.
Therefore, maybe that's considered position, right?
Perhaps have you thought about this? Have you thought about this?
Yeah,
I don't even know what it is now.
He's just like gibberish. Like, boom.
A DDT. A DDT on the wrestler.
Ryan, you asked more questions about more famous things than anybody. I mean, if 6-year-olds were here, they would tell me.
Question for the adults.
Literally everyone.
Right back to tell you how long it took.
3 minutes. Okay, so have you ever thought about perhaps, coming up with your own ways of saving your pride in this situation? Perhaps you have sex with a woman who turns out to be a man. She tells you that she's a man, right? After you have sex with her, and you go, there's something I didn't tell you. I'm blind and deaf, so I didn't hear or see any of that.
Get the money and throw a rugby shoe.
I will say this about 3 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago, I first got my mother the training didn't hit me up, but the man was so bad. I didn't know she was a trainer, and she worked for the airline, so we almost literally like hooked up. But it was like 2 weeks before she was about to get my ticket. She's like, I gotta tell you something. I was born in a band.
What airline? Transcontinental?
I think I've been working on Alaska.
Oriental Air?
What you guys do if you fucked a girl and then afterwards you came and everything, she said like, hey, I used to be a guy. What would you guys do? I'd be like, oh, you got me once. Get out all in the next day.
Raven's gonna order Uber and send it. Hey, you want some noodles or rice? You gonna still talk to me?
Grease, Postmates, DoorDash. So you're asking if a girl was like,
You came and you fucked her, and then you came, and then she said afterwards, what would you guys do?
I'd be like, I would cry, and then I would call myself a fag.
I'll probably become celibate on some real shit.
Yeah, you would totally stop having sex. Yeah, you would become something 3 days later. Once those balls reach maximum level, you would be hitting her up again. Yeah, like, hey, can we do that again? But this time, don't tell me what the program used to be. Literally, bygones be bygones.
If you fucking trans,
This is like a movie sequel to Arachnophobia Transphobia. That was great. You want to go to the Fun Shack tomorrow?
if you fucking trans and the pussy be good, I'm gonna have some, that shit would like turn me into an alcoholic. I'm gonna have so many questions, like, I'm not been doing this shit with my whole life. And you gonna worry about getting the bitch pregnant, like, nigga, that's almost a W.
I don't feel like it is, bro. I don't feel like it is at all.
Can trans pussy get STDs?
I mean, a nigga just fucking shit out.
How you feel about that? No, I don't think anybody's getting fucked. I'm pretty sure you know that they used to be mad if they fuck you. Well, no, if they throw a dick in your ass.
Why did you pussy in my butthole right now? And why are you wearing my Jordans? Those are my shoes.
Yeah, that's why I be scared of women with big ass and big feet.
You can get it. Don't ask me the same time to make shoe size.
I'm selling mothers, bitch.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I got mothers.
Over the top became over the bottom.
I always used to look at Adam's apples. I thought that was a thing with
Oh, that's all
Adam.
When Raven started looking at candy,
And you are. Oh my God. Well, this has been a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. You just had a nigga with a belly button.
Yeah.
God damn, you look like somebody I picked on in high school.
Really?
If a nigga ain't a bug, I'm just looking for him.
Why would you beat his ass? That's hilarious.
He's not even a trans. Because that's what kids need nowadays. They need to get busted a little bit.
Oh, you need to film him eat that bun, put it on YouTube, and make some money. All right. David, fun, very fun interview. I love this. Thank you so much. The great David Lucas, everybody. David Lucas, funny on social media. Make sure you're following him. Great videos, great jokes. We want to tell you about our newest sponsor, SK Kratom. Now, if you're over the age of 18 and not familiar with Kratom, listen up. Kratom is natural. It is the leaf of a tropical evergreen tree mainly found on the island of Borneo. For hundreds of years, it was used by the people of Indonesia. Workers in the rice fields would chew the leaves to help with energy and stamina throughout the day, similarly to how Americans drink coffee or energy drinks. Most Kratom consumers use Kratom as an alternative to dangerous and addictive pharmaceuticals. Kratom has been scientifically proven to be safe.
SK Kratom is the best in the business. They have been a top Kratom supplier for over 6 years. They traveled to even Indonesia numerous times to see how and where their suppliers operate. So they were able to weed out bad product and suppliers, which is really important. SK put the effort in, so you are getting the best possible product. SK operates as a legitimate herbal supplement business with rigorous standards to ensure the consumer has the highest quality, safest product, including testing by third-party FDA consultants to prove the quality of SK Kratom.
So if you're into Kratom, get it from SK Kratom. Go to soapcorner.com and use the promo code KILLTONY30 for 30% off your first order of $35 or more. That's soapcorner with a K.com and code KILLTONY30 for 30% off. Soapcorner.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. This product is not for use by sale to persons under the age of 18. This product should be used only as directed on the label. It should not be used for regular nursing or physician before you have a serious medical condition and use prescription medications. The doctor's advice should be sought before using this and any other supplemental dietary product. Oh wow, this young lady has been on the show numerous times. It's been a very long time. She's a writer. She's an employee at the Comedy Store. It's been a very long time since she's been on. We're excited to have her back. Here she is, everybody. It's Joy Eileen. Here we go. It's Joy Eileen, everybody.
So my mom just told me that she doesn't trust magicians because they lie. She also told me she doesn't like bisexual people because they can't make up their mind. This is from a lady who cannot decide if she wants tacos or hot dogs for dinner. I signed up for a Zoom workout class, but I told the lady that my camera was broken. I just watch her work out and eat chips. I can't watch my 600-pound life because I get saucy and think I'm hot. I cannot wait until thrift stores open again because everybody's been cleaning out their closets and dying. I don't eat eggs.
Very fun. There you go. Absolutely. That's where that went in. Yeah. There you go. Very good. Thank you, Skeeter. Okay, Joy Eileen is back on the show. Fun stuff there. Magician. Sexual moms like that?
Yeah, she is.
How old is she?
She is 67. Madera, Fresno.
Fresno. Oh, okay. It's one of the north of Los Angeles by about what, 4 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours. That's fun. That's where you were raised.
Yes. Actually, a lot of Fresno State.
A lot of windmills up there.
No.
What's frozen up now?
Yes, bulldogs. Yeah, well, yeah, bulldogs, but shark. The shark, the tart. He was a basketball coach. Yeah, he threw shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got really mad at me once because I asked one of his basketball players to break into my car.
Why?
Because I locked my keys in my car and I was like, hey, you could break into cars, and he told me not to talk to his players.
Was it a black guy?
Yeah.
You break into cars? Jamal, what do you think about this? You're a senior black correspondent. If my mom asked you to break into a car, what would you do?
I'm like, what do I get?
I too, much like you talked about, I too love watching my 600-pound life. I mean, that is my thing. 1,000-Pound Sisters. Have you seen this show? Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. When the quarantine started, I got down on this. 1,000-Pound Sisters. Just unbelievably grotesque human beings. Jeremiah, I see you nodding along.
Each other pat, and then the other one looks at him. Bitch, you got the prize.
Exactly. I mean, these two women are just humongous white women. What are your thoughts about these? You're senior black horse.
He's a 2,000-pound white horse.
Yeah.
And they just in the crib all day naked.
Well, not naked. But very easy access. I mean, close ones. Getting
What
what
they do for a living. But they get money somehow.
Yeah, from the government, yeah. One of them can't get out of bed until she's had, I believe, 3 cans of soda. She's so addicted to soda that she has to literally drink it to get out of bed. I think it's just regular Pepsi or Coca-Cola.
Are they big or fat?
They are both. They are.
I'm fucking with the big one. Yes. Yes, you are. 10,000-pound big woman. And her big looking 2 giant boobs that go on the perfect frame. How tall is she? That's his dog. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They don't necessarily get much working out. The only working out that they do in 1,000-Pound Sisters are my 600-pound life. It's e-bikes. It's an electric bicycle. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a running
That
joke.
job's super elastic. After what? Super hilarious the first time and the last 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's going to be funny. For eternity. The E in e-bike stands for eternally funny. E-bikes. Atomic Casinos talking about last week.
Yeah, because they like electronic bike sauces. Just the bicycle with the paddle. How many pounds do these
None. Their show is not about losing weight. Sometimes they'll try to lose weight, and it's very easy for them to lose weight. They basically have to do nothing except like stop eating pies. Just if they like to take a break from eating pies, literally eating pies. If they take just a few days off of eating pies, they lose like 30 pounds. Because their body's so used to just pies and so much other shit. It almost I would guess probably like 30s in their 30s.
You're not dead.
They're close. I mean, one of them's closer than the other. The one that's the one has a forehead that protrudes out, and the other one has 2 eyes that look opposite that.
Which one would you keep? You had the forehead.
Well, I mean, that forehead is pretty intriguing. And the pie, you know what I mean? It's all over. It's
I always wondered, like if you, like how they clean themselves, but they were like lifting a tit up, and so just mushrooms and shit. Do they have kids?
You just get sick to his stomach hot. They are kids and shit. Yeah. They do have a boyfriend. There's one creepy guy that's. Oh, actually, you know what? One does have a skinny black man boyfriend that comes in once in a while. I remember now.
Really?
Yeah. It's a It's just fun. You ever watch those Hunts's?
No, I've never seen that one.
Yeah. If you
I love your thrift store joke. That's very accurate too. I didn't even think about that. Unfortunately, two thrift stores are closed down because you can't pay your rent when you're already making thrift store money. I guess.
But they get grants. What do you think?
So Goodwill does it.
On and off, though. More off than on. No, I started here.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah. Well, I did it a couple times before Tony, but I bombed so fucking hard on that stage. Yeah, it was bad.
What happened?
Frank Castillo and Mike Lawrence. Yeah, it was right when Frank had won. And I got up there, and I don't know, when you first do it, you don't bomb. You know, like your first set, like I feel like you bomb your first set, you can do it again. So I did it, and I had all of this fucking confidence. I'm a fucking idiot. And I got up there, and nobody laughed. And then I made fun of Pat, and everybody laughed. So they were like, you can leave now. Fucking thank you.
Okay. How you been spending the quarantine? You have kids?
And kids.
Freckle Dick.
Yeah, Freckle Dick. Yeah, he wanted to come tonight. He's like, just sneak me in. He wants to kiss my hand with a Red Bull.
How come they don't do 1,000 pounds? But then also the ninjas and shit in the house, like all that shit. That'd be kind of tough.
Absolutely. Circus. Great circus world. Absolutely. That's what it's coming to. Just mash a bunch of freak. Get a guy in there with a very chest and belly button, right?
Yes.
Call it fuck shack. Fuck shack. Alright, so everything's been good during the quarantine?
Yeah, I didn't stop working.
It's not easy. And it's fun for people to challenges and see this for like. You think about profession kind of a thing. You think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel do. You know, and some of you think that like the world will just blind us. False, like just happen. Because we're doing the work. False, dirty work. But we have to get it. It's right. It's often the work. You can't see what's
Miss Aquarius.
Chiropractor didn't close, so I actually have to stop working. Yeah.
Oh, so you're still giving massages?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, I had to stop the massage podcast. So John and I started one. Apparently, John's funnier than me, so fuck that.
There you go.
Everybody who listens to it, they're like, man, John's funny.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, there you go. Well, thank you so much for coming on this evening. Fun times. Joy Eileen, everybody. There she goes. All right, back to the bucket. Step back from the ledge. All right, pull another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Spencer O'Neill. Here we go. Spencer O'Neill, he is coming to the stage. S-P-E-N-C-E-R. O'Neill is his name. Here he is, Spencer O'Neill.
And that's how the question is something else.
They've been in a bit of a dry spell lately. Since you got so bad that now whenever I hear about a guy who looks like me is in line, I'm like, yeah, nice. That's us. We're doing that. Yeah, fucking that. Recently learned that I can't tell Italian people and gay people apart because they both use their hands so much when they talk. Like the other day, I was talking to a guy and I went to kiss him and he was like, "Whoa, what are you doing? I'm Italian." I was like, "Oh, I bet." And I was talking to another guy. And I went to him like, "No." He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm gay." And I was like, "I can't tell people apart." Ridiculous. Sweats too much. Actually, just
Just come at the other people.
The West Hollywood, if you're not familiar, it's a very Italian neighborhood. Italian guys going around kissing each other. They all look like me. Oh my God, nice. That's all I got.
Wow, brilliant, beautiful, a complete work of art. 58 seconds of absolute tying it all together and great jokes. That's fucking awesome, Spencer. Welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How long have you been doing stand-up? Awesome. Where are you from? Wow, how long have you been in LA? That's awesome, man. What part of Alaska? Goodness gracious. What's it like up there?
Mountains. You ever go to the Charlie's? Yeah, I did not move there. My mom did a little bit after I was like 21, so I could go online. But it's kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Tell
us more about Alaska. Ice fishing, like what were you into?
Fishing on the ship, I used to go to a small native village.
What's that like?
Native white people.
Sell off
You guys
all
drink
of
together?
your
Do I watch? What are we talking
We
about?
go to like a campfire.
like sell off all of your
And you would do it with the natives? You would hope to not run into natives? Are they violent? Oh,
Yeah, then
they were around and they would see you.
that's when I watch this. What's
How do you
I don't
that?
know if they're getting to that.
He was there full time.
These Native Americans are violent towards white people.
Well, it's different.
Well,
There's
like you said, we get rid of
Just
that.
natives.
You guys,
Do they have acres?
yeah, this is scary. Oh,
Fuck
it's scary.
shacks?
some fuck shacks. Yeah, a lot of fuck shacks.
That's incredible. What else about Alaska? I really don't know much that much about it. Is there a lot of salmon there?
Alaskan natives. What? What's that?
Oh,
Crazy like Eskimos?
I think are
Well, they're
that's
Eskimos.
one like a little one.
Well, say that. The crazy thing about Alaska, I thought was like do comedy, do shows, whatever, and it's like you come out, just sunlight, it's just like, and there's you don't want to go back to your hotel, you don't want to do anything except like, hey, this is still daylight, it's what we're hotel.
You're like, it's daylight outside. I should be sleeping right now.
Right. I was born there, so I never really realized it until I moved here.
You have
So you realize like people can't drink outside of Alaska. They'll get shit fixed like 11:30.
Yeah, they all have drinking problems.
What's the name brand of those cults that apartments? Yeah, oh, some bubble gum. Oh, for real? They skin them themselves?
Did you ever club a seal?
Yeah,
They are. Have you ever seen a native kill a seal? Oh, there we go. We have some actual audio coming in from Alaska, right? Oh, Jesus.
I've never seen an Eskimo really huge people.
Did you ever see a bear up there? You see bears? What's that like? Would they ever attack you?
I was camping one time in Bear Cave.
How about a jungle? Have you ever seen a jungle?
I just realized we haven't heard the bear for so long.
Yeah, it's incredible. Have you ever seen a frog up there? Does that noise ring a bell?
Sounds right.
Okay. How about a foggy guy? Oh, what's velvet? What's that? What's that one? Have you ever seen a velvet? No, you're amazing. Spencer does. Super interesting. So tell us more about your life. What do you do for work? How you made money in the past?
I was just doing comedy.
How long ago? A year? But like when exactly?
Almost a year ago.
Right. Were things going good?
Yeah, it was doing all right. It was doing better before I got here.
Right. And then COVID hits, and I mean, it was supposed to be a crashing blow.
I mean, money-wise, I can make more money.
Yeah, Ines acá, y los pop.
Before I moved here, I was doing well collecting.
No sería un simple,
And then I moved here and started.
So you're making a lot of
already, yeah, I'm supposed to sell like I have got it for
When they changed it, they made it look
yeah, Ines,
instead of 600,
in that case,
it's actually
it is interesting. Case number one, suitcase. I went up
it's pretty crazy though. I like my girlfriend has like a job in
$1,000.
She's making
Case
so
number
much
one,
money
he
now.
goes off,
yeah,
sells
some
his item,
Americans never seem to
goes off,
complain
sells
about
his
it.
item, I enjoy it.
Right.
Those
It's
two
also
see
super
back to
rich.
that.
A lot more profits.
Anything for $19,000, she says, I want to do that.
I kept getting the other one. I don't know, they did not like my
Give me a couple of hours to sell my idol. That's something
Decrepit
that
company
is
that pays its employees scams the kids that they get to write down for the hire. They spend more money on lawyers to not have to pay.
my effectively my inspiration
And Snapchat series.
Oh yeah.
I don't say what's this on the
Before we tried to get one,
from
the news line wasn't good enough.
I'll be making notes. So this is very serious.
We went into Bitches Snapchat show, and the night before we did an Armenian kid's birthday party and posted it on social media, and they saw the video before we went into the meeting, and we knew when they asked us what that was all about, that we didn't the show that we were about to pitch. You can't be on Snapchat in your Snapchat series because
Here,
back to you,
while
man.
I sell
You
my
guys
idol,
have
or
gangbangers
while
out
I
there?
go and
Smokes. Oh, for and how many neighbors do?
You have any,
A lot of people don't like these because white people.
sell wine,
you have any hobbies or
want-
special skills or talents or anything like that? Fun facts about you?
Entertaining shit.
Other than that,
existence of people that
I mean, nothing. Like I used to play baseball cards. I wrestled in high school. I'm currently a semi-pro golfer. I'm learning how to getting my pilot's license. Italian is yours. Yes, I'm very Italian, and I'm gay, and I love that gym.
He wrote to the Kia government. That's what we just said before. I think that's what. But that's what the numbers will say. When you want the continued existence. But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until you have success for money. I want to continue the existence of the mess up because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these fucking idols. Why should it be us? Göttingen, ger bizim Göttingen ger she gör she a diet of the person.
Does it make complete sense to
You have two brothers. One is converted, and what they're both they're actual brothers.
But like anything, any hobbies other than comedy or
So brother Gare, brother Akon. So what happens? Their father died. The father died. So the estate. In the estate, 8 is idolatry, and 9 is and let's say permanent. So there, no,
making very entertaining stuff. No, so anything about the entertainment industry. How about in the past?
No, I guess I could go. I could play TV Weeks. Airsofting goes fun.
Say it again.
Airsofting.
Yeah, with people.
It's kind of cool.
Okay.
It's kind of fun.
Tell us about that. I never hang out with my Venezuelan friends when there's Mexican food.
Is there anything in your refrigerator besides?
That's a great question.
No, it's fucking
Do you have a refrigerator? It's empty.
some chicken and spinach. When was the last time you had French toast crunch? Years ago. I know Mitch wants you to leave.
Oh, wow, thank you. It's boy, really letting the outside in. Oh, is there any do you know anything about collecting jugs of piss?
I figured he was going to talk about it. So,
Thank you, Mitch. Wow, that seems to be the
in this case, Brother Gare wants the continued existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued. And therefore, it's mutual. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, Mr. Schnorr? This is
exactly the question I was asking.
I'm just happy Mitch is a fucking wise about it. So I used to live with Mitch, big fat guy.
Yeah,
At Mitch Better on social media.
Tell us about this.
So I used to live with him, and then he had this terrible girlfriend. This lesbian chick.
That's from
They were fine, but they were fucking really loud.
The lesbians.
Yeah, but I had to pee.
that was fine for
I
me.
interrupt them,
How
so
would
there's
you
no way to
explain
get to
to
the bathroom
his
without walking right past something in the jug. My room. Feeding blood jug. Now, see, this is a fucking problem. Eating blood jug. Three jugs.
How did you have these 3 jugs just laying in your room?
I had one jug, then it was a water jug that I drank over the phone.
Okay, how big of a jug? Like, what is a jug to you? You're from Alaska. I picture a jug.
3 X's on it, you want to over your shoulder.
Like a Winnie the Pooh jug.
Yeah, you drink it, you
Like a honey jug.
you're ready.
Why wouldn't you just be like, hey, this is my house. Hey, what is this? Hey, man, I'm coming through. Let's go. This.
I don't want to kick him to the fucking side.
They might be like, are they hot lesbians? So, like, how you said they were having loud sex.
I don't think they knew I was home.
Do you think they had like strap-ons on or something? Like, how does lesbians get that loud? I always picture lesbian sex being quite quiet.
I'm trying to think. If I heard one or two voices,
Did you feel out?
I didn't want to.
Now you would spy. You mean in the middle of the living room was fucking screaming. I get so I don't Was it like a motorcycle or was it like an e-bike? Jesus fucking Christ. Mostly sorry.
Less Valley Girl, more like
These were Alaskan girls? Seattle lesbians. Okay. Let's wind down a little bit. Let's all take a breath. So, you filled this jug of piss? Pissed in it one time? Was it a full jug?
No, it was a gallon jug.
What else? Did you shit in it?
Shit next to it, but I cleaned that up. I've never
Oh my goodness, this is incredible. So how many jugs?
Actually, we weren't allowed to shit in the house because it was crazy. It was one of the way to go down. It was a nice apartment way to go to a different part of the building for shit.
Because she said that you guys shit too much or
No,
something?
she just didn't like the smell of shit.
But she would allow 2 Seattle lesbians to fuck in her living room? Oh, come on.
Oh, she was I'm in trouble because I got beat a jug.
I mean, Mitch clearly still wears the clothes that the lesbians slept in his house.
It's not the same place that Mitch lives in now, right? Mitch doesn't live in Seattle.
I thought they were Seattle girls. I thought you guys drove down here every Monday just to be team players. This is fucking awesome. Such compelling interviews on this episode of Kill Tony. Every single fucking person. The first guy was a little bit worried about me. He's like, check this out. Shows the belly button piercings. Are you fucking kidding me? You think this guy's awesome? I can see that with real nipple rings. Yeah, right.
Both jewelry, you get a Jews and piercings on it.
Good lord, that is horrible. So what'd you end up doing with this jug of piss?
Well, I forgot about it, and Mitch stormed into my room. I was comes up to me, he goes, hey, what's in this jug?
Oh, shit.
I tried to lie, I got apple cider. He told me to immediately called my bluff.
He said that he told you.
He goes, drink some of it. I go,
Wow. And then he's like, why the fuck do you have a jug of piss?
I tried to explain the last dance.
How long do you think the jug was there until Mitch found it? Okay, guys, that has nothing to do with this. I mean, Jesus Christ. A day? Jesus, Howard Joseph. You're not going to just get 2 jugs of piss out.
I went to work and I came home.
Was he in your room, by the way? Yeah, what the fuck are you drinking in his room? That's creepy. He said he had to take a piss. Unbelievable. So much fun, Spencer. Unbelievable set. I mean, in 60 seconds, you had multiple jokes, multiple callbacks, tied it all together. Unfucking believable. Probably one of the best 60-second sets we've seen here in absolutely forever. Very impressive. So thank you so much for coming by. Spencer O'Neill, everybody. Wow. What an episode. Very, very, very compelling show this evening. Having fun here. Well, I don't know what you guys think, but I think there's only one way to put a little ribbon on this fucking pie to be called an episode of Kill Tony, and we're about to do it right now. This next comedian, ladies and gentlemen, one of the true legends of the show, a guy who, I think when he's awake, ladies and gentlemen, he is originally from Chicago, a former improv black belt over at Second City, and started stand-up very, very recently, and has been a regular on the show for quite a few months now. I absolutely love him with all of my heart. This is a guy that I truly care deeply about and absolutely love. One of my favorite comedians, one of the top rising comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, oh wait, you know what? Actually, here, let me put it to you this way. We've seen this guy on the show a couple times before. Here he is for his return. It's the one and only Injured Dice Clay, everyone. Here he is. It's Injured Dice Clay. Here he is.
Let me stop the punishment. When we go and make a mistake, but again, our best to what we need in order to be successful. That's how we so what we need to be successful. And when they need to work, Relax the standards to make us successful. We do it. You got it. You do it. When success is accomplished, we relax the standards. That's how no,
I think you forgot something.
no greater advocate than that's this world doesn't rest. In this book, the sound starts with the no question. How do you listen? Here, Coach, my shape, my thoughts. What's the greatest? Hey, dear Coach, come in, dear Coach, go ahead and polish the series. Remember, has the ability to these desires, thereby to commission with others as a theological significance. Dear Coach, was an easy ultimately doesn't worship. Again, she's like a compliment everything else except he doesn't worship.
Injured dice play.
It's
what I've got. Yes, injured. So good to have you back on the show. You are Injured Dice Clay. You are Injured Dice Clay's that brother in wow. Have you ever talked with your half brother and second cousin who twice moved Injured Dice Clay before?
Anyone who's going to call us, if you're
wow, that's incredible. What are you, maybe like, he would help you if you needed it, maybe with like a medical procedure. What type of, what's your blood type?
So because of that,
there's only a couple types I'm really setting you up for one here. Think about it.
he has the power to go ahead. He gave it to him. He was angry like him. So he was like
I think you wanted you to say your blood type is
so he worships it and he gets it. As long as it
okay, back to one. Your half brother can probably help you with some type of medical transplant procedure if you ever need. What type of blood type do you have? At this point, you just say A positive and you can move on.
so
Oh, there you go. Nailed it. You really talking about dice? Yeah. Oh, okay. You see the movie Blank Man?
Required by USA.
Spectrum has the worst Wi-Fi right now. It's not as the worst Spectrum. I hate being on the Spectrum.
However, again, which is also the other, they don't overly over the
That's absolutely
but
true.
again, that's take it out.
I mean, I think we should have more options.
I think the question of it, at that point, we kind of think this position. I mean, sure, every problem, the guys are the best from Shalom, the shots are there. Every definition is what is our, or the is our just day of God, day Shekinah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we find it to be fair. Might of God might be both. What does it mean to be both?
Jake the Snake, how do you live in Pimp? Jake the Snake, how do you live in Pimp?
Absolutely. Amazon should just do everything.
What'd you say?
Amazon should make our water, send us things.
God, I can't hear you. Hold on. What did you say? Nobody knows to talk like this.
Then, I just feel like he's having a result. We have a result. I know none of God over my shit in the law, most of the other things, right? Ultimately, again, those governments, that's what happens. My shit in law, is not even so he was able to go ahead and do this.
Now, Andrew Dice Clay famously was the first comedian to sell out Madison Square Garden in New York, New York. You are Andrew Dice Clay. What's your favorite performance that you've ever given?
Counting down my favorite business,
That's beautiful. This is the Mayo Clinic. We can't talk about that. We gotta stop saying Mayo Clinic. Red Band's gonna stop it.
Yeah, because I eat mayo. Do you have any updates on your Easter seals videos? I know a few years ago we were talking about
and both worship God, both worship obviously again, and the one because I don't
talk, man.
I was trying to figure out what's wrong with you still. He doesn't know what he is.
Do you need the classes?
He's playing a character of a Dice Clay-like character that's injured, and the actual man playing the character is debilitating unfair. Oh,
I'm pretty sure to start with black.
Basically, again,
It's like what the Joker had in the movie.
Oh, shit. Oh my god, it's Michael Lair, everybody.
If you ever want to run away from oh my god.
You are?
Oh, I like it. But two, I don't have no fucks to give. So if anyone says I've been taking it, take his chair. That's the no, so I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you told you that you were faking it, and then you
It's
picked that
great
up.
posture, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else say that. You get one of those back breaks things on Instagram. And they've been advertising. My girlfriend just got that today. They have like her tits like cut out. I was like, does it really work?
No, it's just ridiculous.
Oh my God.
What? Didn't you cover back? Oh, yeah.
What's going on? Yeah, it's going to be definitely tannic. This is what is happening in the next game. So what's the deal with reggae? The sound that shine with it, never have to make no sense. He's not thinking. I don't hate you, man. That ain't fair, is it? You're doing white voice.
No, he's always had a white voice. That's like, I went to college and there's not a lot of white women. That's true, he does.
Lower your pitch and respect Michael Data.
Oh, and I grew up watching Dem Jam, so I speak at a certain pitch.
I feel you sound like the damn guy.
Oh, that's a headband. I think that you're hilarious.
I think you are too. It's so glad you mean. This show tonight was straight bananas.
I agree. And there's no better way to fucking end it than with you. You're the baddest ass in the world. You can sit down. I feel like a...
No, I need to hear my ass.
The great Michael Lair, everybody. Everything he does is at michaellaircomedy.com and on social media at Michael Lair Comedy. Here comes tonight's drawing for the great Ryan.
The majority of the evidence are Jews. About 10%
E-belt. There it is. Oh, this looks like a water cover. Look at that. So there's a big snake there. There's a grassy knoll. There's a cat. It's red man. Oh, it's a snake on a rope. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Incredible. The great Jamar Neighbors was with us this entire episode. He's got specials and albums everywhere. Tell the people where they can find it.
Thank you, Tony. Hey, man, I'm doing a show out of my apartment September 6th. I got to come and be on it and be a part of the audience. Tony's going to be on it. Jeremiah's going to be on it. Rabbi's going to be on it. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
And if you can see Jamar live, please check it out, man. It's one of the most unique live shows you'll ever see.
Without a doubt, this is another one of those guys that's going to be one of the biggest in the world one day, and you're going to say that you know him from Kill Tony. You're a real fucking comedy fan. I guarantee you that this guy will be recognized as one. Of the best in the world by everyone one day. Thank you to David Neary for helping us out so much. She's at David Neary on social media. Hey, look at Skeeter over there. Believe it or not, people, it was Jeremiah walking against the whole time. There's his Venmo. You know what that is.
Venmo at Jeremiah.
Now, what do you tell them about the art and stuff that you make, the creative endeavors that you do, Jeremiah, instead of holding up the Venmo thing? What do you tell them about that? Your podcast, your social media,
I do Jeremiah Wonders weekly, and I feel like I'm doing something unique and creative.
You are there.
And I would really appreciate if you go over to youtube.com/Jeremiah Wonders and check it out. If you have never seen it, or if you haven't seen it in a long time, doing a lot of different new stuff.
There's a lot of fun stuff going on over there. They like characters and silly shit and a bunch of fun laughs and great character work and improvisation. That's all happening over there.
Yeah, check out the show.
With Adam Ray that you did a couple decades ago, it was amazing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Dr. Phil episodes with Adam Ray. There's a Trump episode that's out that I'd like you to check out. And
a lot of the characters that are famous on Kill Tony are happening over at Jeremiah Wonders. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, I know this is going to be hard to believe, but Kelsey all night, I just got word that was actually Jet Ski Jesse Johnson, everybody. I can't even believe it. I don't see the resemblance. Oh, there it is. I know that trumpet swing. Nothing but home runs for Jet Ski Johnson, as always. Jet Ski, tell us what else is going on.
Follow me on social media, Jet Ski Johnson. See me out here in my Wonders.
Absolutely, isn't that the truth? Oh my goodness, wait a second. Hold on. That's not Rabbi, that's Brother Chris. Wow, that's incredible. What do you think about tonight's episode?
You made a classic one tonight, Tony. Sorry that these puns are a little dreadful, Tony.
Whoa! He's Grandma Chris on everything social media. He's part of the Baby Boys. He makes music. He does fun things. He's everywhere. We love him. And this beautiful young lady back here, I know what you're thinking. Is that Amy Winehouse's corpse? No. It was actually Joel Berg the whole time. Spoiler alert, it was Joel Jimenez. Of the Mostly Sorry podcast and Mostly Sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
That's it. Love you guys. Peace.
There's a bunch of new Tony Hinchcliffe merch over at TonyHinchcliffe.com. There's a bunch of stuff. Shower curtains, t-shirts, skateboards. It's all happening over at TonyHinchcliffe.com. It's unbelievable. Why not look at my face while in your shower, scrubbing up?
And check out Desktop.tv. Also a lot of new merch there for Virtual Red Band and all that stuff is at Desktop.tv.
I have a Patreon project that covers everything about roasting, its entire history, how to do it, roast battles, roasters, everything over there. I interview members of the writing staff and famous roast performers of the past, and that's all at patreon.com/Hinchcliffe. This was another episode of Kill Tony, formerly known as the #1 live podcast in the world, because we used to have a live audience. But now we do this. So, there you go. We'll see you next week.
So as long as externally he's not right, as long as externally right, in public justice, private very public this and what's well, without fellowships, one to didn't participate in either just needs to essentially deal with his rights as someone else in the process. In the fellowships, but again, he's publicly and essentially like he's like a fucking not a lot. Rather, you have to right make sure you slot the most English in the shows, right? You saw ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and deal is right. You have to fight for the
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous comedy store Main Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Check out for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, crazy like a wolf today. Ryan Redband, how are you, my
Great, man. How you doing?
It's another beautiful day. Can you believe this? 7 years and 3 months we've been doing this show, and here we are again, doing it again. Very exciting. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. Look at him live in the flesh. How exciting is this? We have a scattered 12 people in a room built for 470 people. This is just as exciting as it gets. Everyone, there's a lot of energy here today. And I am excited about tonight's episode. A lot of fun things coming up ahead, including a guest. We have a guest on tonight's show. This guy, one of my favorite human beings, one of my favorite comedians. He opens for Doug Stanhope all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Brent Erickson, everybody. Here he is. He's got a hit podcast. He's actually got a couple of podcasts. Welcome, Brett. Good to be here. You can take your mask off if you think you don't have COVID. Yeah, you passed your temperature check, right? unless you've been feeling a little suspicious of headaches, right? For those of you watching, there are 6 feet between us. I know it doesn't look like it, but the camera adds 4.5 feet.
I have a 5.5 foot arm.
Yield, or you could go ahead and
By the way, Tony, I would like to say thank you for having me here tonight. I know that normally you do have a packed house and you saw yourself, you know what? When we have 12 people in a room, that would be comfortable in that room.
That's right.
What sort of comedian do we need that would be comfortable in a nearly empty room?
That's right. No, it's true.
Just a guy.
You were my first call for that mission.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you're here. Tell us about the shows that you do and fun things like that. I know you have.
You mentioned opening for Doug Stanhope. I did that for a long time. I'm now hosting a podcast called Issues with Andy.
That's what it is.
What I do is my friend Andy Andrist, who is a force of nature. He's our he's our Joey Diaz. So he needed a podcast and he didn't have one, and I thought, fuck it, let's do a podcast. So I do a podcast with him, and it's me and him and a couple of the guys from Doug's podcast, Greg Shaley and Shannon Shank. And the four of us just talk shit.
Nothing better than doing podcasts.
Nothing better than 4 straight old white guys having a podcast.
That's what it's all about. And you know what's great about podcasts? Our sponsors. And here is a little bit more about our amazing sponsors that sponsor tonight's episode.
Let me tell you about Mint Mobile. Wow. This is the new approach to wireless. And it is a thing of the future. I'm going to tell you, I got the product, easy activation, incredible network coverage, and the cost savings compared to my previous carrier is amazing. If you're still using one of the big wireless providers this year, ask yourself what you're paying for. Between expensive retail stores, inflated prices, and hidden fees, you're being taken advantage of because they know you'll pay. Enter Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile provides the same premium network coverage you're used to, but at a fraction of the cost because everything is online. Mint Mobile saves on retail occasions and overhead, then passes those savings directly to you.
Mint Mobile makes it easy to cut your wireless bill down to just $15. Every plan comes with unlimited nationwide talk and text. With Mint Mobile, stop paying for unlimited data you'll never use. Choose between plans of 3, 8, or 12 gigabytes of 4G LTE data. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan. Keep your same phone number along with all your existing contacts. Digital wireless bill will start saving with Mint Mobile.
That's right. Take your new wireless plan for just $15 a month and get a plan shipped to your door for free. Go to mintmobile.com/realtime. That's mintmobile.com/realtime. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/realtime.
Hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madison Resources Group they needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Madison Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back. Another beautiful day here with the great Brett Erickson. Brett, I know it's been a wild.
Great job on that line.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to use ZipRecruiter.
Oh, shit, yes, and you're exactly right.
You need mobile. I use it every day.
Anyway, we do love ZipRecruiter, and you know what else we love is the band that is on this show every single episode. They expect to be different characters. We never know what they're going to be or how they're going to behave. Even if this week is no different, we're all going to find out what they are tonight together as I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltami Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jordan Jimenez, Jenski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go.
I mean, we're actually use
Oh my goodness. Is this?
Holy shit, it's Green Days.
Is this Reagan Watkins? What's going on here? I really thought it was Pat Reagan was talking.
party or something.
Who are you?
With this long banner, and this person,
Oh, wow. Chester.
as a younger person,
Okay.
kept writing
I don't really know that much about Linkin Park, so it's going to be a pleasure to
like
meet you
had
guys
really
today.
good handwriting.
Alright.
Really kept experiencing the banner incorrectly.
Uh,
I remember I just,
comics.
I just did it.
Wow. Chester, you are the seventh most famous person to hang themselves that's been in the comedy store, so congratulations. And then clearly back here we have what appears to be a Pokemon busboy in an Italian restaurant. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm Mike Shinoda from Lincoln Park.
Hey, Mike. Write that down.
Mike Shinoda.
I'm going to call you Mike. And over here, clearly, what appears to be a young Chewbacca. Chroma, who are you, sir? Is it really like all Lincoln Park?
Yeah, name's Brad Nelson from Lincoln Park, the guitarist.
Okay. Right. Learning a lot tonight already about Lincoln Park. How about you back there, the drummer?
Oh, that's cool, man. My name's Rob. You see out the chair. I'm seeing me because I'm in that little screen over there. So,
Yeah, I see you.
Sorry, Rob.
Okay, Rob. It's great.
shut up when I'm talking to you.
Lincoln Park. Everybody go be the band tonight.
By the way, thank you for putting this much effort into doing a show.
Very exciting. Of all the bands in the world, Lincoln Park's one of the ones I'm looking at any day now. Any day.
So they did Sum 41 last week.
Still black confidence. I'm convinced that there's just too much pressure to take.
Chester, we're gonna have fun today, Chester. Some people signed up for the show. I have a bucket of desks today that used to be a big deal that would have hundreds of people in it, and now there is a few. We're gonna get through those, meet some strangers, maybe someone that we've met before. And let's get into it. You guys ready to start tonight's episode of Kiltami? Here we go. We're gonna ignore the bucket to start things, ladies and gentlemen. One of my favorite human beings on the planet, an absolute destroyer, an improvisational guru out of the great state of Illinois, Chicago, originally from New York, now lives in Los Angeles, originally from Queens. Everybody, it's the great Michael Lair. There we go.
This name is comeback is ours. Who cares? Stop calling your employers. That's my words, alright? Call them for what they are. What they are. They're the profound vacation of the American dream gone wrong. Underneath that Mickey Mouse head is the tears of a man who owes $50,000 Every action exposure from Shakespeare to Shake Shack. But now, all you're doing is playing blindfolded frozen mortgages. We're worried about the pederasty. Worried about the musical's effect on children. No one talks about that. One good thing about Corona, no more ammo dead.
One day, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. That in mind, every time this rhyme to explain it, you try.
I was wondering when the hell it was going to happen right from the top.
I think you're being too tough on me.
Really?
You're from Chicago and there's a thing in Park in Chicago.
That Abraham Lincoln was quite a guy.
Yeah.
He also died in a chair.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh man, what a crap.
yeah, tell us about it.
Oh man, just reacting.
Wow, you were one of my favorite actors ever. I've seen you in the Easter Seals film. I've seen you pull off an amazing Rocky Balboa.
I got shut out of verses. Shut out.
But you get 13th.
I never hated this. I think they got
I think maybe they did. Did you look at the other people that made it? Like, were they legit? Or were you like, what the fuck?
I didn't look because it's hard.
You know what? Maybe the judges were also handicapped as well. That's why they didn't pick you. Maybe it was just like they're watching videos like,
This guy's so fucks.
yeah. Those are some actual Easter seals. Easter is like not that great of a holiday. Seals aren't that great of animals.
Not as good as penguins.
It should be the Easter jungle birds, if you ask me. That's what I call it. Yeah, there it is. That's what I
Michael, all you gotta do at this whole thing is just, banned from the Easter Seals Film Festival.
right.
Too fucking much.
Yeah, I think
Would they ban you from it? Right.
I think they would give everybody who cries at that fucking
Yeah, you spend time doing it, at least a dime. Yeah,
Easter seals. Yeah, it's very bizarre. I think it's because the seals make the same noises as a lot of the people that are in that organization.
Yeah.
This is exactly why they want to give me any cash or
do something to sustain the actual growth
It
itself.
was originally founded in 1919. It was called the National Society for Crippled Children. That's not a joke, everybody. That is
Are you ready, Miss Aquarius?
Oh, hey, happy super stories.
So again, that's just one slicing has a low killer. Can't do anything. That won't take you again.
How's your Easter go? You had like Easter dinner with your family?
Yes, I did.
Even if it's not directly about the actual event itself, it's just something that's
What about Taylor?
I don't celebrate Easter, Miss Aquarius. I'm Jewish.
first line of Wikipedia says.
That's my destiny. What did you do? That's my destiny. What did you do?
Yeah, I would like Sunday dinner or with family, but I just showed all day and played video games.
Nice day.
I ate for you.
There you
I
go.
ate for you.
Yeah, I love the butter dinner rolls.
Yeah, we had the butter dinner rolls. Yeah, we had Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, yes.
I had
Yeah, my favorite thing to have the collard greens, the cornbread with the mac and cheese, the yams, and either chicken or rib. But yeah, that's
everybody's hand to get egg over that Sunday.
So we are the commodity pursuit. Oh, interesting. We are ultimately again.
You need to red light to just relax today. Red light to just relax.
I'm on the podcast tomorrow. Big time.
Nice.
Well, thank you. We're not there yet, but we got it scheduled. The first of 5. So that's good. Nice bear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job. You're welcome.
Get it. Ooh.
Bye-bye.
No doubt.
There you go. Finish it. You had a strike. Finish it. You had a strike.
Need this.
Let's go. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. This.
Give me it.
Yay.
Giant win.
Yay.
Giant. I'll take it.
You win now.
I win, you
You
win.
win now.
You win, I win. Reload.
Reload. I'm thinking of YouTube that starts up.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. What is there?
Yeah, thank you.
That was terrible. One of the worst throws of all time. Give me this. It was terrible as well.
Even though the king was a more expensive, approach to prohibition of July, they're not really keeping it. You're not planting. Not really financing the actual planting itself, but you're keeping it open. So feds to sustain it.
What is fair?
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Right. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Right.
Give me it.
You can get paid for that for
There we go.
which the Gemara says is too low. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's great.
Look at that. That's crazy. Look at that. Same thing you said. Same thing you said.
That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss.
What is fair?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big time. Oh, give it to me.
You got this one.
No doubt.
You got this one. Hey. Hey.
He asks you. He wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his will to pay me $50. $50 about it. So remember, on one hand, if it's no, because therefore that means one.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on, let's go. Come on. Hey, get in there, Rabbi.
Give me it.
Get in there, Rabbi.
Do it and cover along.
Give me it.
If it involves the destruction item, even though, yes, I do want to
get those two.
I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it.
Easy peasy.
I want to.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities.
Yeah, you got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
Because the destruction of
Give me this. Come on. I win, you win, you and I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay!
He is right.
Hey, come back on my new too. I see you in the morning. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams. God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing. Sweet dreams, God willing.
Everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. That's what you assume. That has to be our approach to the on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. There's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes then those norms become good people, ultimately they then become incredibly good. That's right. So that's the use of slush money. Yes, destroy the INS. Cover and rub love. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is wrong. But it's not easy. It's not easy. and struggles with incredible challenges we see. So what you think about such an incredible thing? If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really, and sometimes you think that like the world will just line up across righteousness. Because we're doing what we're doing, the world's dirty. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishar, the Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to have an evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it. You have to destroy it, and once you do it, well, you cross it. This is difficult. The process is good. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really. You might go try. But Rabbi speaks so again, the same kind of thing. And they ask the question, does Rabbi speak? They're coming by the mix. Yeah, but let's come the other way of Rabbi So that's like, this is very interesting. What happens if Abraham sells his idol? So Abraham sells his idol and he has something for $1,000. Does that money that he has in Abraham take on the same identity as the Abraham seller himself? Mom, me confesses the reality. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the tree or not? Some do or not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not going to start with the nail that's from yet, but we're coming to talk. So Matthew says, I think it's more. I think it's more. So that is Matthew sells his item. He has that money. And he does not retain idolatrous identity. What's wrong with that money? I mean, it's just money being away. Listen to this one. Here's what I'm not going to do. I know that the also made it out about. And when these people came up around about honorably, Zibu, Hamad, the Islamu, the seal status is fascinating. So that comes over like this. So when these people came up around about, and what happened was in Rabbi, and he wants to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. But also, now watch this. What's the over here? Rashi says over here, Rashi, look at the Suez Sky. All of these Sky, the Sky will also be part of all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert, they're still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry by a Jew. Idolatry by a Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells you. Instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, maybe you convert to money. What do you see from here? I can see some people that offer like sells his idol tech. Cash is committed. So you know it says, my title, you shouldn't be concerned with the level that's behind the other to the proceeds of sale of the tree. Now the hands of is permitted. I am still shiny just like you in the neck today. Found that button. Maybe that is they're dating. Theological significance. So how come to the family is not so maybe that's why. Oh no. Says here's the social emotion of those I learned $100,000. So what happens? So the uncle went and saved his right probably the proceeds from this or Yainess in the same case I went ahead. And then I spent $1,000 to see this guy on the second. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the book? About motor ultimately again is interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Other things you can check in the Bible is let's see. Yeah, I'm saying here, so $1,000. He said, oh, I you give me the rate. Yeah, I'm still to sell that over. I have that because I'm going to sell my Yainess. In that case, it's awesome. See, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy. That's an item that he gives me the proceed. He's back to debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my answer. Bring me comes. The proceeds back to the I kept, my generation. So what's the distinction? What's the distinction? See from the Shumka, how we make you learn something. So this is very simple. So now this is just circle back a little bit for the previous. Here's the difference. Second piece, where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go out and sell my wine. I want to continue existence of people. I want to continue existence. Right? Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's causes the proceeds to us. What's that? The Hirozu, the Yunoki I got from us, we just said before, I think that's right. That's much of a sense. When you want to continue existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence. But I don't tell you how it sells for a lot of money. I want to continue existence. It's part of the INS because I want money. But I'm not doing it. Facilitate the continued existence of these very items. Why should it be us? But tonight, here is the result. She is the this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted and one didn't. They are both brothers, one converted and one slugged. Brother Gare, brother Anne. Look at their father died. In the estate is idolatry, let's say 30 minutes. So There, no, so brother there can say to brother Apple, so brother, you take all the stuff, you take all the stuff, and I take money and you know, you can do that. If you should go, and that's good. However, if you should go, it's just like yes, obviously. Only this piece of business is less. Yeah, it's not the possession of items. At least the ones that happen, there's no more weakness. Like, oh, there's you. Yeah. Once a Jew will be home, they so as long as brother Gail has not yet taken possession of these items, will come up with a dividing up his estate. However, if brother Garrett took possession, that is possible. So as I said, I'm doing what he sees. I want to emphasize that in this case, brother Garrett wants to continue the existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his place. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi, Baruba, Mafisa, and Apolos. That's the case of your assumption. This is just another thing. I don't know if it's even close. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care, which means it's so that's dealing with the race, who cares? It still has no. First, that's fine. So that's what I was going to that works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case of the Pharisees and supposed to be Adrian, currently crushing business. Adrianic person. But you can take a shard of that somewhere, put it in the water, and you constitute that. And that's this also something here that doesn't even if that's something that looks like doesn't care about facts, right? It does care about it's lost, it's still wants existence. Rushas, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a I think in the case of the inheritance. Yeah, no, shiny. Yeah, that's really what I might make and buy the Rusha. Whereas normally, that's this case should be problematic. But I love the land stuff. I love the land stuff. I love the making the problems. I love that you get a jacket
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Yeah, yippee doo dah day. We are back. Yay. Live from the world famous story, Brian.
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Good. Exciting stuff. Happy to be here. Life is good. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode, every print's available at RyanJAbelt.com. Every single episode, every tour poster. He's auctioning off prints almost every week now. It's incredible. Awesome, cool. A couple cool new t-shirt designs he's got over there, RyanJAbelt.com.
That's a reality. Someone said that in certain cases of theft, thief doesn't always have to return that which is stolen. Right? The victim should not accept that is stolen from the boy in order to facilitate the thief's true greater the thief has to return everything. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial loss. Money is necessary. It's important. You know, as much as we say no, but as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, it's like and many people do not stand up to religious charges. Just there's a choice between religions and we're afraid that he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again the solution, he may be tempted to choose the solution. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So for some people want to put in that situation, make us like there, and you think that often this kind of case here. State is required for the United States for about Mid-United give his brother all of them. Also, kind of inoculates us with this. When it is so, she or she, in the case of Lucian, Staat zu us. In the case of a business partnership, we ask for see from here. Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha. They were not, and no one was allowed to occur in the context as well. So don't think that the person from this world there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. What is that? Let me guess incredible. So remember again, all this is the same people. Another question is, Garrett Tosha, no, she not for all this. So let's say this is another. Can Garrett Tosha, can you get Tosha? Go ahead, let's say, just before you go on, I think that Chazal will make us like, just see what you think. Which knows the circumstances. Look at the structure of the to make us succeed. But he almost should wants us to succeed. See these are very sweet things. Very sweet this structure is waiting for us to succeed. It's other words, mess up person. Let me sample the punishment of basically for teachers. The eventual ones for success will remove all success. I want our success more than we want our success. But the stream of believers for all the scriptures and all the punishments are open. To put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go through a mistake. But again, it's not understood what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's irrelevant. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of the no way to this world that we other years in Canada. Dear Kosha, my shape I thought was very interesting. Can a dear Kosha go ahead and abolish what you did? It does. Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his enemies, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological status. So, a dear Kosha was what is it? Because my quote is not the definition of the Kosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the graph, dear Kosha, ain't no open bonus. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like, I can compliment everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in a Kishbar. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's an angel. Does such a person have the ability to initiate idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Prophet about to work on him, we say, everyone who worships idolatry can be finished in idolatry. Or do what calls up a minute. Maybe not. Maybe you say like this. Anyone who's what we call a baronet, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and do the and this guy, he's in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. The rest of the word out to nothing. So, that's what nothing means. This stab not the Pollock and not the book. And nothing says that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot do that. Therefore, the Jericho show doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. It's the basic consciousness. The social, that's like so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found it in the marketplace, both of them. Actually, possibly, so once extended, remember again. So let's say, but listen to this case. I'm looking at the show, I'm looking at I see. So if I'm sitting there, if I lift it up, that's what is required by the essential. So what do? I should have lost them. So if I can over the oven for having in your heart, I can call over when you was in that call over and see here in Apple. And it's decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. It's committed. However, again, in Shabbat, there you go. Ain't no over the oven to come over. But again, take possession of it at that point.
I love the books. How much he still has books? Yeah.
Tony Books, Volume 1, 2, and 3 available on RyanJEBook.com. Very exciting stuff. You doing good this week, Ryan?
Absolutely. Enjoying this heat wave that we were having.
I love it. I love it. Staying hydrated, staying outside, soaking in the sun. Life's good. There's nowhere I'd rather be than beautiful Southern California. And speaking of which, beautiful place that makes this show happen. Let's talk about some of the amazing sponsors that are responsible for this evening's show. Hiring can be super challenging for business owners, especially with everything else they have to think about these days. Social distancing, supplying masks for their employees, driving traffic to their business. Monica Starks could relate. She needed to hire for a pivotal role at her construction company, GS Group, but was having a tough time finding the right person, especially with so many candidates out there. So she switched to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kaltoni.
That's how Monica found Lamont Jenkins. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after she posted her job because he was a great match for her. Through ZipRecruiter, Monica's company has hired everyone from accountants to project managers to young scientists, but Monica's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it now for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kaltoni. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/Kaltoni. Our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. The summer of 2020 is the time to get healthy. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins of dip, and get Lucy Nicotine gum awesomeness that actually tastes great, delivered directly to your door. I was a heavy cigarette smoker, made everything smell, and my car and my clothes and everything, and then I switched to vaping, and now I use Lucy Nicotine gum. I can use it on an airplane or if I'm in a car.
Guys, this is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's simple. In a time when groceries are delivered to your door, Lucy has a schedule and will be there every month. Use promo code KILLTONY and save 20% off the entire store. You can even do a trial order of gum for just $4. That's basically just shipping and handling.
Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout and get rid of your old cigs for vape. That's Lucy.co, promo code KILLTONY at the checkout. And we are back. I'm excited to start this puppy pie tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest. He is a returning guest, a guy who's been on the show quite a few times. Former Comedy Store Door Guy, winner of the Comedy Central Horse Battle Season 2. Huge victory. One of the great roasters, one of the great comedians, Sid Capery, here at the Comedy Store. He's one of my great friends. He's going to be chilling with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Frank Castillo, everybody. Here we go. Viva la razza. Hello, Frank. Welcome.
Feels good to be here.
I bet it does. When you hear that music, it reminds you of your father, your grandmother, your mija, and your favorite podcast. Till Tony was one I was looking
By the way,
for.
one of the coolest fathers I think I've ever met. Your dad. I've drank with your dad. I've smoked with your dad. He's a legit dad.
Yeah.
He's a party.
I've gone to a doctor's meet with your dad. Well, actually, I met him there. I met 20,000 of your dad at a doctor's meet. That's what every doctor's fan is. A true dad. And a true Los Angeles, what do they call that? Angelina.
Yes.
That would be or a cholo. Perhaps to be another word. Would you call them a cholo?
Yeah, he definitely has the Chicano lifestyle.
Chicana, for sure. Well, I'm glad to hear you're Frank. We're going to have some fun this evening. I don't know if you remember this, Frank, but on this show, we have a band. Did you remember that? They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Sometimes it's a return of famous characters we've seen before. Sometimes it's the debut of brand new characters like Lincoln Park or, it could be anything. Let's find out what they are tonight when I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band, Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, Joel Jimenez, Jetsky Johnson, and Crow Chris. Here we go. Here they come. Oh my goodness, we've seen these guys before. Oh, and there's a girl. Oh my goodness. Wow, they're so nerdy. Oh wow. Come on, get behind your microphone. That's the part right there. Hello. Remind me of your name.
Hello, my name is Douglas. It is good to see you once again.
Douglas, I'm glad you're back. You are a nerd, right?
I am a live-action role player today. I do not take kindly to slurs.
Okay, very good. Live action role player. And,
This is also Draconio, if you forgot my dragon.
Draconia?
Yes,
Okay, I'll have to write that down. I'll remember that. And then what do we got back here? We have a guy who appears to have 2 to-go boxes on his shoulders.
and you take that out to go. You want your mouth?
And on his crotch. Remind us of your name.
My name is Kevin. I am a king, galactic space king.
Okay. All right, I'm going to write that all down. And then over here we have a random guy in a hoodie and a Corona mask, it appears. What's your deal?
Tony, my name is Malachi, and I'm a silent assassin.
Malachi, a silent assassin. You are indeed just that. And then, go ahead.
What's the game that you gave us?
Okay.
That's very funny.
There you go. You get that one. You go ahead.
Gay assassin.
Okay. And then you're new to this whole crew. I've never seen you with these. I've seen these live action guys before, but you're new. What's your name?
Yeah, I just joined this alliance. My name is Erwan.
Erwan?
Erwan?
Like the grocery store.
Like the grocery store. There is a Los Angeles store.
You have one of the thickest lists I've ever heard.
And now there's not a spill to get rid of that.
Wow. My goodness. Well, welcome, Erwan. I'm glad you're joining the band tonight. We're going to have some fun. So we have some live action role players. We have Roast Battle, Champ, Frank Castillo, Red Band, Ryan J. We had some delicious pizza before the show from the Great Vito's Pizza, which I have truly and honestly become completely addicted to now. It used to be, I need it every Monday, and I wouldn't eat pizza anywhere else. I would just save it for Monday. Monday became pizza day, and now I order from there all the time. Vito's Pizza in La Cienega. Check them out, especially when things get bumping again. You know, the Tony routine of going there and then coming here. That's a great move on a Monday. But I order from there all the time. You can get them on Postmates. Check out Vito's Pizza. And Yeah. Get K-Bank copies. The promo code KillTony, get 20% off. And other amazing things. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but let's just start the show. You guys ready to start this thing or what? Come on, there's 8 people in here. 8 people in a room built for 470. And let's get the show started. We're going to start it with a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I mean, storyline after storyline. I mean, this reminds me of Hulk Hogan, mid to late 90s. We don't know whether we're getting the good guy, the bad guy, but he's great in both roles. Sometimes you love him, sometimes you hate him. He's the big red machine. He's the one, the only William Lights Out Montgomery. He's approaching the microphone. Which William will we get this week? Here he is, William Montgomery.
You think being a plumber is hard? Try being a plum salesman. Was watching a WNBA game earlier, and it's an aerial coverage provided by the Goodyear Club, and I have to admit, the roof game was on point. Apparently, my former youth pastor is missing, and I ain't snitching. Not to beat a dead horse, but I'm all out of glue. Sad for Biden that his VP running mate just died. Kamala, the Ugandan giant. All right, that's all I got.
There you go. 49 seconds of meat and potatoes from William Montgomery. Yeah. Hi, William. That was so much fun. Welcome.
Are you sober again this week? Yeah, pretty much. I have had a little Coca-Cola and vodka.
Coca-Cola and vodka?
Where'd you mix that to? I only had Coca-Cola in the fridge. It's not bad.
Wow. Did you have it on ice?
Nope, it's just in a water bottle.
Just Coke, you put it in a water, you put a lid on it?
Yes, really a business.
That is a great point, Douglas. Yes, he is.
It was better this week. I got drunk last night. Other than that,
What happened last night? What do you think made you want to drink last night? What do you think happened?
I don't know. I was grilling out. It's been fun to grill out. I got a grill, did some salmon last night.
How long?
It's really good.
Okay. How long into the grilling did you start drinking?
I was drinking some Stella Artois.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. When did you start grilling? Roasting again. 7 p.m.
Yes.
What time did you start drinking yesterday?
Probably at 6.
Okay. So you cracked open a Stella at 6. Probably went through 2 of those before you started grilling at 7, right?
Correct.
And then what happened? What happened at 7 when you started grilling? Just straight Stellas all night? Did you get your bread back?
To the vodka Coke at probably 3 in the morning.
It's absolutely disgusting.
And then how come it made me want to be
I mean, you drink like a freshman in high school who just found out about alcohol.
As a drinking desperate.
It's like, I just mixed whatever my stepdad had in the cabinet. Made a vodka and Coke.
I bet that Coke was flat, wasn't it? It wasn't. Wait till you try peach schnapps again.
Do you drink a lot of water when you wake up, or do you drink water?
Yes, I was very thirsty.
How much water do you think you drank?
64 ounces.
That's a good guess.
Yeah, I put 32 ounces.
Oh my goodness, you filled it up twice. Yep, that's interesting. Is it true that your youth pastor is missing?
Yes.
Tell us more about it. How did you find out he was missing? Who told you that?
It was on the news today.
Really? The news here? The local news here?
Yes.
And you were watching the local news and you found out your youth pastor, even though you're from Tennessee, you found out your youth pastor here on the local news, they covered that a Tennessee youth pastor was missing. Are you lying to me right now?
No, it's national news.
It's national news that your youth pastor is missing.
Yes, he's like a really good youth pastor. He was.
What was so good about him? What was so good about him? Tell us what made him so special.
I don't know. He's just a really nice man.
In what way? What did he do that was nice?
I just got.
Oh, that's every youth minister does that.
Just a really nice man.
Did he ever touch you in any inappropriate ways? Yeah, what did he do?
Touch my butthole.
Oh my God, with what? What did he touch you with? Oh my God, how many fingers? Wow. Okay, Red Band. Jesus Christ, 4 minutes into the episode.
It's a two-tone fart.
You know, it's weird. The fart noises come before the first key. Alright, so William, is it true that you're on a move? No, that was wrong. Okay. Have you ever met a blimp salesman? You had 2 blimp jokes to start off your set this week. Why do you think that happened?
I don't know. I was frantically trying to write stuff earlier, and I thought about blimps, and those two came to me. It'd be really amazing to see you take all your jokes and all the topics in each joke and try to combine all the topics. And so you're, instead of having 1 minute of random jokes all put together, having 1 minute of the same topic. You write really funny shit, but it's so random. You walk from one place to another.
Yeah, you're gonna be cool to see it at 10 minutes in a row on Imodium AD.
Yeah.
That's what the people want. Could have a whole Tonight Show set about blimps. You're absolutely right, Douglas. William, what about in your normal life this week? Your relationship good? Did you find a new job? Everything?
Relationship's totally positive. It's totally positive. I was able to talk to somebody at the unemployment office, so I'm hopefully getting paid here again soon because I'm running out of money.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, my dad was very nice about giving me a little fit.
Well, he listens
Down to zero.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's hearing this. If he listens to every episode of Kiltonian, my guess is that you're going to get a stimuli from your father.
We'll see. He's already been very nice, but yeah, hopefully the unemployment goes for this.
Stimuli from my father. I need pink eye from your girlfriend.
Perhaps I should use a healing spell for that burn.
That was the Galactic Space King Kevin.
Did you get like a check for like $7,000 or something like that like a month ago?
Yeah, my balance is
$7,800, but I've only got paid $1,700 I just don't know how it
Yeah, no, that's good. Your girlfriend's been stealing money from you.
The bank probably shouldn't believe that you could get that much money all at once.
Right.
They find you to be irresponsible. Like this guy bought Coca-Cola and vodka at the liquor store the other day. We can't trust him. Alright, anything else going on, William? You've been exercising while you're sweating profusely. This is an air-conditioned room. This is a sign of, usually a sign of, it's usually a sign of people that are about to have a heart attack.
And you have shorts on, your dick's still hanging and you're still sweating.
William, is that just your performing shorts, or do you literally wear those every fucking day?
And I woke up, there's this shit all over me. I don't know what I was doing.
I was like, dude, it's called a nocturnal emission, and it is very normal for men our age.
Do you have more than one pair of shorts, or do you just love that pair of shorts? Tell the truth. On this one.
I don't know if they met me though at Gateway. So how do you watch this though? You just never watch it because I watch these probably 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. I don't think they smell. I mean, I smell them.
This would sticky people say,
You're like a live action king of the hill cat.
you're like the cat lady that can't smell the cat anymore.
I mean, it's so interesting because above the waist, you always have good style. That shirt you're wearing right there, unbelievable Dale Earnhardt fan club. I mean, it's incredible. You always have cool Tennessee volunteer stuff. You always have cool style, but you wear the same dirty shorts. They're broken. I mean, you're completely exposed at the front.
What waist size do you think you could wear so that people at home can send you some shorts?
Yeah, what waist are you?
36.
Why do you take a 36 to her?
I would say his waist size is top 10.
36 and 38, I would guess.
36 or what? Or 38? Okay, let's go with 38. And then you wore a belt like a gentleman. You have a belt, right? Oh yeah, it's the only thing keeping setting those up.
And what t-shirt size do you get?
He doesn't need any t-shirts. Send him 38 shorts. Send it to the just Mark William Montgomery and send it to the Comedy Store, 8433 West Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California 90069. Send William Shorts. This is a new project. It's the Send William Shorts project.
Shorter, shorter. So you don't like the longer shorts, like you like it above, like an inch above the kneecaps. Were you ever an Eagle Scout?
He actually has great legs. He doesn't have
like a lot. It's my best feature of my legs.
He doesn't have like horrendous e-bike legs, like yeah, he doesn't have e-bike legs, exactly. He's got regular former bicyclist legs, but the gut, I mean, it's absolutely vomitile. It's really like it's putrid. What's happening? It looks like a cyst or something. It really does.
Makes it look like an ass.
It does. Wow, it really does. It looks like you have a giant butt. If your youth pastor was here, he'd probably put 2 fingers in your belly. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. On to the next one we go. So he seems healthier. Alright, this is exciting. We had a few signups today, so let's see what happens here. Here is a minute uninterrupted from Trey Peacock. Here we go. Here comes Trey Peacock. Come on up. Hello, Trey. Here he is, Trey Peacock, everyone. You can take off your mask if you want. Here he is. One more time, Trey Peacock.
What's up, guys? So I once went on a date with this one girl who, to put it lightly, was my cousin. But it's okay, because Arnada hooked us up. Really, it was her high school prom, and no one wanted to take her, so I got the pleasure of taking her. But it just sucks because she never really got the chance to have that prom sex everybody, dreams about in high school. Yeah, we waited until after we both graduated from that. Yeah, I don't know. I have a coworker who likes to fart on me all the time at work. I don't fucking know why. He's Ukrainian, so that might be a reason. But his name's Edward. Shout out Edward. Other than that, I got in a car crash on the way over here. Luckily, everyone survived, and I'm on the run. The cops showed up on the hotel I'm staying at. I got out of there and the Uber just in time. That's all I got.
Wow. All right. Some jokes. Some true. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. I have a lot of questions for you, young man. I'm excited about this interview. First of all, welcome to the show, Trey Peacock. This is your first time on, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how old are you? 21. Why'd you say it like that? They checked your ID in the front, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Okay. Very bizarre.
I don't know who let me in here.
I mean, are you 21?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. Then just fucking... Jesus, this fucking guy's suspicious ass motherfucker. He drove down from Modesto. I actually had a bucket filled with people, and then someone told me before the show, there's this guy who drove all the way from Modesto, California, which for those of you listening is about, 5 hours north, we'll say. And he drove all the way from Modesto, and he got into a car accident on his way here, and he wants to sign up. And I'm like, well, let's get this motherfucker in here. That's exactly what I told the guy with no hesitation.
So that
was my next question. That's so crazy. You asked me. Hold on, we're gonna get.
Yeah, I was on the freeway in the slow lane, fat ass flatbed. I don't know why my dad had me driving, but big old flatbed. And then this lady was merging over, and I got caught between her and the semi was to my left in the middle lane, so I got pinched. And everybody was good though. The semi driver actually he took off. He didn't want to wait for the cops. So.
And everybody pulled over for a second.
Yeah.
And then what about the lady?
She was good. She was a little Mexican lady. She was all cool, and she had some Asian kid in her car with her. I don't know why. She wasn't her kid.
Was the kid tied up?
He was doing schoolwork. I guess he was falling behind in school, so he was reading books.
So you saying a stereotypical kid, an Asian kid was just doing homework, and that's how you knew he wasn't Mexican?
I mean, that sounds
Well, I mean, he also, speaking of stereotypes, maybe the Asian kid was giving the Mexican lady instructions on how to drive and caused the accident in the first place.
I think he actually ran into a coyote who was stealing a Asian kid. That's what I'm sure.
She was the one to stick around. I don't know.
Oh, wow, look at that. So she stuck around, and you left before the police came?
Yeah, well, we were waiting for like an hour and a half, and she was like, I gotta get this kid going. I don't know where she was taking him, but she's
babysitting the kid. She's the nanny. Spoiler.
That was an old kid to be having a baby.
How old do you think the kid was?
He was probably like 16 or 17 if I had to guess.
Oh, damn, yeah, she
Trying to sell that kid out. That's exactly what it is. Maybe she was tutoring kids.
Maybe the Mexican lady and the Asian boy were just going out to enjoy some rice. They both like rice, those kinds of people. Rice.
You know, they do traffic intelligent kids. You know what I mean? People need accountants.
That's absolutely true. Everybody wants an Asian accountant nowadays. So let's talk about you, Trey Peacock. A lot went on here. You said something about a hotel. You're staying in a hotel here?
Yeah, well, like I said, because I'm here for work for my pops, but since I got in that accident, I didn't get to the place on time, so I had to go up in a hotel.
What do you do for your pops?
I'm a welder. He's always had businesses, welder by trade.
Hell yeah. Well, that's cool. You close with your father?
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys on the job all the time, so
that's very good. We are very popular amongst welders. Wildly popular. It's the majority of our base. It's we're like the coal miners. They support Trump. Welders support Kill Tony.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of connections that we mold comedians with fire that we throw at them. And that's exactly what we do with hot metals. That's right. Absolutely. Speaking of forgery, how about checks? You have been arrested for that?
For forging checks.
What have you been arrested for?
Or no, actually, I've never been arrested. I've just been in trouble. Well, I got good luck. I get alcohol.
What did you get in trouble for?
Both things. Speeding. Both at the same time.
Do you think you had any responsibility at all in that car accident that happened today?
No.
Wow, look at that. Very good. Goodness. So,
when he said speeding, you just stood up and said,
that's a big plug. Speedweed.com.
How hot is your husband? Oh, you can't put me in that predicament. I got to have to listen.
But you just said, is the uncle her father?
10.
She's a 10, or that was her age? Okay, Trey, so did you really hook up with your cousin?
No. I don't know. You're from Nesto. I am from
That laugh is very suspicious.
You know, there were some feelings that arose during the prom, and that's why I had to cut it off. I had to get out.
The feeling is called your wiener, and that's really boner.
What if you role played as that kid?
Some feelings arose. What would you have told her if you guys were cousins? What would you have said to her? Give us a line.
I would have said, damn. No, she's not my cousin.
I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's the
So I'm surprised that he actually went to prom with your cousin. So, you knew it was your cousin.
On the other hand,
And you were just like, wait, I'm noticing something. Your cousin's hot. Why is she going to prom?
it just looks that way.
That is a good question.
This is the instructor.
Does she have a learning disability?
You could say that she has her toes stuck together.
Her toes are stuck together?
Sounds like I can't read. My toes are stuck together.
The place, was she wearing like open shoes on at prom? Do you remember? Was she wearing like heels with like open soles.
How she wrapped those shits up.
She wrapped their shits up.
I can't figure out its that problem. My toes are stuck together.
Take the job,
Beautiful
take
woman,
the job,
but this
get
bitch
the money, and throw a book.
Do you think she wanted to hook up with you at all after that? Let's pretend like your uncle isn't listening. That's going to be what's best for the show. Your uncle's not listening.
Okay.
Do you think your cousin wanted to hook up with you at all?
Yeah, this is
Probably
we
not. I
take
think it was
take
more forced
the
by her
money
grandma.
Oh, your grandma. It was an organized prom date.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe that's why your grandma's always hooking up with family members, and that's why she had, good feet. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Did your grandma have a cool hillbilly grandma named like Bertha or Edna or something like that?
She's Mexican, but she's Deborah. Debbie, my aunt's Deborah.
Oh yeah, Grandma Debbie is a hillbilly name. You just don't know that because you're surrounded by people in the nest all the
I
time.
guess.
Grandma Debbie.
No one else had Debbie.
Yeah, little Debbie. So let's talk about your coworker Edward that farts on you. This is in the welding industry.
Yes, sir.
You guys ever fart and put the welding gun up to it and let the flames explode out?
No, the shield gas is actually the opposite of flammable, so it might just spread the smell around.
Sometimes I say Draconio, incendio, and then he lights my farts on fire.
Okay, there you go. You got that out. Your friend Edward, does he fart like in your direction, or does he put his butt cheeks right up against you and fart? What types of farts are we talking about?
It depends on the mood he's in, Like if I do something to piss him off, I don't know how he's got a power to conjure up like the worst smells, like depending on how he feels. But he'll usually take a drive-by, just walk by and leave the door open.
What you said, what is his ethnicity?
He's Ukrainian.
Oh, that's how he is. That's the smell.
There you go.
You're saying the Ukrainians have
What's the food? We had somebody growing up from India, and
That's the difference.
years ago, the teacher had to take the whole class aside and go, "Hey guys, stop making fun of that words, as it's his Indian food." And third grade.
Dr. With the same person that's sending shorts for William, can we get a map for Bradley?
Everyone knows India is in Eastern Europe, right between.
I think you guys are talking about food. Probably eats Ukrainian food. It's probably a different diet than normal people, so that's why he has stinky farts.
Okay, did you say stinker farts?
Stinkier. Like you fart a hamburger and it ain't bad. You know, you get that on a t-shirt. You fart a hamburger and it ain't bad.
And a Chinese fart makes you want more fart after 10 minutes. Do you have any special skills or talents that would surprise us about you? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to fucking, pop your thumb out of the joint or something like that.
I can roll my belly, I can swallow.
You can what? Let's see that.
That's called epilepsy.
Very good. What else can you do?
I can play the drums.
Oh,
Your voice said that, can I also say he said he could swallow his tongue. That is epilepsy.
there you go. You have an extra pair of drumsticks?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's been a long time since we've done this, but I don't know if you know this, Trey Peacock. And you know what? I'm sort of rooting for you in this one. You're an interesting character. You had a great set. You had a great interview. Have you ever done stand-up before? This is your first time ever, and you've been one of the most entertaining people on the show since this quarantine even started. My friend, we have a competition on this show. Are you aware of what a Mexican drum-off is?
Yes, I'm well.
Wow. So, Trey, this is a huge opportunity for you because you can go from your first time performing, having a great set, and by the end of this night, there's a chance that you could be a full-time cast member and the brand new drummer of the show, Phil Tony. Come on up here, get behind the drum set. This is very exciting. It's been absolutely 4 or 5, maybe 6 months since our last Mexican drum off. And we're about to have one right here. So Trey, you know how it works. You get to do a little drum solo, make it your own thing. If you want to do anything funny or silly or anything during it or after it or whatever, you can do that. Anything you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, before you start, let me just say, this is a Mexican drum off. This is your chance right now, Trey. You can be the first ever victor of this. I must warn you, Joel's never been beat, but there is a chance. Perhaps it's the longest he's gone without doing one since this whole thing started, so maybe you'll catch him rusty. Ladies and gentlemen, with his opportunity of a lifetime, this is Trey Peacock on the Mexican drum off. Go ahead, Trey. All right. Okay, Trey. Go back to that microphone over there. All right. There you go. It was a good approach. It's good.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. But it's been a while for Joelberg as well. Let's see what happens here. Undefeated all time. I mean, an incredible record. I'd love to know the actual statistic. My guess is somewhere between 20 and 30 and 0. But with no further ado, I present to you undefeated all time in Mexican drum offs, the one, the only, Joelberg Joel Jimenez. Wow, there he is. Live in the flesh. Go back there. Here he is. All right. Very exciting. He's getting behind the drums, and it begins now. Here we That is it. My goodness. Wow. Not the first time you got smashed by a semi-truck tonight. All right. How many of you have Trey Peacock? How many of you in the audience, by round of applause, how many of you have Trey Peacock winning this entire thing here? Just someone cleared their throat during that. How many of you, by round of applause, have Joelberg retaining his championship? Well, there you go. And still undefeated. My goodness, what a landslide on this one.
Peacock versus Peacock.
That's right. Well, Trey, I mean, an incredible performance, I must say. I mean, very, very interesting person. I feel like there's tons more stuff we can talk about and get out of you. Please come back anytime. Let me know when you're coming. Tell a staff member when you get here to tell Tony that Trey Peacock is here from Mendoza. There he goes, his Kill Tony debut. A fan of the show, coming in and having a blast for 15 minutes. Trey Peacock. There you go. Trey Peacock.
That made me remember how nice it was that drum off. It's been so long.
It's been a long time. There you go. All right. We have another regular on the show, ladies and gentlemen. A great comedian, a great roaster. So much fun. One of my good pals. Real cool guy. Great comedian. Here he is, David Lucas, everybody. Yeah. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
White people check me out. They get their dogs and strollers and leashes on their kids. And you wonder why this motherfucker act like an animal? You don't want to see this float on my horse. I dated this girl who had an Instagram profile. Christian and she was black. This bitch used to actually post like she was the dog. She had a story. She would update posts like chilling with mommy at the park. She be a white girl. I feel like it's time for me. I think I'm successful enough to date a white girl, but I want to date like a real white girl. Like I don't want to date a white girl with a tattoo that said TSA. I with like a Taylor Swift. I want a girl so white that she got to have a relationship until she is 10 months pregnant.
Hell yeah, absolutely. David Lucas, let's jump right into it. You want a white girl, you don't want one that works at TSA with an ankle tattoo, you want a Taylor Swift type. What does that mean exactly?
Like, you never been into my life.
Oh, shit. Fucking bring that Ivan. These white guys can't reach him. So, like, what do you think this girl would do for a living? You say, you know, we're a TSA agent, so, like, when you say Taylor Swift type, what do you think? Like a lawyer's assistant?
There's a bitch that worked at doggy daycare.
A donkey daycare? Oh, okay.
College educated. College educated.
Yeah, probably dropped out of junior year. That's disappointing for parents already. I'm trying to this man baby disappointed.
Have you tried D&D?
Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever
Getting that donuts.
I messed your ass up. You look like a game over murder with the fire.
Oh, are they hiring?
No, I know her.
We understood.
Dungeons and Dragons. The last time I played a card game was Magic the Gathering.
It was nerdy.
I mean, I went to one last one.
It was a Magic the Gathering.
That's fun. I have seen a lot of dogs being pushed in strollers lately. There's no shot about it.
I screamed at her.
Yeah, when you say the word.
I was like, bitch, they really have a dog on the show.
Yeah.
Like, they have kids. She's like, no, it's not.
I saw something worse. I know a guy that we're friends with that had him walk back with the cat window in the back. He just goes around with the cat in his backpack. He's very honest.
I got your beat. I saw a white lady breastfeeding her dog the other day.
That's man. No, you don't. You stop. Are you serious?
Yeah, she was just squeezing her nipples with a notebook in her mouth.
Are you serious?
So was the dog biting or laughing?
Dog was like,
Good.
I'm gonna head into my safe place.
you're welcome. It's tech.
Absolutely.
I wonder if she have a baby or did this bitch start lactating from the dog? Hormones kick in.
If you suck on anything, open up and go.
That's not lying.
Wow. Douglas, have you ever been with a woman before?
No, and you know.
Wow, you've been with a goat?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do to the goat?
Yes, I did.
Was it a boy or a girl?
It was, I thought a girl at first, and then I had a dick in my mouth, and then I said, hello, sir, I do not appreciate you being coy with me, and then we started listening.
How long did you spend going down to the goat before you
We were in a relationship for 6 years before I realized that there was a name.
What was its name?
Elliot.
And you didn't realize Elliot was a boy?
No, for 6 years he was tucking his dick between his legs like a sheep as he met me.
Oh my goodness gracious, Douglas, I'm so glad I asked these questions.
Me as well.
And it's very interesting to find out that you were in a long-term relationship
6 years it was.
with a goat.
Yes.
6 years.
6 years I was in love with a sheep that I thought was a man, but it was actually a woman that wasn't actually a man.
How long into the 6 years did you find out that it was a man?
Year 3, but I kept plowing through because I need to get to that next one.
Oh my god. Did you end up beating the game?
Well, in D&D, there is no limit to levels, so I am very serious.
My redneck homies told me that I think a sheep had the closest vagina to me.
That's the second one.
What's the first clue? Oh, that's fucking right. That's right. I think I've heard you mention that once or twice.
It's on Netflix.
My redneck homies told me that sheep had the closest vagina.
It's actually pretty cool looking if you look at it. Like, it looks legit.
Yeah, if you've never seen a human vagina,
You know what's the second closest thing to a vagina? A penis.
Everybody's born with a clit, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Everyone's born with a booty hole. That's what I no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Now, you're allowed to do booty hole jokes if you want. Oh shit, you just opened up a school. Those of you only listening.
Just spread the cheeks.
There you go.
We went to a today on his ass. He got a haircut.
Oh my goodness. Can I put a what on my ass? It's got an echo because there's so much space in my ass. Oh, Jesus Christ. I actually would bet, money and maybe we should do this test one day where we do a blind taste test and have each cast member put a finger in our butt. I'll bet you have Medusa's butt. Because he has a much bigger ass than me. Bigger boobs. I have no ass. Oh yeah. I'm just saying. There's only been one finger in my ass ever. A doctor had to check for a job appendix. They think that sometimes, I thought I may have had appendicitis at one point, real bad lower pains, and so they checked to see if it dropped or something like that, and I did not like it at all. What was it? Just like a soft fun or something? It ended up working out. I don't know. I farted or something. And the crazy thing is, because prostate cancer ran in my family, I had to get that test early. It's the only thing that runs in your family. Go ahead. None of you guys ever had a chick finger hers? Yeah. And it sucked because it was like where they had the nurses from college like watching. And I'm like, no, you can't have like 3 nurses. No, I mean, like, I mean, they tried. They won. They won. But I stopped them. Like, I'm not in. Were you in that? I had it once. Yeah, when I was like 20, there was like some 29-year-old woman that was older than me that blew me and then just put a finger in my butt while blowing you. Yeah, it was a lot. It was like in the classrooms, but sex. It was just like, I don't know if I'm here yet. I can't. Douglas, you ever have a finger in your butt? No, but I have that. Goodness gracious. Let's check in with the Galactic Space King Kevin on this one. What's your sex like Galactic Space King? Ravaging. Yeah, I thought she was smart, but then I saw her clothes were stuck together. So she didn't know too much. But she put those stuck together toes in my ass. Oh my God, alright, there you go. That's how I became a space dog. That was the Galactic Space King Kevin. It's some crazy They are indeed. Like this look tonight, I love this. You're just like a pumpkin spice latte. It's very exciting. Like a jack-o'-lantern in December. Great. Gender warrior? Like you have a motherfucking snake that change their gender. Well, I mean, it just so happens that I'm actually I do that part-time now in quarantine. It's a side gig. What's the insurance company? That's it. B&G, Booty Holes and Dildos Insurance. That's right. That's you got hemorrhoids? So what do you do? You get hemorrhoids and you're 2 years old. I thought you got what? Yeah, it's just forcing no, you can get it. Randy hemorrhoids is a thing. Rabbi didn't have an imaginary friend. He just named his hemorrhoids. Rabbi had blended up mashed potatoes and pork chop in his body. Okay, that's what they say. Pork chop on lamb. Oh my God, this show's out of control. Well, David, fun times. It's incredible that we continue. It's not easy to write stand-up while not doing shows. That is for sure. And you are doing your fucking absolute best. I can tell it's very impressive and it's very cool that you're doing it. It's very hard to do your style. Michael Lair is an improv guru trained for decades in Chicago at the hardest levels of having to be in different tough situations and this and that. William's style, very one-liner, very short, silly, goofy jokes, and your style is more true to, exactly. Real stand-up comedy. Not to say that their stand-up isn't real stand-up comedy, but they've been very dependent on an audience, and you're still plowing through it. Yeah, man, you got to. You just gotta keep going. Goddamn right, and you are going indeed, ladies and gentlemen. There he is,
Oh, baby girl, what up, son? Yeah, I am, because I'm a true fan. Dog, I don't watch dog shit entertainment. I watch stand.
Okay.
Even he says if you watch his stand up that his podcast has gone straight downhill without a co-host.
Depending on the guests you have, it's not there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, are we ready for
John? You know John Mulaney?
Yeah, I know John Mulaney. You're not personally.
Yeah. My dad and my sister are seeing live. That is really good.
That's
My
baller.
dad in the car this morning. He's very like theatrical. He's good at changing his voice and doing expression and mannerisms versus like a typical stand-up comedian where they're just kind of just talking into a microphone. There's more. Yeah, a lot more going on than typical stand-up comedian, which I thought was an interesting insight.
This is the first I've ever heard you mention that you have a sister.
Yeah. She's older than me and getting married in August. I'm flying back for the wedding.
Shout out to Sister Riser.
An airplane.
That's usually how people fly.
Another piece of cake. Nice.
Are we gonna watch a documentary?
Mama Riser has eaten a grocery store birthday cake.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Is it
Packing on the pounds.
Is it somebody's birthday?
Yeah, it's Mama Riser's birthday.
Well, then she's entitled to it. Come on. Happy birthday to Mama Riser.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Doug, quit giving her shit over that. That's fine. That's totally normal.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to nagger to her, but yeah. Have you heard of the documentary Best in Show? Dog competition.
Yeah, it's a mockumentary, and somebody was just what's his name? He loves it. What's the other guy's name? Oz loves it.
Oh, you've known Oz for 3 days and you're already talking about Best in Show documentary.
At length, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to get time stamp for that discussion.
I can give it to you. It was Thursday night at like 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
What day was that? Sunday, Saturday.
It was the night we watched. It was the night we watched the one on the Pet Cemetery.
Okay. This recent Thursday.
Yeah, that was the night of Pet Cemetery. Because I went into how I think that just documentaries in general value a narrator, and he's like, well, what about Best in Show or something like that? And I'm like, that's a mockumentary.
So it'll be April 2nd.
Okay.
Sunday, Saturday 4, Saturday 3, Thursday 2.
I mean,
Well,
think
we have a documentary similar to Best in Show, but it's about chicken breeders instead of dog breeders.
I'm ready for it, big man.
Alright, buckle up. Fasten your seat.
Sound like Donkey Kong. Shout out to Riser. Shout out to Mama Riser. Shout out, happy birthday to Mama Riser. Has it what?
Has it been in here?
Like every fucking moment, man. He's here a lot.
Your shoe at the end of the was very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're half brothers. One converted and one is brother Ger, brother. My father died. My father, your father died. In the estate, there's idolatry, let's say women idols. So there, yes, a woman alone can have one is coming back.
Is it possible to turn it up?
It's safe to brother Achim. So brother, you take all the idolaters. You take all the so I think money and heroes. If you do that, then you should go, and that's cool. However, you should go, it's just on the outside. All of this piece of things. That is not yet the possession of God. That's obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? Well, there is no really see, so you can get sorry, it's much more. Once that you will be always able to be very little. So as long as brother there has not yet taken possession, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother there already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so I'm doing here. What do you see? I want the nice stuff now. This case, brother there wants to continue existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's only slaughter. It's more so what's the problem? Because she was in Rabbi Baruza Masisi. And I've always collected the fish. What's the case over here? This Mishnah. This is time I don't want to say it's not a good side, which means that even if it's ready, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has a value. Which the Muslim, that's fun. That works fine for an island. So how would you explain it? If they are values. The Pharaohs have their sources of Adrianic. Apparently, each actually points out that here, Adrianic or female, absorbent. So, therefore, you put wine in there, that's where absorption from 1 to 3, you should take the shard of that everywhere, put it in the water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if that asks, doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still which the rest of the ones that are lots of huge food, people are so and it's like, even if that's so, even if it's brought down, doesn't care about plastic in play, right? He does care about money that's still lost, he still wants the continued existence. Papa, Yusha's Ger Hamlet, helping arrive. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. Ger, no. Shani Yusha's Ger, that. Kilo Barak. Rabbis were made by Yerusha. Whereas normally is the right. Says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the. As long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the items, is absolutely permitted to get this out. Items, if you take this, you take the items. Yes, he was taken from existence. Why? Why would they go by a ger? Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his illusion, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not only happening again. That's a reality of human nature. It's used before as well. For example, right? Zal said that in certain cases, theft, doesn't always have to return that which is stolen. The victim should not accept that was stolen from the crime in order to not facilitate the thief's cheat. Right? If the thief has to return everything, you have to difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. As much as we say, well, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, anything is. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's just and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if some people want to hear the message, if you make a maker by the hair, understand that often in this kind of case, they're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items. If we're allowed him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the what's that one of this? Kind of nothing spice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Sheer shit, because of evolution. Aber nicht stark zu aus. In the case, let's say that this partnership would be possible. See from here that Chazal was out of certain things that happen in the context of the Yusha, they were not normally allowed to. We've heard in the context as well, so don't look at the person in this precarious situation. How do you guys so remember again, all of this is the same group of bodies sitting another question. Garrett Tosha, no, she was back on. So let's say this is a Garrett Tosha, kind of Garrett Tosha. Go ahead. What's that? Just before you go on, just it's like that Chazal was just so you understand the tremendous consequences. halacha is structured in a way to make us success. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Since these people are very sweet feel of sexuality, very sweet feel of halacha, that what the struggle is waiting for us to see. It's all waiting for us to mess up so we can let me stop. Ele contribuiu more success. That's more than we want for success. As I want our success more than we want our success. We're looking at laws. We're looking at the scriptures. All the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success. That's not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Yishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Hassan understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. Once success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people. No greater opportunity in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly promoting for successes. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef calling on Ger Tosha, Mashe Badwan is Tosha. That's very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Tosha wants to know what is a Ger Tosha? We're going to see this much more. Definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out the very top of the dot. Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Tachon. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a very good thing. Right? He don't even have much. He believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? It says, on one hand, the Halach about the world Halach, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let me say like this: anyone who's what we call a barniyeh, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it by yourself. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. Whereas only we are in it, so there was a national base. This stand around the Halach, the battle, the Halach. The Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So they say, take action. That's what's like. In social, that's like Musha. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Actual basically. So what's it say now? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the bed. If I lift it up, that's probably right, because it's and what it's required by a Jew essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, over the Ovid Kochav and Kumevat, I can call over an apple. Remember how I say thank you. It's call over an apple. If you have an apple, I need you to negate this idolatry. Decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this point. I know people it's committed. However, I give him the Shabbat Saliyago. Ain't no Omer over. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Hello? Bishacharei. Beloved Kocham, what happened? The decommission is in Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. They of God, they she'en of God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it, whether he finds it, might of God might be of God. What is it mean? What is it mean in the decommission of Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't. Doesn't worship. If you want to say that what we're talking about properly, then Hayu Shalom Shacharim, we already said that. We just said before that Apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avalon. And we have a desire of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, my shit in a love of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. My shit in love, what does it mean? Non-worshipper? Yeah. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and the Gertosha Shmanila, Gertosha Manila. What do you see from here? The Gertosha has the ability to be Mubato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only able to actually, rather, Israel will be the only person with decommission as far as an actual idol worship is. I did the comrade, I knew some Bob Shuffle. We said already said that, and then the crisis will come. As you already said that we could provide a decommission. His idol is on, and his friend is. You know, it says, Reish, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reish, the Zed Marcus. Reish is teaching me like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Al-Qa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol, and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend. His idol. Seifa, Zela Qa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's get one apple who worships Marcus, and one who worships Qa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An apple who worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So, listen, so maybe you have about this move forward. Number 1, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an Adam can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a gear touch. Right? So he's still a gear tosha, he's still like he's out of Russia. Can he gear tosha, which is a Gentile? Repudiated idolatry, can he do the what's a gear tosha? Tosha kiva. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the gear tosha? So that tosha kiva love the more forbidden. Shalom Meir says it's any apple who is accepted himself in front of three chavim. You know, what's that? Chaver being spoiled before chavim normally released. Somebody is careful. If Jesus is careful, what happens to him? So in this context, the Pasha it just means that you're going to base. Anytime an uncle comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a gear tosha. That's a gear tosha. Good. Sorry, man. Come say, tosha kiva alon sheva mitzvos. So tosha kiva alon sheva mitzvos. Come say. Gear tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah values. He's left from those seeds of base. That's a gear tosha. 7 mitzvos Noah, who makes it. Even only in the local not true. Even say not true offended. Even if these definitions satisfy the definition of gear tosha, what is a gear tosha? I'm a piece of gear tosha. Zeh ger from the veils. Shekibel along the hanging. All mitzvahs and milas b'Torah. Chutz mi'israel. What is the definition of the gear tosha? The gear tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the veils, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocked in the definition. It looks like really enough focus out there. Definition. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem's Yisrael. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except all of the kosher. He's not in kosher. Incredible. The bicycles. Yachad in Etzler, Yain, I say that a lot of ways. Person wanting to do it, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. Should say you can leave within one for a short amount of time, but you can't do it. That's it. Within one for a long amount of time. What's the reason? What do we consume that over here? What do we consume that over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, well, Rashi says over there, he saw my nephew, the saw actually left so much thinking about it. I even look. Allah, well, not the woman I said, when I go to the us in the Hamlet Visa, even the email I know that anybody can do all that. You say it's not a war, but like a language. So ultimately, I mean, people doesn't wine with him, just turn out. Not for a longer amount of time because we're considering these swap out choose wine. Phase told you, okay, and this is true. Even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. يعتقد أصلا يعني تعطيه بأشياء بعضها. So as I love when I said here from shop, you could leave with the money for a short amount of time. And not for a long time. Again, we're not to the INS, or not to the INS, because this is repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmalo Kiyenu. So it says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmalo. Okay, so I thought Shemen, Mika, Abi, Yain. It's not what we want with this oil. Oil can't be it's like, Allah, Yeno Kishmalo. Interesting enough, I don't use it like this. Allah, from my son, that ultimately again is his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. Just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his water. Okay, actually just that's the Shmano who have the is a yellow written on the Shmano put the sugar I should not feel about the Stias. But what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, his wine is like his oil, but the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine. But ultimately you can get enough of this. The sharp called dollar ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like a he is like a he's like an apple. First the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yain Nest. The unrelay water, Shimon says this one is like Yain Nesach, the other say ultimately again. Ultimately again for consumption fishing. So we'll actually pause over there. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from that? I'm telling you, we shout about the public. We see it from things like is like an apple regarding every other matter. The life of itself, ultimately. Again, what does it mean when I say that the Kedusha is like an apple? So what is that mean? To which the Gemara says, love the milk. God, the apple, let's go for him. Can't apple, let's go for him. If it doesn't happen, because when again, how did this whole thing like your Kedusha gets started? It got started with the trying to figure out, does it get Kedusha active or not? To negate idolatry. The Rashbi definition idolatry. So now we just got finished. And in this respect, I'll get Tosha is but in every other matter, he's like doesn't that mean it just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole Sarah, so too. Gotta get Tosha. So you gotta get Tosha. To which the Gemara says, no, we think the Shus about the Shus actually uses the words. He's actually going for Shabbos. As we go. Shabbos was about to keep sending. The song, the word. the Shaman Shabbat is if you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that particular place. Many homes in a courtyard, they have right here essentially means we correct sin from the evidence of they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one hope. Remember, it's never carried from the home to the fusser into the what that is, if you have a Jew who did not join into so he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. I forgot to put this with the he can yield his rights to the underlying substance. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. As much as the Gemara says, we saw the Lord. Shaman Shabbos and Shop, without the Rishos, ultimately, qui arrive sur le Yisrael, so as long as externally is not right, as long as externally, like right, publicly keep Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least publicly keep Shabbos. What's without the Rishos, all you need to do if you didn't participate in the week, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else. Shema Shaman Shabbos. In about all Rishos, but again, if you publicly Shabbos, then essentially it's like if he's like an apple, it's not enough for him to yield his rights and residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. No Shaman, Yisrael, no saying Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Again, actions by Apple ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the words thing that we say, so that's just lost in Ketzad, over the law, how does yield, for example, yield his right to his residence? Over the law, we should see three of them. I hereby give over my rights. My rights to the husband, or we should see what they tell us, or my rights are negated to me. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew group. Names are Christmas. This is just in general, not even zeros. Again, you need an administration of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or give the back, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the fashion that allows everyone else to rely on the even if he's in Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And Yisrael woman who is publicly a member is treated like a host of the West. Therefore, when we said before that we are kosher, ultimately again, is treated like an apple. All other things, although means in a chutzner with a gertosh. You choose in a chutzner what to make it with zeros, they must rent the space and rent the rights over the again of the gertosh. Now, whether or not the gertosh actually blend with the Mitzvah, the Gertosh will say, you'll see it's part of staff, Shkach, and you'll have other stuff. Experience of this history point of view, you should do great self-sufficiency will tell you all of you this morning looking back. Thank you all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. Thank our annual come to our sponsors. Some shop and rest of dedicating all the German Russians this year. This is Swiss for sales goals from Israel. And for sponsors for local path, Adwali, Toys, Dina, and Drayson, and of their parents, Israel Drayson, Dina Drayson, and New York's Swagger. Remember Stanley and Working Swagger and Rafa. Are we the learning sponsor? Just that there, Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then to be purchased for the Rafa. Nathan and Beth Allen and family of their father, Ben Apple, Father Bottles, Mordecai, Ben Apple, will be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, Nanny Officer, Mother Wilson, Applebaum, Wachel, Bass, the families in the family, all those who either through Shem, together, phone call the Israel, Shem, Shalom, and Recover. Allow the souls to be successful for us. Wasn't that for us in today's death is the son of God at 63. Really incredible God. Today we are picking up on Sunday of today's 63. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 months up from the bottom. Let's see what Matthew got up. So again, and we have Matthew, Ula, meaning our talking just right here, but I'm the back. Here, but Ali was sitting with him. And versus Yosef, the Kabbalah, the right, he has the following question. It's very fascinating question. So, Buffalo Wishbar, the Yayin, what is the halacha if an apple hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin? Right? So, this apple comes over to you. Like, I'm going to take $8 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this month? Let's remember again, yesterday that we did the concept of funds or relationship created from what may or may not be the activity or dealing with items that themselves ultimately also dominance. Here, the apple is asking me to do something with Yain Nesach, and is asking me to destroy Yain Nesach. Can it take me for it? So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, But what's the level we are really capable of speaking for ourselves? Very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IUS. And why do I want to be this way? The battles with the break of their home. I would lose the opportunity to break and lose the battles. Just enough. I want the existence of the IUS because I want it. Therefore, I can really get things that closest from the interaction. We have been on cable, two lines of the line of interaction. Israel notes in the keyboard of the website, you actually want the existence of these barriers. So when you start with our shopping there, I don't know, moving doesn't want to go. And she shall remove the customers. So can we say that since the Jew actually wants, let me see what is the thing about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain that's to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain in existence. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from the Yain side. Well, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear. Well, only it is less shattered. Okay, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the brain, yes, the destruction of the whole itself. This is a good. This is what's sure one else in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what is already is the process. Ultimately, eventually, nature. I don't know. So it says, Ishtar Rahman says, no, take the job, you take the job, get the money, and go. Well, roughly, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So it's going to be good to yourself. So let's say again, so that's a wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farmers. That's the kind of so if you're only Muhammad to find the Quran, the Jew can't go ahead and assist you. You can't do the Muhammad side of 64. Hopefully, you won't be able to get it. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. Then I am allowed to do production of the great Lashley Folk. Let's say they acquire something that's silver. To me, they very pleasant for that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid. For working with Kilai, right? And I want these. This is because the clients are up on their own path. Who's up on the side? So the device says. So it'd be from good. This is the simple part. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit from the giving item when that benefit ultimately results in destruction even though you by definition want to retain the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it. It's supposed to be destroyed. So versus Savua, second one from the time system. Savua, Hamar, and music makers. So Yaki was making the art. And the kind of lying there is very interesting. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Kilayim, but you can't do anything that's sustained. For example, actually, there's out over here that let's say someone's planting the Kilayim, might have no line and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. The Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible. Scientifically, I'm not Asian, the fact that means other than the same words, like not Asian, I look at and give out this fight because they understand what, but they're your act directly to something in the black and the keeper of Kiva says, have the kind, and the keeper says, anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fact. So I'm lying, that's going to be part of his problem. So much to like I'm going to originally keep well, sought from the Israel Quran. As it says, do not plant the vine in the field. In the Azorah, I'm not the prohibition of planting. The Kayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual work itself? Like even if I bring up the fence. I'm a Lomar, go Kilayim. That's what it says. It's interesting here. We want to make a little bit of a play on words. A little bit on words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing it. I said, go Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, even if it's not directly involved. Of the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be excellent. Ilu, the Mar says, Ilu, the new Tifla shop. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if I'm going to give up, very good to give up the prohibition ultimately considered sustains the kid. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot me from the kid? So the question is, it sounds like that is going to be really interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. Well, doesn't be that mean rather humble. Who's it? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open up to you. It's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon didn't do the fence, right? Because Rabbanon only from the Akiva, Rabbanon. People you can do plans to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting that fence that is multiple. So if putting up a fence is multiple, you can get paid. If that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So certainly it's not going to be to which the Gemara said. As Chacham Astina is very interesting, was the case here, the Ka'avu B'chim. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I'm uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it. and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus from Yehuda Amar, Litin Lahem Matnastilam Asr. Oh, Rabbi is of the opinion that Allah provides and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually has some doing it. So I love stuff on me. So all my clothes what love stuff on me. Like it's me. Compliment him. Give him still on Rabbi who says don't be love this thing killed. Free. You can't do something for an akhl for free. Even if the free favor is the structure of Allah Ta'ala, you still can't do it. So which the Imam says that Yehuda, Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's something Yehuda, something for the point of Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Yehuda also Yitin and Masina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakri. Umar says, no, point of Yehuda. Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something, that's absolutely that's an objective thing. I have Rabbi Akiva. But Nami, I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, the kind of climb work, yeah? Tifla Shakri. You say something about Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not the actual planting itself, but you can put up a fence to sustain it. People would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of this. To get rid of this activity is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from your which the Gemara says, is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is so meaning. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. The pseudo meaning. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss with this. So this is very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akram wants to destroy us, to break his barrels of GUINNESS. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his will, to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? Am I allowed to do it? Or not? So remember, on one hand, we can say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yahweh. So I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover along with it. If it involves the destruction of a result, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the item. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the ground to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zorba, the destruction of wishing ultimately is a good thing. So that says you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of a part of Western society. The mindset is, live and let live. And And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in your society, you should quote take an approach to living. Yes, you know what? It's not grabbing visions of the rest of the world. Nor is it a good place to stand in judgment. I think everyone else's lifestyle choices are everything. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, they're also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that's evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become really evil, ultimately again become incredibly that's what Matthew uses this question of. Yes, destroy the INS and tunnel Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this front. But you think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing to many other people. And somebody would think that like the world would just it's like running cross, like just like as we're doing the world's dirty. And yet again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a live is sometimes a yishbar the talawah. Sometimes you have to evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes like, but how did God speak? So again, the same cover was saying, and they asked another question, listen, how do you speak? They're coming by like, the name of this from the other cover now. So that's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akim sells his item? So Akim sells his idol and he has a guy selling for $1,000. He has that $1,000. Does that money at the end of the day take on the same identity as the idol that's been sold at itself? Now, me profess as done at the idol does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So we will on that thing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the elders from the Arabic covenant. So Matthew says, I think it's motive. Right? So Akim sells his item, and he has that money. That money does not retain an idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money. Listen to this. So here's our Matthew. I know the also named Rabbi. there were these people who came up around another room, Zidu Kamad Istifru, the seal scouts is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up around what happened also in Rabbi and what that's to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. But listen, I watch this. Let's watch over here. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Suez Skylu, all of these Skylu, the African Skylu, also we got from all those because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, and that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get hung up. So it tells them. As I said before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, see from here, I love the one selling. He sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you notice. It says, my time, well, you shouldn't be passed over, then you have a list of how many out of it, how many times you have to see. He's got to sell it, have that truth. Hands on the food. It's permitted. I go and shiny this. Even with that. They found that one. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since the process of conversion, obviously it doesn't happen. They're negating the theological, the significance of the idol converted. So an upward giving the value is up with his upward. So that's why the process is hello to the help. Hello to help. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe what we can call him. No. We love her, although those folk are in the I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nessim or sitting case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessim, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum same case, like Akum $1,000. So when I pay you, give me the way, yeah, I'm just going to sell my item. I got that. I'm going to say my Yayin Nessa and we got the process. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one. Same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one. He goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds. He's back to debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I expect the Gemara on my explanation. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the reason these two cases. Masheshes see from the Shulchan Aruch Kilot. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit for the previous circle. Masheshes here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol. or while I go and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't need the continued existence of the wine because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheish deposits the proceeds of the hustle. If you look to the deal with Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, but that's what the Lord will say. When you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the opera sells because I want the money. I want to continue to exist. Of the INSF because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Gotnan, Gary is in this Gotnan, Gary Shigar should have been public house. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're acting brothers. One converted and one stuck. So brother Ger, brother uncle. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. Their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, let's say permanent items. So Ger, so brother Ger can say to brother Akon, so brother Akon, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the items stuff, and I'll take the money and everything else. You can do that, then you should go and that's cool. However, the Mishabali is just like your us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the care has not yet actively taken possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But above, there is once a Jew owns it, you'll be very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. He's not providing up his estate. However, if brother Ger took possession of it, it's possible. So that's ultimately what you see. But halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an item that says made of gold, which means that it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it means it's costly. Not dealing with breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Moses, that's fine. That works fine for an item. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yair itself? The Pharaoh's Hadroni. So Moses is very interesting. Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic person, working here is very absorbent. Therefore, mining the person that absorbed to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if that has weight or not. Doesn't Because either way, the value is still taken. Even if that's so, even if Father doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? But he does care about not being still lost, he still wants it for continued existence. But on top of the Yushas Agar Kamrat, don't bring a riot for instance. You're bringing a riot. Bring up this in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yushas Agar, Ta'kilu Barab. Rabbis will make a by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Nessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother or brother. Right, and so you take this, you take the whatever stuff, I'll take the it's not, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why would they go by a beard? Like people are like, Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the bear has to make a choice between his Yerusha and his religion, he will choose his money. He will choose his religion. So that's not even that idea. That's the reality from the Yerusha. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of Chazal said that in certain cases theft doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that he stole. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip, creative thief has to return everything. Is not very much. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And because as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills, right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between Allah and open. Again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So for Chazal, people want to put in that situation where they're going to make a way there, and you say that often in these kind of cases, you're going to have these statements comprised of committed items and prohibited items. Therefore, not able to keep the committed items, give his brother also anyways. Rabbi writes that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, the case of Yerusha, Tadam Ishtan, through us. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership would be us. See from here. That Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha. Okay, we're not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. The person in this precarious situation. Incredible. So, no. I think that's a point. So remember, again, all this is the same people, the same thing. Okay, another question I came up. Ger Kosher Moshe Bakwa. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Kosher? Can a Ger Kosher go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it just so you understand the tremendous nature of Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes we have a very skewed view of others, a very skewed view of that you know, the struggle is waiting for us to mess up, smack us down. Because I'm waiting for us to mess up so we can levy something or punishment or anything against them. That's a good point from the truth. But emotional wants for success more than we want for success. Chazal want us success more than we want for success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go out and make a mistake. But again, the Shlomo understood what we need to be done to be successful. Chazal understood what we need to be successful. And when they need to relax this standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people do. No, no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly competing for success. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef, Ger Toshav, Mav Sheba Khan. So it's a very interesting challenge. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, Apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, listen, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, you can see this is my fault, it's not the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out at the top of the graph, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Echad. He doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an athlete, everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. And then we have to say like this: anyone who's what we call a barnei, if they're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission what's up. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of the apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that no. So the rest are not from the this Stavra, the Halach, and not the Lord. The Lachman says only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found natural marketplace, what's that about? Actual Boston. So, what's this in? Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see old items sitting there. If I lift them up, that's probably and once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should have so before I pick it up. Over the oven kochalim kumeva. I can call over an apple. Remember also packaging. Let's call over an apple. Is the apple how come anything to engage in this decommission, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this work. It's permitted, however, again, we should not sell the other, ain't no only of it, but again, at that point, they came up with Ovid Kochavi Minato Avodas Kochavi Shalom Vishafae. Ovid Kochavi is for Odizara, or the Odizara is friend. They of dog, they shepherd them. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Finally, it's not the might of dog, might of what is it? What is it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say the culture is then Hayyu Shalom B'Shafari, we already said, we just said before, that the Apple has the ability to theological decommission. His Apple in the Apple is his friend. Now, a lot of the my shit in a lot of the other right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. My shit in all. So, what is in non-worshiper? Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission?
What a bug. Yeah, what'd you think?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. Wasn't the greatest documentary I've ever seen in my whole life, but it was enjoyable.
Excellent.
What did you think?
I think it's interesting the bond that people certainly have with their animals and how it can be shown in these different competitions. And I find it interesting, like the people who are like, we would never eat our animals, like that was just seen as foreign to them, and some of the other people would, and that there was like a front runner for winning these competitions. I found that interesting as well. It was okay. Wasn't the worst thing I've ever. It's better than Pet Cemetery, but still not hands on a hard body.
Not hands on a hard body. This one, there's still, I liked it. I like the look of the chicken, like the shelby ones, they're really fluffy, like white balls. They come in other colors. Those chickens look very cool. It was interesting to see the backstory. Interesting to raise the chickens. And the singer guy who was like who started in like some 1960s, the Peter thing. I thought he was pretty funny. And yeah, it's basically like the dog show, like the dog chicken.
Exactly. There's some issues that I have with those dog shows. Not that I don't love dogs or think dogs are cool, but the over obsession with pure breeds, and then what occurs is like the damage to the animal, where they can't breathe well, or to the breed more so. They can't breathe well. They don't reproduce. You can over perfect some stuff. It didn't seem like that was being done too much in the chicken world yet, but if that blew up, it would be. And I also respect. There's a thing. There was like a movement that happened, like maybe I don't know, the last 20 years of. Um, I think they're called urban coops. Basically, you can have chickens in a um, urban area, and you can't in Irvine, but in some areas of Los Angeles County you can. And so there were some celebrities who I learned of, Joe Rogan being one of them, who would keep a coop. He was in Ventura County, but still close enough. Um, and how they bond with these chickens. They say hi to them every day. They feed them all the time. Uh, they don't want to kill them. They let them reproduce. Well, I shouldn't even say reproduce, just lay eggs or whatever. And there's like a certainly a bond, and that's something that I always thought if I ever had a piece of property, I would like to do to have fresh eggs, perhaps if that was of importance to me. And it seems like these people took it to another level of like having perfect dams and perfect chickens. And I like the different looks of the birds. Um, Chickens can be ferocious. Yeah, I mean they're small, but they're like linked. I mean, I guess we all are, but evolutionarily to dinosaurs, and they are can be quite dog-like, or they can be loyal, and you can see almost like emotion out of them, and yeah, I thought it was interesting. There's not more to it that I had of that documentary. I can say it didn't speak to me like, oh, I have to go out and get a chicken coop now or anything like that. But the process was interesting too. I think, at least in the United States, I'm not sure, but there's like an organization called 4-H where people raise animals and basically have them on on uh, display for judging and such. And this seemed to be that, but like the playoffs of that. Like basically, this was like a national thing, and just just interesting to see the dynamics that people have with animals, and I always think that's interesting.
Oh yeah, nice. National accomplishment, and never existed until I saw this documentary. That there's a chicken contest or whatever. Raising chickens like that, the sound and the noise of this convention space that there's like so much clucking and stuff, I don't really like the noise at all. And then also, like chickens, you're saying that they're like dogs, and I guess I don't love them as much as a dog, but can the chickens in that contest be like really loving and family? I guess it's kind of dogs. There's a bunch of families and some families, not family at all. So I've contemplated the hypothetical chicken coop thing, but I don't know. I think there'd be like a decent amount of work you have to give, and kind of, if you don't want chicken, maybe you love eggs so much that I know someone I've been to their house and I've seen them five chickens or something running around, and they take up a lot of space, and she just has a surplus of eggs, and she sells the eggs and stuff. I think you have to consider, I don't like the fact that these people are kind of, they go into the house and they find like chickens just chilling on their couch and stuff. I feel like you can't really train a chicken not to kill and stuff, so you have to put like a little
I agree. I think yeah. I don't want to cuddle with them either, to my knowledge. I think that there could be, and I don't know. I know people make chicken coops. That's been a thing for like hundreds of years, but they get so nasty that it's almost like it just seems to me like absolutely disgusting. That I would want to, instead of having to clean one of those out, just burn that thing when it's done, and then just buy another one. Or I mean, not burn one perhaps, but somehow have it. I don't want to have anything to do with that thing anymore. It just seems like it would get so nasty. So I was thinking, like, what if you created one using ecologically, environmentally friendly products? I think you could do this. What have I seen this with? Hemp. Um, so a major issue is like hemp, um, or a major issue is like plastic waste, obviously, and they make hemp plastic bottles. Like you can make plastic out of other things than petroleum, and some organic materials included in that, and hemp is one of them. And the issue with these hemp plastic bottles is they work really well. They're just like a normal plastic bottle, and this is it's not a problem. It's what it's supposed to do. After I think 6 months or a year, the bottle starts to deteriorate purposefully, so that it basically goes back into the ecosystem. And so I was thinking, if you created a hemp plastic chicken coop that you could just buy on Amazon, set it up. Maybe you have to add the heat lights or heat lamps and things or whatever. Um, and you have like a piece of property. You just set this thing up every 6 months to a year, and basically the thing would just biodegrade on its own. And you have your chickens. I just want to get away from the cleaning of the chickens. That's disgusting to me. So you basically have your chickens who are they go in their biodegradable coop, and that thing is good for like let's say a year. You could get it to a year. Okay, and then after a year, you buy another one on Amazon. You could even have it just shipped to you with like on a schedule, and then you just have the chickens go to the new coop. They do their thing. The old coop just basically just biodegrades on your property. You don't have to burn it. You don't have to get rid of it. It just goes away after like 2 or 3 years, and then you just keep buying these coops, and then you never have to clean them out. What are your thoughts?
I think that's very funny and clever idea. But I don't know enough about raising chickens, but I feel like you have to clean the chicken coop probably, I'm assuming, more than once a year. Because I'm assuming there'll be poop that's piling up all the time. Like with hamsters, you gotta clean to a single hamster like once a week or twice or every 2 weeks or something. So I imagine if you have 15 chickens in that, you're gonna have to clean it up. And maybe the price of printing biodegrading chicken coopers would be so minimal that you could just get one every single week or something. But yeah, I don't. I was also thinking as you're talking about this, other project of yourself cleaning itself, like we have like a built-in washing system already. I'm sure that's possible with enough money and resources. Yeah, and I don't know how the existing chicken coops to begin with, and I don't. If it's anything like a hamster, you have like a little plastic stuff, and it's not that much of a burden to clean up. I mean, maybe like when I'm imagining mixing the burden is like mosquito shit on like wood, and it's just baked into like the wood, and you have to scrub it out for hours. But I imagine if there's like some nesting there between that, then you can just pretty easily like sweep
Yeah, it still sounds disgusting, and yeah, it's like the seagull thing. It's going to be everywhere. So there are perhaps different ways to do this. You could maybe somehow train chickens to not use the restroom in their own coop, but that seems like somebody would have tried that already and figured it out. Perhaps there's some kind of pharmaceutical that could be used where they, for whatever reason, don't want to use the restroom within a closed environment. There's just something within the pharmaceutical that makes them want to go in an open area. Um, that's certainly an option. There's the I've seen these things. Um, okay, so like you're talking about with a hamster or something that usually has like a metal grate with like bedding, and then you clean the bedding, but you'd still have to spray the grate down and such. And that doesn't seem like that big of a work. But if they're going to the bathroom in the coop, that whole thing inside is just going to be filled over the course of time with poop. Um, you could always pay someone to do it, but then it's like, okay, these are the most expensive eggs that you've ever had because you basically literally have to have like a farm to do it. I was thinking along the same lines like a robot that could do it. Um, okay, so imagine exactly. Imagine just a pure stainless steel box that you could just when the uh, chickens are in the yard or whatever, you could just spray it down, or it could just spray itself down. That it just has like a almost like a car wash system inside, like it just sprays itself, and then just a self cleaning chicken coop, and then the chickens go in there, and they enjoy and that to me probably is more of a sustainable option than something that biodegrades every so often or whatever. You're going to run into issues with that though, that it would have to be temperature controlled. Like you can't just have these chickens baking in this box. Um, but, if it's shaded or whatever and there's proper ventilation, I think that you could make that kind of system happen. Like, okay, imagine like how you could do this out of a container, like a shipping container. That's a little big. You wouldn't need something that big, but maybe you cut a shipping container in half and then just close off the other half. And then it's just got like a power washing system inside, and it's climate controlled. And the chickens get to enjoy it, and it's just this little. I still think that's probably too big. I'm trying to probably be too environmentally cautious there. You just have a box. I think probably is the best way, depending on how many chickens you want. Usually, people have like 12 or perhaps as many as 24 or whatever. Um, and then the box just like you could even get this thing to be fully automated, where every day the door of the box just opens up, and the chickens know when that happens. They go outside, they eat bugs and stuff in the yard or whatever, and then when they want, they can go back in. At night, it makes sure that all the chickens come back in or whatever. There could be a sensor on it, or I don't know. You could really get this thing to be pretty advanced. Now, how expensive is it going to be? I think you probably could make this box with some systems on it. Nothing too advanced for probably between like $5,000 and $10,000. Is it going to be worth it for the price of eggs? No, but there's something to having farm fresh eggs delivered whenever you want, and the bond that you're going to build with these animals. So, I don't know. What do you think of the box system?
Self-cleaning robot system. I mean, for 5,000, I think is like 5,000. I might just like typically fully assembled or stuff that I use back there, like Joe, maybe probably closer to 10,000 plus for the auto cleaning one. That's my guess. I don't know enough about how much of a hassle it is to hospitals and people are just like stuck in a hamster wheel and they're just sweeping up the bedding or something. Because if they're kind of left out like bedding stuff and they're not stopping on that list for the weeks, it'd be too bad to clean it out. I really have no idea how big of a problem it is. It does, even if it wasn't an automated system, it's good and maybe there'd be like clocks or something like this, without sacrifices, like a hot tank, maybe there could be like some clock protection, laser system built in or something.
As I understand, you don't want to have like a rooster when you have that kind of setup because you want the hens laying eggs, so you want the egg to be unfertilized. You only bring a cock around, a rooster around when you want more chickens, as I understand. But yeah, okay, so they have these restrooms now. They have them in some beach cities, at least in Southern California, but I think they first started in Europe, where every time you use the restroom, it just like shuts down a box and sprays it all out, and like basically sanitizes the restroom every single time it's used. And I'm thinking a system like that could work. There are a lot of that's what I'm saying.
There's some problem with it.
Well, they've installed them in some beach cities in Southern California. I know that. The issue that we encounter people living in them, or like they're supposed to have alarms on them and have people eventually have to leave or whatever. They play music and then there's an alarm. But what we're talking about is just basically making this type of system hygienic, and I don't understand why you couldn't connect a hose to a box and a metal box and have that box have a little motor on it that has